Good morning. It's March 21st. What a beautiful day, and we're starting the Planning Board meeting. The first item, preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. We have 7 that the full board can vote on this morning. I'll list them. The first is Clarksburg Town Center Project Plan 919940004E MCPB number 24-025. The second is Clarksburg Town Center Preliminary Plan Number 1199504-2E MCPB Number 24-026. The third is Clarksburg Town Center Site Plan Number 820070221 MCPB Number 24-027. And the fourth is Clarksburg Town Center Forest Conservation Plan Number F20230380 MCPB Number 24028. The fifth is 7126 Wisconsin Avenue Sketch Plan Number 320190003A MCPB Number 24-032. The sixth is 7126 Wisconsin Avenue Preliminary Plan Number 120230020 MCPB Number 24-033. And the seventh is 7126 Wisconsin Avenue Site Plan Number 820230020 MCPB Number 24034. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The next is approval of minutes. The first one, Commissioner Bartley, you can't vote on. The second one, all can vote on. So the first one is minutes of February 8th, 2024, and February 22nd, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. The second is the minutes of February 15th, where all can vote on. February 15, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The second is record plats. So we have one this morning, subdivision plat number 220220080, the Johns Hopkins University Bellward Research Campus, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. We have two, we'll do them separately. There are regulatory extensions. The first is 6540 Bradley Boulevard, Administrative Subdivision Number 620230110, extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The second is Partial Land Administrative Subdivision Number 620240080 and preliminary Forest Conservation Plan Number F20240270, extension request number 1, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is where planning staff is presenting the roundtable discussion. The Planning Director Sartori will give his report, followed by staff providing a briefing on the demographic profile of women in Montgomery County. Welcome.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Sartori, Director of Montgomery County Planning Department. I'm pleased today to turn my report over to our Research and Strategic Projects team, Carrie McCarthy and Bhavna Siva-Subramanian, who will present their latest profile on women in Montgomery County. I'm excited for you to learn a little bit more about this data analysis, and also it's timely given that we are celebrating Women's History Month this month. But before I turn it over to Carrie and Bhavna, I wanted to give you 2 quick updates. As you probably heard, WMATA is planning to shut down the red line between service between Fort Totten and Glenmont for 3 months this summer, June through September. We're a little concerned about this. They're doing it to accommodate work for the Purple Line. It's a necessary little bump in the road that we have to experience here. But obviously, we have concerns that this will have an impact on the community, but also because of our staff who work here and the many people who take the Metro to work. So just yesterday, Chair Harris Parks Director Figueredo and I sent a letter to the Maryland Department of Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedefeld and WMATA General Manager Randy Clark, expressing our support for implementation of dedicated bus lanes along Georgia Avenue from the DC line right up through to Glenmont during the closure. We think that this would improve transit service and help people, including our employees, be able to get to work here at Wheaton headquarters. This was actually, there was a letter that the county executive and several council members sent along to those same people, and we just were expressing our support for what they expressed in that letter. Also, I wanted to recognize a longtime member of our staff who we're saying farewell to this week, but luckily she'll be staying within the commission family, moving over to Prince George's County. She's Up-County Community Planner Molly Jackson. She'll be leaving us this week, and she's had a wide variety of experiences working for the planning department over, I think, 15 years here. She had done regulatory review and master planning. She previously served as special assistant to the director, initiating the planning department's public arts program, and served on our equity peer review group, our Black History Month committee, and also as a commissioner on the Maryland Arts Council. So while, again, as I mentioned, Molly is leaving the planning department, she's not leaving the commission. She's moving on over to Prince George's County, and we're really, we want to take a moment to just thank her for all of her contributions over her time here and wish her the best of luck in Prince George's. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bhavna. All right, here, actually, well, you got, why don't we switch seats?
Good morning. For the record, Bhavna Sivasubramanian, Planning Research Associate in Research and Strategic Projects Division. So as Jason mentioned, it is Women's History Month this month, and so the team has developed a profile that presents a snapshot of key demographic, economic, and employment characteristics of the female population in Montgomery County. And this report is in a continuation of the Research Division's population profile series. If you remember, back in September, there was the Hispanic population profile. Last month, my colleagues presented the Black population profile. We've developed one for people with disabilities in the county, and there will be a forthcoming one for ANHPI Heritage Month in May. And as with these other profiles, this one on women in the county uses data from the U.S. Census Bureau's 2022 American Community Survey one-year estimates. So all the information is presented at a point in time. And the data from respondents in this specific profile are from people who answered female to question 2 on the census survey, which asks, what is your sex? And in Montgomery County, over half, or over 539,000 residents were female in 2022. And for every 100 females in the county, there were 95.2 males. And compared to the sex ratio at the national level, that was 98.3 males. So this means that there are approximately 3 more females per 100 males within the county, more than the national average. And this is consistent with national trends of women living longer than men, and this is even seen by variance at the different age groups. So for the population 18 years and younger, the sex ratio is 92.3 males, and this drops even further for the population 65 years and over to 78.1 males. So looking at the age distribution of females in the county, the female population tended to be older than the male population. As you can see in the graph here, almost 19% of the female population was in the age bracket of 65 years and over, compared with only 15.5% of the male population. And as such, the median age for the female population was 42 years compared with 39 years for males. In terms of race and ethnicity of the female population, the distribution of racial groups for this group closely reflects that of the county overall. Compared with the male population, the share of Black women was slightly greater than Black men, and then a smaller share of females identified as Hispanic or Latino relative to males. Looking at marital status, females 15 years and over was less likely than males to be either currently married or never married, but more likely than males to be widowed, divorced, or separated. And this variation in marital status was even more evident across age. So among women 65 years and over, 47% were married and 25% were widowed, while only 7% of men in this age group were widowed and 75% remained married. So again, this difference can be explained by women's overall higher life expectancy. Now looking at fertility rates, in 2022, around 5% of women aged 15 to 50 within the county had given birth in the previous 12 months. The county fertility rate was 48 births per 1,000 women, while the national fertility rate was 52 births, a little higher, per 1,000 women. And there were lower fertility rates among younger women, ages 20 to 29 within the county, and higher rates among an older group of women, 30 to 39 within the county. Looking at educational levels, there were no significant differences in educational attainment across the sexes in the county, but the share of females who completed a higher education within the county at 32% was more than double the statistic nationwide, which was 15%. So this really just shows how the county education levels are generally higher than the nationwide. But despite these similarities in educational attainment between males and females in the county, there was a notable disparity in earnings. So as this graph shows, while 37% of females earned $100,000 or more annually, this statistic was almost 10 percentage points greater for males at 47%. And in 2022, the median earnings of women in Montgomery County was 81% of male median earnings. And this gender wage gap was 82% nationwide. Furthermore, men in Montgomery County consistently earned more than women even with comparable education levels. So as you can see in the table here, in the rightmost column, for the population 25 years and over with earnings, females were earning between 2/3 and 3/4 of what men earned with similar or with the same educational level. And this disparity in earnings is further seen by those who fall below the poverty line. So while 8.5% of females fell below the poverty line in 2022, this was greater than the share of men, 7.3% who fell below the poverty line. So looking at employment status now, the female labor force participation rate was 80.5%, which was about 9 percentage points lower than that of males, who had an 89.3% participation rate. But the female labor force participation rate in the county was higher than at the national level, where 75% of women were participating in the labor force. But participation was lower for women with children in the county, particularly for those with at least one child under 6 years. So this chart here highlights kind of the breakdown of labor force participation for women with children. So the one that's highlighted here is the statistic for women who have children, at least one child under 6, as well as at least one child between the ages of 6 to 17, and their participation rate falls quite dramatically from the overall female rate. But then this jumps back up for females who have kids only between 6 and 17. So this pattern is really attributed to women leaving the labor force to take care of their young children and returning when their children are older. So now looking at where females are employed within the county, this chart is showing two things. Firstly, the bars are showing the share of females within each occupation, while the dots are showing females' earnings as a percentage of males' earnings within each occupation. So while the top 3 occupations for women, which were management, education, and computer professions, reflect those of the county generally, this figure here is really trying to show where women are overrepresented and underrepresented. So overrepresented would mean that more than 50% of those employed within an occupation are female. So these bars here. And underrepresented would mean that less than 50% of females, or less than 50% of those in a particular occupation are female. So the bars here. And the occupations where females are overrepresented include healthcare support, personal care and service, and office administrative support, while the fields that women are underrepresented in include computer engineering and science, transportation fields, and construction and maintenance. So this kind of indicates a clustering of women in occupations that are generally lower paying. And as the dots are showing above the bars, men tended to out-earn women even within the same occupation, revealing a pretty pervasive gender wage gap. Now looking at how
Could you
women
go
are
back
commuting.
to that
Sorry.
previous chart? Like the fourth one from the right, 40%. Could you explain what that 40% means again?
Sure. The 40%, the dots are showing females' earnings as a percentage of males' earnings. So the 40% is indicating that females who are employed in protective service are earning 40% of what males are earning who
Is
are
that real? That's
employed.
what I thought you saying, but it just doesn't sound real. If they do the same job, the same amount of work, they get less than half.
That's what the data is showing
that
for this
real?
particular occupation.
It just.
For
What
the-
is a protective services?
For the record, Carrie McCarthy, Division Chief, Research and Strategic Projects. Protective Services is law enforcement. And these categories are a little bit broad, so they could be doing slightly different jobs within law enforcement, or it may not be adjusted for, it's not exactly the same as a police officer with 5 years experience who's a male versus a police officer with 5 years experience who's a female. These are a little bit broader, which may be explaining some of the discrepancies. But
So like a police officer can get 40% of a male officer doing the same job?
no. That's what this data is not showing that.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
showing within people who reported working in protective services generally, that the ratio is 40%.
And that is in Montgomery County. I didn't,
Yeah.
I thought that it's a bit like about 80% or the worst comes 75%. I never knew that it was up to 40%.
And I would assume with something like protective services, this is going to be affected by the fact that you will have much longer tenured men within that
Exactly, yeah.
profession than you would have women.
Yeah.
So you may be doing a similar patrol job or something like that, but you may have 1 year of tenure or 2 years of tenure as opposed to 25 to 30 years of tenure, and that would be a huge ratio gap within that particular.
But-
Exactly, that's a better explanation.
But then it's the same for men and women. If someone is just the beginning, it's the first year, it's not going to be 40%. This is a little bit misleading if that includes what James is talking about, because it's the same. Because when we compare it, it has to be with the same tenure, the same, not the same job, but at least the tenure within that job. Because if you just compare it that way, it's sort of completely throws you off.
Well,
It did throw me off.
I mean, with something like that, you also, I mean, the existence of that tenure gap is an expression of sort of a disparity between men and women within the system. Like there's a reason that they have the tenure of 20 to 25 years that allows them to. And I think if you went back a little bit, there's still a wage gap even within similar jobs. I think it was 81% for Montgomery County.
Yeah,
something like that.
I understand that, but then, it's a little bit misleading if we don't compare
It just,
them,
yeah, I think we have to figure out what's all in that category, because, for example, some jobs now, if you, like even airline pilots, for example, if you were you were airline pilot 10 years ago, you were part of a different kind of system, and then now they have a different tiering of everyone in there. So if men were predominantly in there in the past, and now it's opened up to women in the new tier, everyone's making less in the new tier, or it could be, it may not just law in a police officer, it could be maybe security in a grocery store. I don't know. We don't know, but they just have to go back.
It's just to have to be apple to apple, that you could see, to make it tangible, meaning, you know what you have done, but when I see at this chart and I see that, it completely throws me off. And I say that, how could that be, you know? It just has to be apple to apple, that for us that we are sitting here, we can understand where the issues are without trying to take the layers off and understand that how it is done. I can understand if it is the tenure or if it is what Chair Harris was talking about, but it's not very clear in here because that kind of things could be the same for men and women. And if you compare them exactly that, now the reasons may be other reasons, but that's not the purpose of this. It may be 60 or 70%, but 40%, if it is just between men and women doing the same thing, then that is bad, if it is true.
I think that, looking at it in the aggregate in this way, I think it's really just intended to showcase large-scale disparities and give us further areas of inquiry. Because yes, we're not going to be able to say, like, work on a worker basis, like these two compare in this way. But to Commissioner Hedrick's point, like, there are systematic reasons for aggregate level disparities. And this kind of data won't be able to show us that, but at the same time, it's like, what is the if there are a certain number of women working in law enforcement, a certain number of men, of all different kinds of jobs, what are the reasons why they have different kinds of jobs? I think that it just points to sort of whether it's hiring practices or tenure or, progression in career or whatever the case is. This is a meaningful statistic just to showcase, like, there's something going on there that's worth exploring a little bit more.
If I could just say, I think this is exactly the type of conversation we need to be having about this. So I appreciate that you called this out because, the gender wage gap is real, but there are nuances, and we need to understand that and understand why. And you need to ask questions like that when you see data like this and have conversations like this to be able to make change. So I appreciate the conversation here.
Sure, and I'm completely fine with it, and it would help that we discuss it and then we layer it and see what we can really, if there is anything we could do. One thing that is important, when you do the discussion and you find the layers, then some we cannot do something about it. Some it's point out that here it is. This is really a gender issue. And then we have to work on that. I guess it's just something that public awareness, and we can work on that. Okay, thank you.
So now looking at how women are getting to work to these occupations. So more than 75% of the working female population were employed within the county. And women were more likely to work from home or take public transportation to work than men, and had shorter travel times to work, likely because their places of work were closer to their places of residence. So a subset of this female population within the county that we wanted to examine are female householders with no spouse. So this is a group that is defined by the census as a householder who is female and is separated, widowed, divorced, or single, and lives with at least one other relative. So this relative could be a child under 18, an adult child, a sibling, a parent, but this group does not include females who are living alone in one-person households. And if we look at the county level, of the family households in the county, 16% were families headed by a female with no spouse. So more than half of these families had children under 18 years, and these families were more likely to have incomes that were below the poverty line. So as you can see in this graph, married couple families, only 3.4% were below the poverty line. Families that were headed by a male householder, no spouse, 9% of them fell below the poverty line, and this was almost double at 16.3% of households that were led by females with no spouse below the poverty line. And finally, looking at some of the housing characteristics of this particular subset of female householder families, they were less likely than married couple families and male householder families to live in owner-occupied housing, as well as live in single-family units. And this kind of just tells a story of what type of housing these families are living in. And with that, I thank you and welcome any other questions.
This is very informative. Thank you. And the planning department has such a depth of research, and we're hoping that other agencies will be able to use this data to form policy. You know, as you, in one of the, we pointed out that the participation of women in the workforce, especially with kids, is so low. And then it begs the question, is it because of child care or some other things, and how that isn't so important to making sure that they're on an equal footing, and even with the child care, it's still there's that disparity. So thank you for your in-depth analysis of this and all you do. And any of the commissioners have any further comments or questions?
I really appreciate it. Thank you. I was trying to put myself, which graph am I in there?
Yeah. Thank you so much. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll start with our next item, the briefing on the county executive recommended fiscal year 25 operating budget. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, a briefing on the county executive's recommended fiscal year 25 operating budget. And Terry Bako Charles from the commission is here to provide the presentation. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. And my apologies for not being able to be there in person. I've only been with the commission 6 weeks, and I'm already being double booked. But thank you for your patience this morning as I try to walk you through what I believe is an update on the status of the commission's FY25 budget request. I hope that you're able to see a document that is entitled, thank you, the FY25 budget snapshot. Basically what this is trying to do is compare our request to the budget that was released by the county exec on March 14th. As you may recall, and shown here, up to your left and on the table on top is our request, and our request total nearly 222.5 million, of which, as you can see here, 192.3 million was to be funded through our 3 tax-supported funds, the administration part and ALA debt. Now, when compared to the current year's budget, we were asking for an additional 10.3% or nearly $18 million. And you may well recall as well that the council spending affordability guideline provided an amount that said that would recommend 9.7%. So had that amount been funded, we would have nearly had a mark in the county executive budget that would have supported basically most of the commission's requests. However, the county exec's released budget falls far short of that. And as shown here to the right side of it, the exec's budget as it stands today will provide basically a 6% increase or 10 million, an additional 10 million in tax supported monies. Combined with the lower part of that side indicates his concurrence with our request to fully authorize the planned use of the other funds.
Excuse
Now,
me, is that
what's interesting-
possible that
Sure.
you use a cursor and show where you're talking about? It's hard to follow what you're saying. And the numbers are too many by the time we try to look at it, it's gone.
Unit control
No.
anyway.
Alana, are you able to assist with that? If not, I what I will do is make reference to the columns, if you will. So again, our request was nearly 18 million, and that's column D, line 11. Is the subtotal tax support. Yes, thank you, Alana. That's the 18 million, nearly 18 million or 10.3% that we requested. Now, if you'll scroll over to column G on that same line, that's the reference that's currently in the C's budget, and all of his budget highlights are basically highlighting the fact that he's provided us an additional 10 million in tax supported funds. The remainder of that column or column F shows the other supported funds in our request, and in those instances, the county exec's budget is in full alignment with what we requested. Now, in terms of his budget highlights, he makes sure to indicate in his materials that he has funded, the Park Fund debt service, and he's fully supportive of the Connected Parks initiative, and there's also a reference to the ball field initiative. But what's absent from his highlights is the fact that we know that the 10 million in reality only provides coverage, and actually it really does not fully cover what our anticipated major personnel cost changes are. We had estimated in our request that we would need 10.5 million alone to just cover our personnel cost changes, which of course include the markers for compensation changes and our benefit costs. Well, again, his 10 million barely covers that cost, which means that we find ourselves with the daunting task before us of figuring out how to meet the other costs that were embedded in our request. Those costs, of course, are things like our major non-personnel cost changes, which we have very little discretion to meet. Cost inflation on contracts, the cost of supplies, things of that nature. So again, we find ourselves right now grappling with trying to figure out how we're going to cover those costs, as well as balance that against our desire to also continue to make progress on needed program enhancements. And there's a table in our budget book that kind of breaks down the three categories of our request, if you will. So we had 10.5 million for personnel costs. We had 3.9 million for non-personnel costs, and we had another 3.5 million related to program enhancements, and that would back you into the 18 million. So when asked, and as the newbie on the block, I did have a conversation with OMB, and I asked, how does one explain the fact that the spending affordability guideline would have provided or suggested an increase for us of 9.3%, and yet we're looking at 6%, and this was the standard response that was given back to me. It was said that what was said was, while county resources are increasing, there's still limited available resources without raising taxes, and that the county exec needed to balance his budget. So his recommended appropriation for all of his county agencies did not allow him to recommend funding for our full request. As a result, that means we're where we have been in prior years, which is we find ourselves needing to seek council support to restore the requested funds. And as shown here on the bottom table, this is our current estimate of what would need to be reduced from our budget. It totals nearly 6.7 million. And on the right side is what we normally do. And again, this is in line with the Budget's Office past practice of doing a pro rata reduction rate. Right now, that's estimated at 4%. And so each of the units, the funding units listed here, the Commissioner's Office, Planning Department, and so forth, have been advised of their non-recommended reduction amount, and they are currently working on their prioritized tier reduction scenarios, which I believe is slated to be presented to you at the next meeting. I've also been advised that planning often assists the Commissioner's Office, and CAS departments often assist the Inspector General and Merit Board, and in fact, CAS, I do believe, works to achieve the total reduction without regard to these proratas, but does bring forward its fair share, which in this instance is a little over $500,000. I will conclude my prepared remarks anyway with the fact that, and the funding units have been notified, the Budget Office is finalizing the scrubbing of, if you will, additional commission-wide savings, and those numbers will be available to the funding units today. And the importance of that is the fact that it will reflect a downward adjustment, an improvement in what people are being asked to produce their reduction scenarios from. And the source of the potential commission-wide savings are anticipated from the progress that has been made on the reclassification work, and a further scrubbing of what is needed for the IT information technology requirements for FY25. So with that concludes, again, what I am prepared to share, and I will entertain questions and be prepared to hopefully provide response today or in the coming days and run up to our next session, which will again be your opportunity to review the funding units reduction scenarios.
Thank you, Ms. Baycoat. Charles, just a couple, it's a lot to go through with just in a short session, but just quickly, there's in the above column C, under MNC PPC requests, it says the total Montgomery request, it's C16 says 222,467,000. But then in column B, line 32, cell 32, it says the request is 219,054. I guess that you subtracted out the ALA debt. Is that the difference in the two? Why the two aren't the same?
Yes, yes. I
And-
believe that is the only element.
Okay, and then go over again. What is the ALA debt again? And just while you think, then maybe we'll have to do this in a separate session. But then you have the difference in G16, the difference between what we asked and what the county exec provided was 12,493,000. And then the same thing, but down in D32, the difference ends up being 6,684,000. And I was just trying to, there are a lot of differences. And then on the shared reduction, so that if you look at, I guess the 6,684 is divided up in column G. That's how you get the 6,684. That's what the recommended
Yes,
reductions would have to be.
Yes, though the sum of that G column amongst all of those units ties to the 6.7 million basically in proposed reductions. The ALA fund is what supports the payment of our debt service on bonds issued. And it comes, the funding source for that is a countywide taxing area. That is what supports that. And again, that was fully honored in our request to the C's budget. In terms of the differences, if you will, between what you're seeing at the top, there, first off, the non-recommended is again only speaking to the funding associated with administration and parks. So there's their difference, and then also there are slight adjustments that are related to the fact that the above includes all funds, whether they're going to be used to be transferred in and out. The bottom non-recommended reduction removes those kind of instances. So the top is full view, if you will, of all inputs and outputs associated with our planned revenues and expenses. The second column again is more focused and does remove the instances, for example, of the 950,000 in administration that was planned to be transferred to another fund. So it is a smaller amount, and I can provide notations, add notations to explain the difference between what you see up at the top, which is the fuller view, versus the more focused view to actually speak to the actual need and distribution of the tax supported, the simply tax supported funds that support the operations, the planned operations.
I think that it would be much easier if we just see the line items that you have from number, I guess, 6 to 16. We just see that what was the adopted, what was the FY25 proposed, and what was the county executive recommendation, and what is it that we are doing as non-recommended reduction. that way we can compare those and see that what we are talking about. At this point, I'm confused to understand that how we can compare and what are the non-recommended reductions. I do not know if you're asking today that we approve the non-recommended reductions, or you just giving us an update about the recommendations that came from the county executive. I think that it would help that we have separate slides to explain those clearly, that how we're going to achieve, if you're going to bring it back for us to approve the non-recommended reduction, it's important that to be a walkthrough from what was adopted, what was proposed, what was the county executive recommendation, and what was that we are recommending as non-recommended deductions. This way, it would be clear for the board that where we are, that we can understand what we are approving it. Right now, I'm confused. I don't know what we are proposing.
Yeah. Yeah, so, why don't we do this? You understand our concerns, and like, how do we get from in D11, which is 17,971, 519, then if the difference between that and the county executive change of 10,272, 292, whatever that difference is, and then how is that divided up? So we won't have time to do it over this, but if you can come back to us, yes.
So for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. So this is just intended to be a high level. Here's what we got from the county executive and how it compares at a high level. We're actually scheduled to come back to you next week, where we'll go through the parks budget, the planning budget, and NCAS budget, and we'll go through much more detail and start talking about the non-recommended reductions then.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation, and we'll look forward to next week's presentation. Thank you. And we'll just take a 2-minute break and start with item 6, Bradley Hills Conditional Use Number CU 202411, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmittal of comments to the hearing examiner. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Bradley Hills Conditional Use Number CU202411, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmittal of comments to the hearing examiner. This morning, we have Adam Bossi of the Planning Department presenting this report, and then we'll follow by the applicant, okay? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Planning Board. Again, Adam Bossi, lead reviewer for this project with the Down County Planning Team. Thank you for the warm introduction. This is staff's overview for item number 6, the Bradley Hills Animal Hospital conditional use. So today we're speaking about a location that's on Bradley Boulevard in the west side of Bethesda. This is just south of the I-270 interchange with the Capitol Beltway. And this is in the Bethesda Chevy Chase master plan area. This is a neighborhood of primarily single-family homes, all in the R200 zone. Conditional use requirements for the zoning ordinance do put a focus on neighborhood compatibility of proposed uses and do put a check on making sure that uses that aren't permitted by right aren't oversaturating an area. So the neighborhood circled here is a staff-defined area, not an applicant-defined neighborhood as noted in the staff report, so I do want to put that correction out there on the record. There are 3 existing special exceptions nearby as highlighted in this image here. These are for an electrical substation, a private school, and a lodge. Bradley Hills Animal Hospital, now, which is now operating under a home occupation certificate, would be the 4th conditional use in the neighborhood should it be approved. So this is a small veterinary practice that operates out of a portion of a single-family house. The house was originally developed in 1951. We see that image over here on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side of the screen we see the neighborhood as it looks now, and a lot has changed since 1951, not only with the landscape around the property, but also with the zoning ordinance. The veterinary practice, as we understand it, started in the property in the 1970s, so 20 years after the house was built, and has operated out of a portion of that ever since. And that's operated under various home occupation certificates issued by the Department of Permitting Services. The most current one was issued in 2000. That's still valid, and the operation still functions under that today. And so this conditional use application is really about the applicant seeking to ensure the business, the veterinary office, hospital use can continue to offer services out of this location into the future. The current home occupation certificate is non-transferable, whereas conditional use approval would be. So in our staff report regarding the proposal, you'll see us reference section 59771A of the zoning ordinance a lot. This is the exemption section that allows for existing structures, site design, and uses that existed prior to October 30th, 2014 to be deemed conforming with current requirements as long as there are no changes to the property, its features, or its uses. So the site that we see here, the site features shown on the plan here are existing, and this application proposes no changes to those. So it does meet the exemption provisions of the zoning ordinance, the site features, as well as the existing uses. And the Department of Permitting Services did confirm the applicability of the exemption provision, and that is noted in an attachment to the applicant's statement of justification. Key features of the property that we do see here that are existing and again proposed to remain, we have the residence in yellow, the veterinary clinic in orange, and its associated parking area out in front of it between the buildings and Bradley Boulevard. Here's a street view image of the property looking in from Bradley Boulevard. You can see the site features that I just mentioned, the animal hospital residence and parking lot. This picture was taken a little bit earlier in the year. I wish I took one yesterday. There's a lot of blooming plants, flowers, and trees out there. It looks really, really lovely. Beautiful magnolia tree out front. So tying the existing conditions back to compatibility with the neighborhood, as you can see here, the property is covered with a lot of mature landscaping. Conditions are well set. They haven't changed in a long time, and again, are proposed to change now. An acoustical study was completed as part of this application, which showed that the biggest noise generator with this use was actually road traffic from Bradley Boulevard. So that was more significant than any noise generated by the use itself. The applicant submitted 35 letters of support from clients of the Bradley Hills Animal Hospital, including from a direct abutter and a neighbor across the street. They were all very warm, loving, and quite supportive of continuation of this use as a conditional use. Overall findings from the staff report do show that the proposed continuation of the veterinary office hospital use at the subject property is in general conformance with the associated development and use requirements of the zoning ordinance, as well as the Bethesda Chevy Chase master plan. There do not appear to be any negative impacts to the operation in the surrounding neighborhood, and staff does support an alternative compliance request that is included with this to retain the two driveway configuration. That's something, it's there, it's existing, it's functioning well. And essentially, if it's not broke, we don't think it needs to be fixed. I do have a couple of corrections to conditions to point out. These are conditions 1B and 1F as shown here. There are a maximum of 7 employees, not 6. That does include the veterinarian. And we thought striking the language out here regarding the resident living on the property with the use was a little bit over restrictive. We thought having this flexibility in there for both the residential use and the veterinary use to be separated. The findings of the for the conditional use aren't linked to that like a daycare is, where it has a resident requirements. That doesn't apply here. So overall, staff is pleased to recommend approval of the conditional use with the conditions included in the staff report with the corrections to condition 1B and 1F as noted here. And again, just noting that the neighborhood that we saw is staff defined rather than applicant defined. And we do recommend transmittal of the board's recommendation to the hearing examiner. With that, I'll conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be it no public testimony, would the applicant like to make a testimony?
Sure. Yeah, good morning. Nice to see everyone this morning. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Rogers with the law firm of Lurch, Early & Brewer. Pleasure to be here on behalf of the Bradley Hills Animal Hospital today. With me here today is Dr. Weiss and Patty Brown on behalf of the petitioner, Pat LeVay with MHG, petitioner, civil engineer, and my colleague, Bill Commoners. Before we begin, I did just want to thank staff. This is a unique application, and we really appreciate all their effort and hard work to review the application and to get us to the board so expeditiously. Particular thanks to Adam Bossi and Katie Mancarini, who, as always, have done a truly phenomenal job. I'd just like to turn it over to Dr. Weiss to say a few words, and then I have a few concluding remarks. You got to hit the green button.
My thanks to the
button.
Okay. Want to reiterate my thanks to the staff for the review of the application. I've been practicing veterinary medicine for the last 34 years and have owned and operated Bradley Hills Animal Hospital since I purchased it in 2000. It's been a pleasure serving the community and getting to be part of the legacy of this property, which extends back into the 70s when my predecessor first established it as a full-service veterinary hospital on the property. We hear all the time from clients and neighbors how grateful they are that there's a veterinary hospital in their neighborhood. This is really a great location and everything runs smoothly. So there's nothing operationally we want to change at all. We're really just seeking the conditional use just to ensure that there's ability to transfer the practice in the future when I decide to retire, which that day will come eventually. I want to ensure the practice can continue to serve the surrounding community well into the future, like I did when I took over from my predecessor. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Dr. Weiss mentioned, we're not seeking any modifications to the existing site, improvements, the existing building, or the operations. We are really just seeking to formalize this longstanding use of the property that's existed for the last 45 years under the regulations of the current zoning ordinance. So the zoning ordinance now permits this as a conditional use in the R200 zone, whereas we're operating under a home occupation certificate. And as Dr. Weiss alluded to, they met with DPS early on to figure out what the best mechanism was for transferring this in the future, and they recommended that we just kind of clean it up under today's zoning ordinance with the conditional use. So that's what we're here today to do. There will be no changes to the hours of operation. We'll continue to provide veterinary care support by appointment only, Monday through Saturday. And the existing use, which was there when the master plan was first adopted in 1990, will continue to be in conformance with the goals and recommendations of the master plan by providing community-serving needs that the master plan seeks to encourage. As demonstrated by the significant numbers of support in the record, Bradley Hills Animal Hospital has become an integral part of the community, and this conditional use will ensure that it can remain that way well into the future. So in conclusion, I would just note that we agree with staff's recommended conditions of approval as modified before the board today, and agree with staff's findings and analysis that the conditional use meets all of the requirements in the zoning ordinance for the hearing examiner to approve the conditional use, and respectfully request the board's recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments? Dr. Weiss, you have a lot of support from your constituents. You're definitely needed in the community. So we really appreciate all your hard work and you having a practice that has been there so long. So if no other,
I do have one
okay.
comment. I just want to make sure that the restriction on employees doesn't limit the doctor from having interns or volunteers, because if he goes to sell the practice and there needs to be a transition phase with regards to a new purchaser who wants to come in and work with the doctor prior to the transition, and his want to mentor future veterinarian students. I'm concerned about the limit on number of employees, because I know a lot of vet practices have volunteers, and then also students who are training to become veterinarians. And so limiting the number, I think sometimes might be problematic, and I don't want to frustrate his practice by limiting it too much.
No, thank you, Commissioner Bartley. I think that that's a wonderful point, a wonderful observation, and something that we can certainly capture in this condition if the board so feels that way.
I'm sorry, Elsa Heisel McCoy, Chief, Dunn County Planning, for the record. Because I'm not sure if those would be considered employees, I would recommend, so the staff report with the conditions as posted is being sent up to the hearing examiner. I think in the letter, we can raise it as a point, and then when the hearing examiner does their deliberation, they'll be in a position to determine whether or not this condition would need to be changed at her stage. But so I would suggest putting it as a mention in the letter. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, great. And so what I understand is that the only sort of exemptions or you're looking for is this to keep the 2 curb cuts. Is that correct? And then was there a setback piece to being, there are no setback issues. Okay. Oh, great. So do I have a motion to approve the submitting the conditional, transmitting the request for conditional use number CU 202411 to the hearing examiner with the included conditions in the staff report with these changes made here, and putting in the letter to the hearing examiner for them to consider allowing additional staff for interns and stuff like that.
Yep, move to approve all the comments the chair just made.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. We look forward to your continued practice. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break again and go to item number 7, Joan Ann Lilac Elementary School Mandatory Referral MR 2024007 and Forest Conservation Plan F 20240370, where staff is recommending approval with recommendations and transmittal to the Montgomery County Public Schools for approval with conditions of the Forest Conservation Plan. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Joanne Lelec Elementary School mandatory referral number MR 2024007 and Forest Conservation Plan number F20240370. Public hearing where staff is recommending approval with recommendations and transmittal to the Montgomery County Public Schools and approval of the conditions of the Forest Conservation Plan. This morning we have Adam Bossy here to present this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning again, members of the Planning Board. With me here today, too, is Ms. Magdalene McLean from the Parks Department, who will speak about some of the park aspects of this project in a few minutes. And I also just wanted to introduce the folks from the applicant team here, or recognize that they're here, too, Mr. Ken Futch and his consultant team. So as you mentioned, this is staff's overview presentation for item 7. The mandatory referral and final forest conservation plan for Joanne Lelec Elementary School at Broad Acres. This is a proposed capital improvement project by Montgomery County Public Schools to provide a new elementary school to replace an existing well-loved facility. And I'll be speaking about the proposal from the planning lens, and again, Ms. McLean will talk about the parks aspects of it. Just as a bit of context, mandatory referral applications are for public development projects, typically for buildings and other infrastructure, like a new public school building. These applications have a 60-day review window, so that's about half the time of a site plan when we look at those. Planning Board recommendations to MCPS on the mandatory referral are advisory, and your decisions regarding the Forest Conservation Plan, as well as activities on parkland as the park owner, are binding. So the location that we're speaking about today is in the southeast corner of the county. This is in East Silver Spring. More specifically, the site is located on Beacon Road. This is off of New Hampshire Avenue, close to the county line with Prince George's County. University Boulevard and the Long Branch area are to the left or to the west on this image here. And New Hampshire Avenue is toward the right, and the White Oak area is just north of the Beltway, just to kind of acclimate you a little bit. The school site and properties to its north are generally zoned R60 for single-family residential dwellings, and that's shown in the small inset image on the lower left portion of the slide. And properties generally to the south, shown in a brown tone there, are in the R20 zone for multifamily residential housing. This wedge of East Silver Spring, again situated between University Boulevard, New Hampshire Ave, and the Beltway, does score highly as a disadvantaged area on our Community Equity Index in pretty much every metric. So seeing a major public investment to improve a community-serving facility here is really a great thing. The existing school site shown, the existing school is shown in the middle of the image here. This is a single-level school building. It occupies the western 2/3 of the property. This elementary school started serving the community around 1950, and in its 70-plus years, the building was expanded several times, has undergone several renovations. The building's capacity is currently at 723 students. Enrollment is closer to 800, and portable classroom units have been making up that difference to provide space for those students. All of that results in the building that we see here today. This school is very much a part of the fabric of this neighborhood. MCPS reports over 70% of the students enrolled do walk to school, walk or bike. Presumably, many of them are coming from the 1,000-plus units, again, of the garden-style apartments that are located just south of here. Another long-standing local institution that we see on the screen here is the St. Camillus Parish that's located across Beacon Road to the east. The parish campus is home to the church and seminary buildings, Victory Oak Senior Housing, St. Francis and St. Francis International School. And finally, to the north and west of the school are the Broad Acres Local Park and Northwest Stream Valley Park, both owned by the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. An area of Stream Valley Forest does extend onto the southwest corner of the property, and the northeast corner of the property, the northeast corner of the school's parking lot is located on a portion of the Broad Acres Local Park property under a long-standing agreement between the schools and parks. So this proposal is for the redevelopment of the school site. This is to include the removal and replacement of everything that's there, and building a new school building, parking lot, outdoor play areas, as well as the other site features for the school. The new school and the new parking facility are going to be designed to serve up to 925 students. Excuse me, the parking will be increased from about 69 spaces existing to 116 spaces. And car and bus traffic on the property is going to be separated, with buses getting their own loop. During construction, students will be moved to different schools. MCPS, who's here today, could provide some additional information about any interim plans that they do have for that. Stormwater management facilities are located around the site under the proposed condition. Under existing conditions, the site has very limited stormwater treatment. The school is also going to be incorporating a large geothermal system for heating and cooling. Rooftop solar and other sustainable building practices are incorporated into the design. The portion of Broad Acres Local Park where the school currently has parking will continue to be used for parking and some stormwater management, which Ms. McLean will speak to in a moment. So this proposal retains and improves upon the existing two driveway access configuration that exists out there now, with access at the site's southeast corner. The southernmost driveway, kind of shown in an orange tone here, is for a bus loop, and the northern driveway will access the main parking lot. That's going to be for vehicles. And again, this new parking lot is larger than what's existing. It also does include queuing space along the curb, kind of shown in that blue tone, for about 12 cars for pickup and drop off of students, and the parking lot in the drive aisles can accommodate queuing for, I believe it was another 23 or so vehicles. The parking lot's also going to include ADA accessible spaces, some EV chargers, as well as dedicating 5 spaces to Broad Acres local park users. Access is also going to be improved for students who walk or ride their bikes to school. The existing sidewalks on the school site will be replaced with ADA accessible sidewalks. Curb ramps and crosswalks on Beacon Road adjacent to the school are also going to be improved in a similar manner. And the school is going to provide 40 bike racks proximate to the entrance of the building. So here we have an illustrative image of the eastern facade of the proposed building. This is what will face Beacon Road. The main entrance for the new building is shown with the school name and sign right there, and that's also accented by the darker tone paneling and a glass atrium next to it. There'll be a landscape plaza right outside the front door between that and the school bus loop and the student pickup drop-off area. Let's see, on the left side or south side of the building, as we see it here, there will be a 3-floor classroom wing. This will be the tallest part of the building where it reaches a max height of 44 feet. On the center of the building, there'll be 2 open-air courtyards, and then on the right side or the north side of the building does step down in height where the new gym, cafeteria, some additional learning spaces, as well as offices and back-of-the-house support services are going to be located. We have a couple more images of the building here. The top image is of the southern facade of the building. This will face the Northwest Park Apartments. And the lower image is of the northern facade of the building. This will face toward Broad Acres Local Park. On the left side of that lower image, we see where most of the loading and service activities are going to be. We have the green dumpsters, just a good reference point. And on the right side of the building, that will be where the cafeteria and gym and some of those back-of-house services are going to be. That's coincidental with that large, the cafeteria is coincidental with the large glass pieces that we see in the middle, and the gym is coincidental with the blue paneling that we see on the far right side of the image. Final forest conservation plan for the development was concurrently reviewed with the mandatory referral. The plan reflects removal of larger trees and a bit of forest area, mostly near the site's southwest corner, and those impacts were unavoidable with the redevelopment. The plan also provides for a forest conservation easement on about 1/3 of an acre, again at that southwest corner of the property where retention of forest that's contiguous with the stream valley forest is of high value. Hence the high priority forest note here on the plan. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. McLean to talk about some of the parks issues.
Great, thanks, Adam. Good morning. For the record, my name is Maggie McLean with Montgomery Parks, the Park Planning and Stewardship Division. Today I'll be presenting on Montgomery Parks analysis and conditions for the proposed project at the Joanne Lilac Elementary School and the resulting impacts to Broad Acres Local Park. And I know staff have previously reviewed with you all the concept review process that projects impacting parkland have to undergo prior to the applicant submitting for mandatory referral. And I think the most recent example of that was for the Bowie Mill Bike Path project. And similarly to that, prior to this mandatory referral, Montgomery Parks has coordinated with MCPS during the concept review process. And so I'll be just discussing the results of that coordination on these few slides, as well as the conditions for continued coordination during the subsequent park construction permit process. So Broad Acres Local Park is just under 11 acres and is impacted as part of this project because part of the elementary school's parking lot is located on land owned by MNC PPC and is part of Broad Acres Local Park. And then as you can see on the aerial image on the slide, the park also borders the elementary school to the north and to the west. And while there are no anticipated impacts to the Northwest Branch Stream Valley Unit 3 Park, I did just want to acknowledge its proximity here because you can see it just to the southwest of the elementary school and that park parcel below that of Broad Acres. But there are no anticipated impacts to that park unit. And then, boop. Broad Acres Local Park hosts a variety of recreational amenities. These include a hard surface loop trail, a playground, 2 softball fields, 1 soccer field, and a half-court basketball court. And like Adam had mentioned previously, one thing that's important for us to consider when we're speaking about these amenities is that the project area, that the Community Equity Index, or CEI, labels the project area as being highly disproportionate, disadvantaged. And so this is especially important to us from a parks perspective because it really emphasizes the benefit and the importance of keeping this park open and maintaining community access throughout the length of this project. And so in terms of impacts to Broad Acres Local Park, the park will remain open throughout all phases of this project, and that will include access to the fields, to the trail, as well as to the playground. However, there will be no designated on-site parking for Broad Acres Local Park while this project is under construction, and that's simply because the shared parking lot that's currently used for park access is going to be demolished and then rebuilt and reconfigured as part of this project. However, the park will remain open to the surrounding community. There are no anticipated tree impacts on parkland for this project, and in terms of improvements to the park, this project will increase safe access into Broad Acres Local Park. We've heard about the significant parking limitations at this shared use parking lot as it's currently configured. However, following project completion, there will be 5 dedicated parking spaces that are designated with signage specifically for access into Broad Acres Local Park. And this will also include 1 ADA accessible space, and you can see the proximity of these spaces to the entrance to the park as designated by the purple star that's on the slide. Additionally, there will be a designated access path for parks maintenance vehicles, and that's shown on the left-hand portion of that image designated by the orange star. This access path will have a collapsible bollard as well to regulate that vehicular access and ensure that it's just parks vehicles that can utilize that path and have a ability to get in from the paved parking area into the park to conduct their routine maintenance. Additionally, the aesthetics of the park entry plaza will be enhanced with the installation of 2 planted stormwater facilities. Those are shown on either side of the sidewalk as you approach the park entry plaza. Following project completion, school parking will be retained on parkland, similar to how it currently exists. And as this process progresses, there will be additional permitting through the Department of Parks that's required, which I'll speak just a bit more to on this next slide. So with that, and following discussion and coordination with MCPS, Montgomery Park staff recommend approval with the following conditions. First, construction plans must be submitted to the Department of Parks as part of the park construction permit process. No work on parkland may occur until an approved park construction permit is issued for this project. 2, Broad Acres Local Park must remain open throughout all phases of this project, and maintenance access and use of public amenities are to remain available to the community throughout the length of this project. 3, MCPS will provide Montgomery Parks with a designated maintenance access into the park, along with a collapsible bollard to regulate vehicular access. 4, their 5 designated parking spaces must be reserved adjacent to the park entry plaza for access into Broad Acres, and there shall be signage installed by MCPS indicating this designation. And then 5, an agreement must be finalized to formally codify that MCPS will be responsible for the structural and non-structural maintenance for the 2 stormwater facilities that will be constructed on park property. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'll pass it back over to Adam.
All right, just speaking to community correspondence, we did receive some correspondence on this project. The first bit came from St. Camillus Parish. The concerns that they shared were generally with the new school building, its massing height, site access, parking queuing, and some of those construction-related impacts. Our response, we were able to go meet with Father Jordan out on site. I believe it was at the end of January. We had a good discussion and exchanged some emails and information after that. We also received some emails regarding labor sourcing for the project, which we did share with Montgomery County Public Schools for their consideration. As we move toward completion here of our presentation, I do want to offer one correction or bring up one correction. This is with recommendation number 7 for the mandatory referral. This would just replace the word must with should because these are recommendations and not conditions, so just a minor language adjustment. And then finally, in conclusion, staff is pleased to recommend approval of the mandatory referral with Parks binding conditions and the planning board recommendations and transmittal of those comments to MCPS. Staff is also pleased to recommend approval with conditions of the final forest conservation plan. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bossy. We have one person to do public testimony this morning. Father Brian Jordan is online. Mr. Jordan, would you like to provide your comments, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the board. It was a great honor and a pleasure to meet Adam Bossy for the on-site visit in late January. We at St. Camillus Parish, we intend to be partners in this project. We want to help as much as we can, and it's a great honor and a joy to have a progress to have a new public elementary school. And I've been told this will be the
Excuse me,
largest
Father.
public
If you could turn your camera on, if it's available, that would be great. If it's not working or you can't turn it on, just continue speaking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's not working. I apologize.
Okay, no problem.
It's working.
It's working now, so there we are. We see you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay on the camera, but I appreciate that. We want to be partners very clear. I know I have a short time for testimony. We met with our parishioners and constituents from Northwest Apartments and Hampton West. There was concern about traffic congestion, and we believe that will be. We met also with Mr. Ken Futch and Chris Marrow yesterday. Chris Marrow is from the Gilbane Company. Has been hired by, I assume, by the school board or the county. We're not sure, and we want to work out any type of details for this noteworthy project. The second concern is regards to air quality. Air quality, since we have a very old building here at St. Camillus School, St. Anne France International School, and we know there might be possibility of asbestos going on there. So we made my concerns known to Mr. Futch and Mr. Merrow in regards to the concerns about air quality for that. A primary concern, we shared this with Adam Bossy and his colleague, that since this is the largest public elementary school in Montgomery County, and Montgomery County is probably the more well-known county in the state, we hope and assume that this will be open for union building trades. At the meeting we had, once with the town hall meeting, Mr. Futch said that will be prevailing wage. We met with him yesterday, along with Mr. Marrow. There was just maybe hesitations on the prevailing wage. And we hope and pray that this will be not only prevailing wage, but union contractors can help be part of this noteworthy project, which is going to be, as I said before, the largest public elementary school in Montgomery County, and many of our parishioners and residents are members of our unions. And from there, I conclude my statement.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. We'll now go to the applicant, Montgomery County Public Schools. would you like to make any statement or address some of the questions, and please address the questions that, that the father had regarding traffic, air quality, and the unions, please.
Good morning. We met with the church on yesterday, and we addressed the concerns concerning the air quality. The project, in terms of the construction, will be demolished in accordance with OSHA standards with all of the precautions, with the safety of the community being at first, with the first priority. Relative to the union, the job will be bid utilizing prevailing wages.
Could you please introduce yourself? For the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Ken Fudge.
Thank you so much. And then I have a other question, and then I'll have the other commissioners. So I understand that the parking, just out of curiosity, how do you determine how many parking spaces you need? And is that, is there a guideline for it? And then is there a minimum or a maximum by code or that you follow? Could you just go through?
Good morning. Sean Lindeman with Clark Azar and Associates. We are the civil engineer for the team. So generally for most MCPS elementary schools that are fit out for the maximum, which is around 700 students, MCPS provides 100 parking spaces. As mentioned, this is actually larger than any other elementary school in Montgomery County. So we have gone and supplied a few extra spaces. I think we're at 116. We anticipate that those will most likely all be filled, with the exception of the 5 for parks.
So currently there are around like 65 or 68 spaces.
Right. And
what's the current utilization of parking there?
It's fully used, and if you go there, all the street parking is taken anytime you drive down that area. So trying to get all of the MCPS employees on MCPS's property is a priority.
Thanks.
You know your business better than we do, but also we would think that with the upcoming Purple Line, which is would just be a few blocks away, that hopefully that would help create less need for parking. But we will see, I guess, when the Purple Line opens. But maybe that could be a good gauge for you after the Purple Line to see if there is less need for parking. Okay. I have no other questions or comments. It's great that you guys are building a new school there. It obviously is very definitely needed and modern, and all the green features that we're really excited about. Will the students be using? Is there some relationship with parks with using the? What do they do? Do they go outside, and when they go outside, do they have recess days? And what do they do?
Yeah, students currently use playground adjacent to the school, as well as the fields on park and planning property, and they will continue to do that. It's a little bit safer now. We don't have parking lot between the school and the park, so there's free, safe access from the students to the school to the park.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my name is Jim Detterman. I'm with Craig Galton Davis Architects.
Any questions or comments? Yeah.
Go ahead, Major.
I was wondering in regard to the park space, the school is right now occupying some of the park space. Did you give a thought that to reduce the footprint, maybe go a little bit higher or extend the height in the area that is lower, and also consideration for having less parking, that, we could release some of the park space and make it green space to be available. That would be a chance that right now to reduce, because right now what is occupied the park is parking and stormwater management. And I'm thinking that was it given enough thought that those reduce the footprint, that we could give the park property back to be green?
So the classroom side of the building is already 3 stories. You can't really go above that for an elementary school. It's not really desired. Do you want to speak to building on top of the lower spaces? They're talking about like on the gym side and the multi-purpose. Because those are like double high ceilings.
Right. So we're able to take the classroom wing and make that a 3-story wing. There are places in this country that would be shocked by a 3-story elementary school building. But we do it in Montgomery County because of the density and because of the need. All of the other spaces are spaces that really need to exist on 1 story. Cafeteria, because it has a gym with a lot of delivery and trash that goes out. The gymnasium, these are large span spaces, so the structure above it is very large. To put anything on top of a large span space would make it extremely expensive. We're already at the limit of what the budget will allow. So we've taken very good care to make sure that only the spaces that need to be on the 1-story block of the wing are there, and everything else is in the 3-story space. We do think it's the most compact way to do this building that also is very safe. We do have courtyards that are between the 2 wings of the building. The school was very interested in that because that can be safe play space for particularly the younger students. So in all the different diagrams that we showed the community, they very much loved the courtyards in between the 2 spaces. As you can see from our site plan, we're using every square inch of this site, including some park property as well, just because it's absolutely needed.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, but now that we are going to a lot of urban areas, we think about condensed footprint, and I think that that's the way probably is into the future. I'm not a planner, but in a lot of areas we are trying to make the density higher to allow for more open space and less parking, if that's possible.
I just have one quick question with the access to the local part from particularly the apartments, but along Beacon Street. The pedestrian access is going into the school, not across sort of this down along the street. Is that what I'm getting from the memo in the report? It's like, how do kids get from the apartment to the park is basically my question.
So I think it's generally they're coming up either through the school parking lot now, if they're coming from the apartments, or they're coming up Beacon Road. On this image here, you can see there's a gate there.
Yeah.
That portion of Beacon Road is on the property with the St. Camilla's and St. Francis International School, but it's an open pathway that, at least when I was out there a couple times, I watched a bunch of kids
But I mean,
go that way.
the frontage along Beacon doesn't have sidewalks and stuff on the north side, on the school side. Is that correct? That go all the way
On the
to
north side of the school, going up from the school, no, there's no sidewalks there, but that's coincidental to where Beacon Road is private and gated.
Okay.
I have one more question. Sorry, I forgot to ask that. You said that 70% of the people walking. Have we looked at around the school to make sure that all the walking and biking routes are safe and are there? Because that's very important in a community that are all walkers.
Yeah, so as part of the review for this project, number one, Katie Mencarini, our transportation reviewer, is here. She can answer any more detailed, or provide more detail than I can, but as part of the proposal, they did have to look at transportation network problems and potential enhancements in the general area of the school. Some were identified in terms of, challenges with either vehicular issues or pedestrian issues. The things that the school is proposing to do are some of the sidewalk and crosswalk improvements really most proximate to the building. The study that they did does identify other issues kind of further away from the school that the school is not responsible to address. I don't know if that answers your question.
But Did you coordinate it with DOT because they have safe route to school and they have Vision Zero, so they could put those in their program?
Yes, so that review was coordinated with MCDOT, SHA, as well as Prince George's County Planning Department, their transportation folks as well, given the proximity to the county line.
So along the same lines, thinking about kind of walkability both to the school but also to the park, considering that it sounds like many students or many people from the apartment community would likely be kind of going through the parking lot to the park, just the more direct way of getting there instead of kind of going up to the gate on Beacon and then cutting to the left. Can you talk us through some of the considerations around just access through the parking lot for pedestrians and what that looks like with the redesign, if there's going to be safe routes? It's going to be a much larger parking lot, is from what we're hearing, unless, we can find a way to reduce that. But, parking lots, especially for kids, can be dangerous places. So it'd be nice to hear what consideration is being given to walking through that for kids going to the park.
So I think the most obvious one is the sidewalk that's going to route from Beacon Road up along the front of the school building, past the bus loop, past the parking lot, over to the school. You can kind of see it coming up on the lower left corner of this image here along that stormwater bay. There's a crosswalk then crossing the street to the path over to the park. So this does create an ADA accessible route that kind of goes along the inner edge of the parking lot near the building to provide that access there. We did make a recommendation, and again, it is just a recommendation for sidewalks to be continued up Beacon Road to try to improve access to the park. But again, that's just a recommendation. What the school's provided, most directly speaking to your question, is that ADA accessible sidewalk that would come up from the southeast corner of the site to the park.
Great, thanks. That's helpful. And looking at the area, this is outside the scope of this project, but I'm just curious about the context. Thinking about the apartment community just to the south, there's obviously the Northwest Branch Trail, kind of going along the river or creek, whatever the terminology might be in that place, and then a large area of forest kind of buffering before you get to the park. Are there any plans or ideas about kind of more direct access via a trail that we're aware of from the apartment community, either to the park, to the Northwest Branch Trail, just kind of better access for people walking around from that community in our plans at this point?
Thank you for your question. To my knowledge, there are no current or future plans for a trail connection that would connect, the trail at Northwest Branch SVU 3 into Broad Acres Local Park and then loop into the current trail at Broad Acres.
Though I would add, I don't think I've identified myself for this item, Elza Heisler McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. The Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan is looking at this area, so that's exactly the kind of thing that we'll be looking at during that plan process.
Thanks.
I'm excited about the new school and the fact that you're going to increase the size of the school to capacity beyond what it is currently for the future growth of the community, and it looks like something that will revitalize that area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval with recommendations to transfer to the Montgomery County Public Schools? This is the mandatory referral number MR 2024007 and the Forest Conservation Plan number F20240370.
Okay.
We'll do them separately.
This is separately.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll move that we approve the recommendations for the mandatory referral and transmittal of comments, MR 2024-007.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Do we have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan?
Yeah. I'll move to approve the final Forest Conservation Plan F 2024-0370 with comments, or with conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We look forward to having this new school built. Do you have a sense of, like, the timing?
The schools plan to be open August 2026.
Okay. Start August 20, or?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Occupancy for-
Okay. Occupancy, that's, well, even faster. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we'll take another 2-minute break, and we'll go with item number 8, urban loading and delivery management study briefing. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, the Urban Loading and Delivery Management Study Briefing. Mr. Elza Heisel-McCoy will give that to the board this morning. Welcome, Elza.
Great, Chair Harris. Members of the board, thank you very much. Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record. I'm here today, as advertised, to brief you all on the Urban Loading and Delivery Management Study. My thing's not changing. My screen's not changing. Picture, if you will. Should I go back out and come back in? Yeah. All right. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Computer says no. I can run through a whole litany of British comedy show references. I want that one. Okay. So again, for the record, Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Dan County Planning for the record, here to brief the board on the results of the Urban Loading and Delivery Management Study. First, I would like to recognize some folks whose leadership and hard work made this possible. This study has been around for a while, has seen the front and the back of COVID, and I would like to recognize Matt Folden and Grace Bogdan, whose hard work and leadership really brought this across the finish line. as well as staff members Stephanie Dickel, Katie Mincarini, Dave Ansbacher, Steve Aldrich, Andrew Bossi at MCDOT, Amanda Farber with the East Bethesda Citizens Association, the Bethesda Downtown Implementation Advisory Committee, Jeff Burton at the Bethesda Urban Partnership, and the other many public and private stakeholders and participants whose contributions and, shall I say, encouragement helped bring this to you today. Okay, so the work on the study began in 2019. I think we've been seeing for the last 10 years and longer a delivery shift from business to business and consumer, to business to consumer, and while loading and deliveries are essential, they're increasingly competing with pedestrians, cyclists, and other vehicles for public right-of-way, and that the lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic are still unfolding, as we're seeing in many areas. The purpose of the study is to identify regional, national, and international best practices and policy options to better balance loading and delivery functions with everyday pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular traffic, and to recommend next steps. So the process, the Planning Board approved the scope of work in November of 2020, and we did stakeholder engagement, best practices review, and some case studies. So the stakeholders, the folks that we talked to, public agencies included MCDOT, the County Department of Transportation, the County Department of Permitting Services, the Police Department, the Bethesda JVH Regional Services Center, and the Bethesda Urban Partnership, all folks involved in the various aspects of on the public side of managing urban loading and deliveries. Community stakeholders included property managers, the Greater Bethesda Chamber of Commerce, the Transportation Management District Advisory Committee, and the Bethesda Downtown Plan Implementation Advisory Committee. And then some really enlightening feedback and interviews with representatives from delivery companies, including Amazon, FedEx, and DHL. There's a lot in the report, which was attached to the agenda item. There's even more in the appendices. I'm going to give an overview of that today. So case studies, we looked primarily, or we looked at downtown Bethesda to identify sort of what the issues are, and then at the board's recommendation at the time, looked at recent infill development sites on the private side to see what potential solutions they might offer. So we looked at the downtown Crown development in Gaithersburg, Nobi Market in North Bethesda, and the Mosaic in Fairfax, Virginia. So what do we mean by loading and delivery? There are many contexts and purposes. What are we delivering, where, how, and how long are the vehicles there? The vehicles range in size and include tractor-trailer trucks, parcel delivery vans, box trucks, postal service vehicles, personal automobiles, and even bikes and other micro-mobility vehicles. Generally, they are relatively short visits and occur either internal to a building or a site or within the public right-of-way. Of course, sometimes both, while we're talking about this. Loading docks typically are inside the building for larger deliveries of goods. These are typically supermarkets and other large commercial uses, or residents moving in and out of multifamily buildings. They can be located immediately off the public street or further inside the building, depending on the size, location, and configuration of the site and building and adjacent streets. And so a couple of weeks ago, we were looking at a project, or the board reviewed a development project on Chevy Chase Drive in Bethesda. And this was a small site. They were not able to provide loading and parking access and a lobby, all on the ground floor. And so they shrunk the building so that they could provide loading in the right-of-way. And especially in infill situations like our existing downtowns, certainly Bethesda and Silver Spring are the ones, the down county ones that I know the best. I think as we get smaller and smaller properties, I think the ability to provide off-street loading is just a limitation. There's just not enough ground there. the number and design of the internal loading docks are set in the zoning ordinance. I'll have a little bit more on that in a moment. In terms of loading and deliveries within the public right-of-way, these are things like passenger pickup and drop-off and food and package delivery, but can also include larger scale deliveries that can create greater disruption. These are generally done on street and assigned to no parking or loading area, in a parking lane, partially or wholly in a travel lane, and even on the sidewalk for bicycle and scooter deliveries, but can also be done in alleys. So the existing frameworks that address loading and delivery management, we have the zoning ordinance that defines the number, location, design, and use of loading spaces. And that's what you see with every multifamily, really with every project that comes before you that has a loading requirement. And then site access, there are also loading management plans, which we've been using more and more on the development review side. And then the county has parking lot districts and transportation management districts that allow for a sort of more organized approach to addressing some of these issues. So the findings, I think, we'll see that the problem is real. We'll go through some stakeholder challenges, talk about enforcement, best practices, and lessons learned from site visits. So as these are all images from downtown Bethesda, the problem is real. The problem is so real that 2 of these images are from Google Street View. You could probably pick, a street right now in Google Street View and find a similar image. Some of these you can see are early morning deliveries for supermarkets. You have multiple trucks. Maybe there's not enough room in the loading dock for all of these trucks. And you see even postal vans, right? They need to be somewhere for a short period of time, and they're going to go to like water. They're going to flow to the place that they can get to most easily, conduct their business, and then move on. But as you see in the bottom right image, which we used on the cover, you have a mismatch, and this is going to be a recurring theme, a mismatch between the way buildings and loading areas are designed and the way the way that the delivery industry is changing, how the economics are changing that, and creating a mismatch between the types of vehicles used for deliveries and the types of spaces they have to go to. So stakeholder challenges, these were from our interviews for public agencies. They're working to balance demands on curb space, parking versus loading. So they're looking to provide the service, which is the parking. In many cases, they're looking to maintain safety, and there's also revenue components. So on-street metered parking that's being used for a brief period of time for loading is somewhere where you can't park and put, a nickel in the meter. Loading docks are sometimes too small when they're available to accommodate large trucks. So maybe when the building was designed, the developer expected X in terms of a size truck. 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, their distributor now uses a larger truck, and you can't retrofit the loading dock. And so you have the situation where you have the truck sticking out of the loading dock. And that the short duration of the disruption hampers enforcement. So if somebody's there to drop off a package, by the time you call the police, for example, for a violation of a no parking sign, the person's only there for 5 minutes, they're gone. There may be somebody else in the same spot by the time enforcement gets there, but it's sort of a constant stream of short interruptions. On the community side, we talked to residents, business owners, and patrons concerned that the loading docks and streets do not accommodate delivery vehicles, and that results in disruption of sidewalk and streets. That delivery vehicles do not use the loading docks, and this is case by case, time of day, a variety of reasons. Businesses have concern about customer parking. They want their customers to be able to pull up right in front, pay their meter, go inside, come back out. If there's a delivery truck, they can't do that. And then there's also it's unclear who and how the existing standards are enforced. For delivery companies, we love our 2-day shipping, and we want our stuff as soon as possible. And that is what's driving a lot of this. And that last mile delivery for delivery companies is high volume, high cost, and is competing for space in the right of way. We were told that fines and tickets are a cost of doing business rather than a deterrent. And that loading accommodations where they do exist are not focused on delivery. So they're not as convenient, harder to get in and out of. Maybe they're already blocked by another vehicle. On the enforcement side, so Montgomery Planning certifies site plans showing that a design is providing the loading facilities required by the zoning ordinance. During permit review, the Department of Permitting Services will ensure that the loading facilities that were approved as part of a site plan are being constructed. The Montgomery County Police Department can issue citations for a violation of traffic laws, and the County Department of Transportation Division of Parking Management in the parking lot districts and the transportation management districts can enforce meters and sign violations and double parking and things of that nature. So in terms of best practices, they really largely fell into sort of signing and striping. So in the top left is a project that DOT, a pilot project that DOT undertook recently. I'm not sure if it's still underway or not, but starting to use curbside delivery, pickup only, sort of loading areas. Folks are using apps so that people who are parking temporarily for loading can essentially pay for their loading space. We have Seattle on the bottom left and Chicago on the right, looking at how to use the area in the right-of-way to safely accommodate all of the different, the trucks, the cars, the pedestrians, the cyclists within that right-of-way. So lessons learned from the site visits, again, to Downtown Crown, Noby Market, and Mosaic. The first is that for larger blocks, consolidated loading areas can serve multiple buildings fed by a network of dedicated alleyways. I think in some ways, on its face, as sort of shown in the image, this relies on sort of greenfield development where you're laying out the blocks and the streets all at the same time. But I think it also points to the potential to have consolidated loading areas on streets that can serve multiple buildings. This is a lesson I learned from the pandemic. Private streets allow greater flexibility to respond to evolving needs. So on the image on the right, these were before the pandemic, before lockdown, these were just regular parking spaces. And during when there was a great kick up in food delivery, parcel delivery, that they were able really just to go out and put down some paint to identify this as not parking area, but a short-term delivery area. And then the third thing we learned is that the problem is still real. So this is, I think, Downtown Crown on the left and Noby Market on the right. And you have a semi blocking a travel lane on the left and sticking out from the loading dock on the right. And so this is an ongoing and evolving problem. So conclusions. I think there were a couple of questions that the study raised. The first is that are current on-site loading standards and practices adequate to current and evolving needs and practices? And how can public agencies accommodate the changing needs of delivery services for approximate short-term delivery space? As we say in the report, from the inside of the building to the public right-of-way, you have the planning department, you have permitting services, you have DOT, you have DPS right-of-way. You have a lot of public agencies that are involved in sort of that section, and we need to work together to come up with a different approach. And that, again, what we found is that it wasn't so much a question of bad actors, but of standards mismatched to current needs and practices. Sort of with the adage that if your town does not have a skate park, your town is a skate park. I think that really sort of bore out in Bethesda in particular. And so stakeholders must collaborate to make it easier for loading and deliveries and other uses to coexist and not focus solely on enforcement of current standards, but to develop new flexible approaches. So recommendations, the study rather, makes 5 recommendations. So the first is to develop loading and delivery management districts, like parking lot districts and transportation management districts. These would have a defined geography and would allow, in this case, the Department of Transportation to plan holistically to address the needs of the district, to identify designated areas and times where deliveries and loading can be prioritized through a variety of strategies to deliver predictable infrastructure. So again, it's striping and signing, but looked at a more holistic level. How can we get efficiency from, this area can serve these 5 buildings instead of just each one doing one. And these could evolve over time to accommodate new development or changes in land use. Standards for loading facilities. So the study recommends reassessing the zoning ordinance standards in light of current practice in terms of vehicle size and other factors. Now, when a project comes in, based on the size of the development, and again, importantly, the size of the site, we had some larger developments in Bethesda where they went from Wisconsin Avenue to Woodmont Avenue, and they included pull-through loading, so they can come in off, I can't remember which way they went, but let's say they came in on Woodmont, they could go out on Wisconsin, they don't have to turn around. That's a great feature. It reduces the amount of backing up onto relatively narrow urban streets, but you need the size of the site to do it. If you have a small corner site, there just isn't the room. There just isn't the room to do it. So I think taking a look at how we're doing it now and how we could do it better would be of use. Visual standards for incorporation into the zoning ordinance are the county standard to provide further guidance on loading facility design. We have visual standards for our roadways, so something similar for loading. These standards could also explore prioritization of requirements for pull-through loading and other innovative solutions. Expand the use of loading management plans. They set clear expectations about loading functions for new development in urban areas. These are conditioned when we do them as part of site plans. They're publicly accessible agreements that can be enforced and identify the appropriate entity for that enforcement. And that planning and the planning department and county agencies should coordinate to develop clear and consistent guidelines for the development and enforcement of those plans. Create a grid of streets and alleys. The pedestrian master plan recommends this along transit corridors. It makes urban areas more safe and walkable. It reduces conflict points with pedestrians along street frontages. But I think it's one thing to do when you have a greenfield development where you're laying out the streets and the blocks. When you're infilling into Bethesda or Silver Spring in a block structure that was created for single-family homes that is now being used to accommodate high-rise multifamily housing, sometimes, again, there just isn't the room for alleys. But I think that we've had, on a project-by-project basis, site-by-site, master plan by master plan, I think we've been working in Bethesda and in downtown Silver Spring, working with DOT to use the alleys when they're there. I want to commend not only our staff, of course, but I think DOT has been very willing and flexible to look at the conditions on the ground, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and we need to make some adjustments, but they've been, I think, good partners in implementing that. Curbside management study. This is one of those projects that I think we've been trying to get going for a while, and it's been an issue of funding and staffing. This study would further evaluate curbside space. The study would be jointly led with MCDOT and address how to effectively manage the curb lane to improve safety, promote economic development, increase access, and support climate goals. So the next steps are to continue to implement the loading management plans through the development review process, to begin and continue conversations with our agency partners to coordinate these efforts, doing the further study that's recommended, and to make sure that we're understanding the public budget and personnel impacts. So I think that is, I think that's what I have. This was a long time coming. I think this is an issue that when we started talking about it 5 years ago, you know, if anything is sort of more real and prevalent today. And I think as urbanized and urbanizing areas of the county continue to develop, it's going to be something that we're going to need to keep up with. And I think, you know, recognize that flexibility is going to be very important because the delivery industry, for lack of a better word, is moving much faster than the construction industry. So yeah, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any of the commissioners have comments or questions?
I just have a comment. I appreciate the forward thinking, and this is one of the many facets of planning that you all take under consideration to make our communities livable and safe. Your analysis was great, and I'm impressed on how you take various information to forecast resolution of issues. So I'm very impressed with this. Thank you.
I have a question. So I have a question. You did talk about, you know, the current standards. I'm wondering that if the current zoning for loading is up to date, because you did talk about, you know, some of the information that you would include into the zoning, but as part of your recommendation, you didn't include looking at the current zoning requirements and see that if we need to do any up-to-date to accommodate the current situation that we have right now. That's one question. And the second question, that is not question, is I really don't know what is included in the loading management plan. I know that this is, again, one of your recommendations. Could you just explain that? But I have heard that term so many times, and usually is on the part of the applicant. But what really is a loading management plan? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So the first is that, you know, the loading, I think it was beyond the scope of this study to dig too deeply into an assessment of the current loading standards in the ordinance. I think there, you know, I think there's this very specific analysis looking at, you know, case studies of building design and looking more specifically at how they're designed, why they're designed, and then looking at how delivery companies, you know, how they determine what trucks they use. So I think there are a lot of other questions that this study wasn't really in a position to take a look at. I think, you know, so the standards are current and that they're in the zoning ordinance now and every project is addressing them. And I think in terms of the requirements, I think as we talked about at the 4702 Chevy Chase Drive project, I think my sense is that the loading standards in the zoning ordinance are comparable to those in other jurisdictions. And I think what we're seeing in practice is that they are, for what they do, they work well, but for what they don't do, for what they don't take into account, they don't do well. And so it's that flexibility. It's, yes, it does this, but how can we also address these other things? So that's the first question in terms of loading standards. In terms of loading management plans, they define when deliveries can occur or when loading can occur. So it's people for multifamily buildings, it's typically when you can move in. That it will include things like the size of the truck. It will require that there's a staff member on site to oversee all move-ins. And so it will address very specifically, really from sort of an operational perspective, how people are going to move in and out of those buildings. I think the only loading management plans that are springing to mind, well, no, so they're typically for multifamily buildings. We had 8280. We had a project that was going to be a biotech lab on Wisconsin Avenue near the intersection of Battery Lane. And that was, you were going to have large trucks delivering lab equipment in essentially a largely residential area. And there was a loading management plan for that looked at, again, all these sort of very specific operational things. So it just sort of, we've done them, I've been reviewing plans here for a long time. We've done them previously in sort of conditions. Loading management plan is a little bit more flexible. To change a condition, they have to come back to the board. For a loading management plan, if it needs to evolve, it can evolve sort of at the staff level. But those are the sort of operational things that.
So if they talk about, so it's something that we require them to have, but we really don't go into the detail, correct? And does it include delivery of, like if you have a 10, 20-story residential or multi-family building, okay, I understand totally moving, but what about delivery? You have a 20-story residential, they have zillions of delivery nowadays. And I think that is the big issue that we see, that constantly a truck stopping and making delivery. I do not know if that's included into their management plan.
They don't, and I think the delivery apparatus is so dispersed that, between Grubhub drivers, Uber drivers, all of the different folks that deliver for the online retailers, there wouldn't, for people moving in, they're going to one place, and you have, the person lives there, and so they can coordinate that. For the drivers, I don't think it's practical to use a loading management plan for deliveries. We have, for some projects in Bethesda in particular, there have been driveways for just pick up and drop off.
Yeah,
and I think,
exactly.
It's I think at a staff level, we've pushed back against that because it's sort of, again, within the right-of-way, you've got sidewalk, you've got parking, you've got bike lanes. There are a lot of things that are happening, and when you do the lay-by lanes, it can create conflicts. But I think what this study showed is that I think a more holistic approach is needed to be able to use the existing right-of-way in a more flexible way so that somebody doesn't have to park in the bike lane because there is, there's a loading area that they can pull off in on the same block, and it's a little bit, it's not around the block, it's convenient. I think the idea is that we need a multi-prong, flexible public space approach.
I just want to make sure that your study would include to look at how to manage this delivery, areas, because it's different than, I guess, that we have to have something to address these deliveries, multiple deliveries.
Yeah, I think the curbside management plan would probably, of the recommendations, the curbside management plan, and perhaps as a way to inform the loading management district recommendation, is again looking at concentrations of office and residential and coming up with places that sort of more naturally accommodate if you have 2 or 3 postal trucks that need to come together to change stuff out or whatever, or, that there's a place set aside for them to do that, to sort of allow them to sort of do what they do rather than trying to punish them for doing what they need to do, is the approach we're recommending.
So first, yeah, thanks for doing the study. I love this stuff because it deals with kind of these inherent conflicts that are existing in the kind of spaces that we're trying to make more of. So it's a huge challenge, obviously. And a couple of questions. I think they come together a little bit. First, I was wondering if it sounds like the recommendations for the case studies were sort of given by the previous board, or they sort of came about because the previous board during those discussions. I was curious if you all considered looking also like a little bit further afield, especially, for example, beyond the U.S. in older cities that very densely populated, small street right-of-ways, places where a lot of delivery and a lot of activity is happening, but in more constrained environments that probably have also obviously had to deal with these. They have much smaller spaces because they're older cities, and so kind of what strategies have they thought of? And part of that is, it leads to my second question, which is like, I'm guessing that in some cases those cities also just have smaller delivery vehicles. So accommodating them is somewhat easier just from a size standpoint. Obviously, there's a lot of activities that they still have management to do. So the size of the vehicle, of course, is often, but not always, often kind of part of the conflict, just with how much space it takes up. It's also, of course, outside of what we can sort of, affect, just given these studies and the policies that we have right now, at least. So the second part of my question is, I was wondering, the conversations you had with, it sounded like Amazon, FedEx, DHL, I was wondering if they indicated any flexibility on their part, thinking about vehicle size, even vehicle type. Like, for example, some areas are experimenting with like e-cargo delivery vehicles in really constrained urban spaces. I believe I heard that, I don't think they actually followed through this, but I believe I heard that Amazon was considering an kind of delivery fleet, e-cargo bike delivery fleet, maybe in the New York area, that I'm not sure if it's actually rolled out or not. But did they express any interest in rethinking vehicle types in our most urban spaces? Obviously, these are national companies and they have a lot of considerations, but I'd be curious what they had to say about that, because I've heard about some pilot programs happening elsewhere.
Sure, thanks for the question. So in the best practices section, I just went sort of through a handful of them here and in the report, but the appendix has a number of additional ones. We looked at sort of international efforts, and a lot of them, still sort of came down to signing and striping. So yes, we did look at those. I think in terms of the alternative delivery vehicles, I think, sort of the last mile is, a problem for deliveries, in every sort of urban place. And I think, the interviews that we did, they talked about, I think there are ideas about sort of having a sort of a transfer hub on the edge of an urban area where larger trucks go in and smaller trucks come out. I think DHL had a small sort of delivery pod vehicle that was actually over at Wheaton Mall. So I think they're looking, but I think it's really a question of economics. And, you need a certain density of, it's almost like you need the sweet spot of, you need enough deliveries to make it worth it, but then if the vehicles are smaller, they can't deliver as many things, and so then you have to send more than one truck or whatever. And so I think they're trying to figure that out. And so they're definitely looking at it, and I think when, again, I think that they're evolving faster than the building industry and planners are evolving.
Yeah, that's good to hear, and those considerations from their perspective, of course, make sense, and it's especially tough when, you have urban areas, their routes probably include a combination of very urban areas, but also like maybe adjacent residential areas as well. So tough to kind of, to your point, hit that sweet spot. But it also makes me wonder if we've ever considered or might consider like a pilot kind of geographic area, maybe just for example, like the heart of downtown Bethesda, where, we create a sort of policy and work with the delivery companies to sort of, as you mentioned, like there's sort of a hub approach where, they make deliveries into the hub just on the outskirts of our geographically defined area, and then they can sort of from there make deliveries using smaller vehicle types, only like within this area that we defined for them. If we've ever considered something like that or might consider something like that in the future.
I mean, two things come to mind. One is that I was in New York City last week, and there's the funny line from the Elf movie where he talks about the yellow ones. The yellow ones don't stop, right? So now it is the bike delivery guys in New York do not stop. There's excellent bike infrastructure, separate lanes, painted lanes, and all the delivery drivers have electric bikes, and they fly down the streets, and that's great because they take up less space. They go and they park at the meter or whatever, and they're in and out. So it's reduced delivery vehicles. So I think that's when you have enough density. That's the one approach, and then. What was the second point? Or my second point, but your first point.
The first point, I guess, just I'm not sure if there was a first or second, but just the main point about
the
sort of
distribution.
Yeah.
So, we've had discussions over, I'd say, the last 5 years or so with Amazon looking for sort of these types of hubs, but for a market like the DC metro area, they're off 270, right? And they're large. They're sort of shopping center size sites, and they have big trucks coming in and small trucks going out, but they're off 270. They're not, there isn't really real estate outside Silver Spring, downtown Silver Spring, outside of downtown Bethesda to do that. They came and asked us, and we tried to think about, we tried to find, land at one point for a stadium, right? There was going to be a stadium in downtown Silver Spring, or not a stadium, NPR was going to move up here. So I think, but a lot of the requirements are too big. So I think we have been having those conversations. I think they found more joy in Mid-County and Up-County for those types of spaces, not so much in the Down-County.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a multi-pronged problem and takes a variety of solutions, and the urban areas have a different than maybe some suburban areas, and also we create some of these conflicting interests because we want this urban environment, the buildings up close, we don't want these driveways, and so we have there creates other problems. I like your idea about this pilot, if there's a way that there could be this pilot, but maybe our area is not dense enough for that, or maybe it is. And then also this thing about there's a mismatch at times between the trucks that really need to go, they can fit in the loading dock and the trucks they send. And so I don't know how and then this issue about enforcement, how can you enforce, that behavior? And, but I love that you're looking at different potential options, and I love the loading management as long as there can be some sort of enforcement. And I love the thing about the curbside management plan, having, if you can get several businesses to agree that this is our area. So and I guess it's an evolving and more looking at how others are doing it. So I appreciate all of that. And so I guess the next thing is just to what are the next steps? Get feedback, continue to get feedback from the others now that this is out there, what others doing, and then keep trying different solutions. I would love, as we do new projects, to have alleys if possible. I mean, that because, now with the missing middle, we're talking some of these things, how having an alley could could help with some of the loading and offloading of, if that can be possible, or newer projects and having plan for alleys as we're doing these new master plans. And so, but I would also like to, what do you think should be the next steps here?
Thanks for the question. So, yeah, again, I think, the loading management plans we've been doing, and so I think doing more of them, and I think working to standardize them. I think having that conversation, there are a lot of conversations, there are a lot of things about which we want to have conversations, and so there's a line. So I think that's one. I think, the curbside management will help. I think there are a lot of competing considerations. And so I think, we've started conversations with our fellow agencies. We've been working with DOT lately to address conflicting sections in the code, in the various codes that apply to the use of public alleys. So I think we're starting with the tools we have and then having conversations to get even more tools. So that's where we're going to go from here.
So a project we approved recently, I believe the applicant got the municipality to take a couple, 3 parking spaces off the street, and maybe not only that could, maybe as part of that curbside management plan, it not only could work for that specific project, but maybe could work for multiple, projects in that block. So how easy is it to get, is it MCDOT with the parking spaces to say, can you remove these 3 and it's going to be a loading, unloading, or it's a drop-off area? Is that simple to do, or is that hard to do?
I think, I'll reference again the Chevy Chase Drive, the project in southern Bethesda that the board saw a few weeks ago, where a couple of parking spaces were taken off to accommodate loading for residents. And you have to make sure that, that doesn't impede fire and rescue. And so I think you're not moving curbs. So again, it's signing and striping, which is a lower infrastructure investment, but there are a lot of things happening that need to be coordinated. So I think, again, our agency partners, I think, have been great to work with. When the need is presented, they're flexible, they're working with us. And so I think the idea is to, in addition to continuing that, looking at it with the loading management districts, looking at it in a more holistic way.
Great. And then if the companies could figure out, or the businesses, how they can match the size of the truck they really need or can accommodate to what comes to the site to either offload or deliver. So I don't have any more questions. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing how this progresses.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we're going to take a lunch break, and it's what time now? And we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay. Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. We're delighted to start the first work session for the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science Work. This afternoon, we have Ms. Lauren Hill to walk us through the first work session. Welcome. And you can introduce your team if you like and begin your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Planning Board Commissioners. My name is Maureen Hill. For the record, planner with the Mid-County Division and lead planner on the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science. I'm joined by my team here, Steve Finley up at the desk with me, but also Luis Estrada, Lisa Gavoni, Alex Rixey, Chuck Hines, and some members that could not be here today. Just to remind the Planning Board really where we're at is in the plan schedule. We're working on the public hearing draft right now. We had our public hearing last week with the Planning Board where people were able to come in and offer testimony. We're actually keeping the public record open through the end of the day today. So the Planning Board received a summary of public testimony, and we will be submitting another summary with our next memo for our next work session. Today, we will, I'll start with an introduction, but then we'll be discussing primarily the life science recommendations around the built social, natural, and economic environment. We will not be addressing, for the most part, the transportation recommendations in this work session, as we will have a session completely devoted to transportation at our next work session. Time permitting, we may also address some recommendations for the other areas outside of the Life Sciences Center. So the board can see the topics. As I mentioned, this is for the first work session. Our next work session on April 4th will be devoted to transportation, and our third work session will be devoted to the opportunity sites, implementation of the Life Sciences Center, and the overlay zone that we have alluded to in the past. Our fourth work session may include recommendations for the other planning areas, will include discussion of the Londonderry recommendations, and may also be a continuation from work session 3. This is our proposal. The work sessions are really for the planning board, so as the planning board sees fit, they can recommend a different direction that we should go in. This is our recommended course, but it can be changed and modified as needed. So we received quite a bit of testimony, both from property owners, from community members, as well as from other county agencies and state agencies. These are roughly when we will be addressing those comments by work session and topic. So a lot of the individual property owners submitted comments about their property. So most of those comments will be addressed as part of work session 3, not in this work session 1. And typically when the way that our team has gone about sharing the testimony with the board is that if we are recommending a change as a result of the testimony received, then we will show that comment or address it directly. There are some comments that we received that we are having meetings with our agency partners because it's more of a clarifying comment rather than a change comment, and then we are not bringing it in as part of our presentation. But the planning board can always ask that we go and address it during our presentation. So you know, any comment that you would like us to see addressed either in a future work session or during this work session, you can let us know. I have lost my mouse. Okay. In terms of the process, we will come to the planning board with our recommended changes to various recommendations. So this is just to note, that when we are removing something, we'll put a strike through in it, and if we are adding language, the recommended addition will be in red. And then if the planning board makes any changes to any of the recommendations, at the next work session, we will recap what the changes were and bring you these slides with the red line. And this is also how it will be reflected when we give you a draft of the red line plan. During the work sessions, we are not planning on bringing non-substantive changes or typos. For example, we got a comment that side path should be side path one word to be consistent with county code. We won't bring that to you, but you will find it in the red line copy. Okay, so that's just the procedures. And I'm going to continue a short introduction and then get into the work session. This is just a reminder of the many plans and policies that have gone into forming the recommendations for this plan and the vision for it, as well as, of course, the community engagement that we've done throughout the plan process. And, you know, all of these have played a part in our recommendations and the direction of the plan, but particularly the overarching principles of Thrive with economic competitiveness, racial equity and social justice, as well as environmental health and resilience. And the plan has really sought to achieve or at least move in the direction of the recommendations and the guidance found in Thrive, such as making this a place that is and continues to be economically competitive at the Life Sciences Center, and by introducing a range of land uses and opening up options of employment to a larger group of people. In terms of racial equity and social justice, really thinking how can we bring the opportunities that exist now as well as future opportunities to a broader range of people by providing not only housing options, but various transportation options and options for businesses that want to locate to this area. And additionally, how do we bring green spaces, how do we bring parks and recreational opportunities to folks near their home that are free of cost? And then finally with environmental health and resilience, increasing on-site clean energy generation has been an important part because this is a unique area in terms of the businesses that are located here and how the way that they use energy, but also incorporating green design in all of the buildings and increasing green cover and tree canopy cover throughout the area. So as I mentioned, for the first part of this work session, we're going to focus on the Life Sciences Center. And the vision that we've said throughout is that this remains a thriving economic hub that's home to a diversity of people, that it becomes a more complete community that has that range of uses, and transform roadways into places where people can connect and meet rather than be separated, as well as continuing to strengthen the economic competitiveness of the area. I'm going to go through just each of these sections and I'll pause. So I'll go through the built environment and then we can pause and talk if there are changes that the board would like to discuss further. The goals as stated in the plan, you can see here that it's to create a life sciences center that's a downtown and that's supported by these diverse options and really achieves that 15-minute living that Thrive talks about. That supports the life science uses with other uses to make it a more complete community, and that overall increases the number of housing units, both affordable and market rate, and creates that multimodal environment where people have options about how they travel in and around the Life Sciences Center. Our approach to land use was really guided by the compact growth and complete communities and 15-minute living found in Thrive. You can see there are two quotes here that speak specifically about how we create those environments in existing suburban single-use areas that is found on page 85 of Thrive. In terms of the housing approach, we are, through this plan, working to implement the principles of Thrive that make housing more affordable and attainable, increase housing production, including affordable housing production, and preserve the existing affordable and attainable housing. We're also building upon a foundation of progressing housing policy over years in Montgomery County, and as well as supporting the regional housing targets, which we have recently, Lisa has been presenting, and incorporating flexibility to respond to the changing market conditions so that it's not too prescriptive. We're not saying it has to be this way, but providing flexibility so that we can continue to adapt as things change. Our transportation approach was specifically guided by Thrive Montgomery 2050, as well as Vision Zero and the Montgomery County Complete Streets Design Guide. And this approach is really, in addition to the policy guidance, one of the things that we've mentioned before is that we're trying to create a place where we can travel to, not just pass through. And that goes into how we design our roadways and how we design not just the roadway, but the connections, the street grid itself, and thinking about street networks as a social space that connect people, not just to destinations, but within the area. I mean, you can see in these pictures here that the streets aren't just about traveling, they're about bringing people together. And as I mentioned, transportation options for everyone, so that whether you are driving, walking, biking, rolling, or taking transit, there are options for you. And that above all, it needs to be safe and comfortable and appealing for the most vulnerable road users. Okay, so now we're getting into the actual recommendations. This, you will see I put page 32, so I have the page number there if you want to refer to it. This comes from the Built Environment section, Land Use, Zoning, and Urban Design recommendations. And we're actually not recommending a change to this recommendation, but I wanted to touch briefly. We have mentioned the overlay zone multiple times in the past, and that will be a subject of a future work session. So just to briefly preview what our thinking is around the overlay zone, so the planning board can have that in your mind as we go through this section, that the overlay zone purpose is really to propose a mixed-use life sciences area and establish consistency in what is permitted, limited uses, and uses that aren't allowed in the overlay zone between the LSC zoning code zone and the CR zone, to eliminate minimum parking space requirements, and then to increase overall development potential through a density bonus that allows increases in the mapped FAR and the maximum heights. So we have a recommendation to rezone all parcels in the Life Sciences Center as shown in Figure 15, Table 1. And the staff, I will show on the next page what the recommendation is, but staff is recommending changing the zoning recommendation for the publicly owned property at the corner of Darnestown Road and Great Seneca Highway to provide more flexibility for future development. This is after conversations with agency partners about the need for flexibility. So currently, you can see in red, our recommendation is, or the recommendation was CR1, which would be a C.5 R1.0, and we are changing, or we are suggesting that the recommendation change to a CR1 C1 R1, so that it could be C or it could be commercial or residential. And this property, it does not even show up on here. It's moved. Is property E, so it's right here where my cursor is right now. And that's the property where we're recommending that change.
Just have one question.
Sure.
So the page numbers are, they're not these page, or these pages, or is it different
They should be those page numbers.
Okay.
So yeah, page 32 is the first part of the built environment section.
That's where the sentence is, but the table's on a different page.
Okay.
34.
And then the table is
Yep.
further down.
For the record, Jessica McVery, Planning Supervisor for the Mid-County Division. So the recommendation that Ms. Hill referenced is on page 32. The corresponding table is on page 36. And the zoning map is on page 35.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Share.
On page 37, we're also recommending a change to our existing recommendations to add or other MPDU obligations as established by code. This was in response to a comment that we received from the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. And then remove unless applying for the density bonus provisions of the Life Sciences Center overlay zone because of some of the changes that we are making to the overlay zone. And I know that the board has not seen the overlay, so it's also possible as we go through this and we talk about these recommendations, we can always come back to them or bring them back into the overlay zone work session as well. So those were the two changes that we're recommending as part of the built environment section for the Life Sciences Center. As I mentioned before, we're not digging into the transportation or opportunity sites, which are also part of that built environment section, until a later work session. We're going to be learning with the planning board about what's the best way to do this. This is, as you all remember, this is a very complex area that involves not only a very meaty life science center, but other areas as well. And at that point, at the third work session, we'll also discuss the testimony as well that we received regarding opportunity sites and transportation.
Can I make a quick
Yeah.
question in this section? So the overlay zone will increase the FAR as long as it has, for all parcels within here, provided it has some life science connection, is that?
So I would like to first say we're still working on some of the details, but the idea is that all of the properties that are in the Life Sciences Center would be able to access increased density, perhaps through a series of public benefits. And it would not just be life sciences. They would not have to have a life sciences component necessarily.
So they would be able to access the increased density even for residential buildings.
residential as well.
Commercial, mixed use that don't have a life sciences connection, all that kind of, because I was noticing within this, the FAR goes from 1 to 3 depending on the parcel within this particular section. And while the height sort of stays, the height requirement sort of stays the same. So that will be accessible not only just to life sciences mixed use, but also other types of mixed use.
That's how we're structuring it now. That can change both internally but also with the board. But the idea is that all of these sites, would have access and ability to pursue higher FARs.
Yeah, I'm good with them. That's good.
And I have a question. I do not know how we're going to discuss the testimony comments in here. I do not know if you're going to show it in later on that, like a grouping of the comments that has been made. At least some of the one that they were major comments that was made, and the ones that we were able to accommodate, and the ones that, we could not, and for that reason, are we going to talk about those, at least for the built I thought that you're going to incorporate the comments section by section. So if this is today, right now we're talking about the built environment, was there any other comments related to the built environment that were major or concern of people that we haven't made, we decided that we're not going to do a change to the master plan? I'm just wondering if you're going to walk us through that. Because there's a lot of comments here.
No, and that's really helpful. I will, so I guess I have two answers to that. And of course, this is also something that we're recommending an approach, and the planning board can suggest a different approach for future work sessions so that we change how we do it. I will say that most of the comments, we received a lot from DOT, so I would say most of them I'm still going through, and I think that probably 80% of the comments we received were from DOT, so a number of those will be addressed in the transportation work session, at least the major ones. In terms of this work session, we did receive some comments that were related to the built environment, and we're going to address some more that were related to the social and natural environment that we will bring in. But in the instances where we felt that they were not either a major comment or that they could be resolved through a conversation with our partner agency instead of a change, that there was a misunderstanding of how our processes worked, then we have not included that in the presentation.
We had some testimony received from some property owners when we were here. And,
Yes.
Sorry,
that will be included in the opportunity sites. All of the property owners who spoke were property owners of one of the sites that we have identified as an opportunity site. So in work session 3, we will be addressing that. So I think if I go back to the beginning of this presentation, which I went through quickly, but here you can see when we plan to address recommendation or testimony from various entities and people who gave us recommendation. So all of the property owners who spoke are listed under work session 3, and we plan to go site by site and address the comments that they made on their particular site. Because most of the comments were not area-wide, were not for the entire life, didn't have to relate to any properties outside of their specific site, we're not addressing them during this work session.
Okay.
We do have some testimony that was about the entire life, like a general comment, and those comments we are, if they were major comments, we are including them in this work session. There are 2 in the environmental, in the natural environment section.
Yeah, I think that from my point of view, I don't know about the other commissioners, I think that it is important for us, if there are any major comments that you are not going to address, we know about it. Because if we hear from other concerned parties, we should be able to provide an answer that why we didn't do those, or why we didn't feel like that we didn't want to incorporate them in the program or in the draft. Thank you.
Could you go back to the slide that showed the overlay, the things you were...
that we were talking about today?
Yeah. Yes. The language about the things that were happening in the overlays. I think it was after.
Apologies, yes.
So just so for my education, in the Bethesda master plan, not in the Tacoma minor amendment master plan, we eliminated the overlay zone because what we were designating already included, those opportunity for those things like retail or commercial and whatever. So you didn't need, and we removed the overlay zone, right? As I recall. So just so I understand here, in this case, where's the language you had? There were some things that were that overlay zone was including. So you're adding the overlay zone because in the actual zoning itself did not include those items. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in this area, in the Life Sciences Center, there are two families of zoning primarily. It's the CR family and then the LSC and zone. And we found that there are inconsistencies in what is permitted and limited use in those two zones. As well as there are certain restrictions in the LSC zone. Something that we mentioned in the past is that the LSC zone limits housing or residential to 30%. So adjusting those, restrictions. And then there are stronger design guidance in the CR zone. So just kind of bringing some of those closer together through an overlay zone, as well as defining some of the public benefits that we hope to see in this area. And and we've, internally we talked about the best way to achieve what we wanted to achieve, and through internal discussions, both within our team, but also throughout the department, the overlay zone seemed to be the most appropriate vehicle for doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And the other, when you, just also for the board to consider, you had the recommendation of the 12.5% MPDUs throughout the zone. So more and more, just the council, there's been this push to make 15% the standard across. So I just wonder, should that be something we consider here, or 15% was for certain policy areas? Could you go over that, Ms.
Sure.
Gavoni?
For the record, Lisa Gavoni, Countywide Planning and Policy. So the housing recommendations and the Great Seneca Plan we were going more of the carrot than the stick approach, but Department of Housing and Community Affairs brought up that there's actually part of the LSC that is under the 15% requirement per the high income planning area requirement. So the board can certainly consider increasing the requirement to certain districts, certain properties, entire plan. But we also may want to postpone this discussion until we talk about the overlay zone.
Okay.
During implementation, we can certainly come back to
Okay.
this if
Great.
the board wishes.
That would be great if you can come back. Yeah, okay.
Can I just ask a question that
Sure.
if we increase the percentage of 12.5 to 15%, does that, this is a question because I don't know, educational question, does it make the remainder of the units less affordable? Because, when they have to do more MPDU, they probably have to increase the cost for the other units, that when we want to make everything more affordable for all levels. So my question is that if we push everything to 15%, how is it going to impact the affordability for all the levels for the housing within at least that development?
That's a great question, and that's one of the overlying thoughts about inclusionary zoning. Does it increase the cost of the market rate units when you're having this mandatory set aside? In Montgomery County, we kind of have two ways, or I guess, well, there's more than two, but two main ways we offset the increase to 15%. So even if the property or the plan, it requires a 15%, you get a 22% bonus density for providing 15%, even if it's required. You also get public benefit points. You also can get additional height to compensate for having to provide additional MPDU. So there's built-in incentives in the code to kind of balance the increase in inclusionary zoning.
I thought those incentives would be if you go above what is required.
Sure, so it's that usually how it is for everything except for MPDUs in the code. When we changed the law in 2018, we had just finished a series of Minot County plans, the White Flint 2 and Rock Spring, where we said we wanted you to provide 15%, but we would give you all of the goodies to do it. So it was really hard to then 2 months later take that back and say, actually, you don't get those goodies for providing 15%. That is something that's coming up more and more in the conversation of MPDs in the county, and something we will discuss probably in short order with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs.
Okay.
But right now, they do get the incentives.
Okay, thank you.
So before I move into the social environment, I just wanted to pause for a second and see if there are any recommendations additional, and obviously we can go back at any future work sessions that the planning board wanted to address on pages 32 to 39, which is the built environment outside of the transportation and opportunity sites.
Higher, I think the FAR could be higher and even. I think it looks, I was looking through the tables. I think the residential FAR equals the total on all of the upzone pieces of property. I think it could be higher in those. I think it's overall pretty good. And I know we're going to talk about the overlay zone, so I think we can get back to that. But
Okay, yeah.
I think there's one or two, maybe the CRTs, where I think that we could up the residential to meet what the max is on the FAR. But other than that, no, I think we could go higher. But I think it's good.
Just briefly, kind of, sorry, excuse me, to follow up on that point. This is maybe getting a bit of a technical area, sorry, excuse me. But considering that, not counting the potential for the overlay zone, but considering that the base FAR is relatively low for many of these parcels, and many of these parcels are also quite large relative to other areas, it doesn't seem possible really to hit the height limit. It feels like, am I misunderstanding that the height seems far above what the FAR can actually achieve. And I know the overlay zone will probably bump the FAR up, but I was curious about, I guess, the choices throughout, like across the board on a lot of these. I know that we're not creating this out of whole cloth. Of course, it's sort of based on what was there before, and we're adjusting a little bit on the margin in some cases. But it did strike me that the FAR, considering the size of the parcels, seemed a little bit mismatched with the height. So do we consider, how does that play into this, or are we sort of just punting a bit of that to the overlay discussion when we get to FAR?
Yeah, I think some of it will go into the overlay discussion, but also, I think when you have higher heights, you have the kind of flexibility of what the building will look like. When you have an FAR of 1, it's like, obviously we can't do this because of the other restrictions, but it's like, do you have a low building that covers the entire site, or do you go up higher and have room for other things on the site that are not the building? So, in a lot of these, I think that we have some very low slung buildings that if they were to redevelop, might redevelop in a more compact way, and then leave room for other things on the site as well, including, the street grid that we're recommending, as well as the open space. But I think that also the recommendations in the overlay zone, an increase in the height and an increase in the FAR allows for some of that flexibility. But I do think that, it's a question that we can grapple with. Does the overlay zone, in the board's opinion, go far enough or not far, or too far in terms of the FAR that it could provide?
Yeah.
And you could probably test to see if you can get the density and the height, right?
Yeah, we could, at a future work session, have some, choose some sites and kind of show what could happen, like what is a potential redevelopment scenario that might be helpful. Choose like a different sized heights.
Yeah, kind of a choose your own adventure development.
Yeah.
That sounds like a potentially interesting exercise when we get to that point. My overarching thought is that, because we're looking at, this is a potentially large infill area as we're kind of redeveloping. So I would hope that we kind of take an approach that doesn't lead to, for example, large parcel, compact development, lots of sort of underutilized space around it, not counting the possibility of obviously subdividing parcels into other into smaller slices, and obviously the street grid is important too. So there's a lot of variables at play. But I'm hopeful that we can think of this as kind of a place to densify broadly with a mix of uses and don't leave kind of underutilized areas just because of FAR restrictions or whatever the case may be. So yeah, we can talk more about that when we get into the overlay.
No, I appreciate the comment. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
And I think that, yeah, we can develop some scenarios so that the board can review and discuss it. All right, I guess I'll move on to the social environment, social environment section.
Maren, if I may jump in quickly,
Yeah.
Carrie Sanders for the record, Chief Mid-County Planning. Would be helpful as Maren kind of goes through these sections to understand if the board would like us to make those changes that you had referenced on the previous slide. So I think we're looking to hear from you if the changes that Maren's showing here are acceptable before we kind of move on to other pieces of the presentation.
This is sorry, flipping through.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, my only concern, I think, and Commissioner Linden put it more eloquently than I would, is that we have the flexibility with the max FAR, to both maximize the residential within it and maximize the land use around, taking into account, obviously, the street grid that we saw with different places and things like that. So I think the table overall looks good. And I think this, with the MPDU, I think looks good as well, so.
Thank you. So we will, when we have the overlay discussion, we'll follow up on those items. But
We'll bring
these changes, we can.
These changes specifically are good, yeah.
Okay,
It was
thank you.
more of a general concept, not the.
Yeah, if you bring some example with the overlay, that
Yes.
how it would look like, that would be very helpful.
Yes.
Great,
Thank you.
Okay, so the social environment goals as listed in the plan were to create parks and public open spaces that serve multiple functions, aren't single use, and that really focus on the needs of a diverse, increasingly diverse population, that foster that social cohesion, and that are really add to the sense of place throughout the area. And you can find the social environment on pages 66 to 69 of the draft plan. We're recommending several changes to the first recommendation found in the social environment section that is about creating a promenade on Key West Avenue. So as the board can see, we are recommending removing the right-of-way should be abandoned, ownership revert back to property owners on former right-of-way, establish a public use easement, and replacing that with the repurposed right-of-way remains needed for public use. The area should be established as a promenade, and then continues that incorporates active and passive uses, as well as retail kiosks, removing along the promenade to create active social and leisure opportunities for people to linger instead of simply passing through. The promenade area should be managed by the place management organization recommended in the implementation section of this chapter. Fire access will be accommodated through the sidewalk and frontage zone. And we are adding an additional language, an additional recommendation that says the Key West Promenade will be primarily implemented through a capital project rather than through incremental development. The county, in coordination with the place management organization, should pursue local, state, and federal funding resources, including the capital improvement program, grants, and public-private partnerships, as well as private resources, including development contributions, to design and implement this transformative recommendation.
Can I jump in with a question here just real quickly?
Sure.
'Cause I think the idea of something like the Key West Promenade being a capital project is really good to sort of specify out in here, and not sort of as a piecemeal kind of project, as development comes along. I think it's a really good way to address it. But this is not in any way going to prohibit saying we would like you to put something here because eventually we're going to come along with the capital project, would it? Like it's not limiting our ability to condition anything at a point of development. Right.
Yeah, and I should, two things here. One is that the Key West Promenade is located completely within the existing planned master plan right-of-way. So it's it is right-of-way that has been dedicated or purchased, which is one of the reasons that we removed the abandonment language,
Yeah.
because it's a very complicated, as we found out, right-of-way. But so that we could still, I mean, we can still condition as we do developments. I think on this part of Key West, what we see is there are actually a fair amount of, a number of buildings that are kind of at the edge of the
Yeah.
right-of-way. It has had more recent development, but that, I think when we saw the Denac Styles and some other properties that have surface parking lot around the front that we've
Yeah.
identified as opportunity sites, that there would still be conditions. And I think that, this has to be explored more. Usually, often with these complex plans, we'll do an implementation guide that follows after the plan, where some of this might be able to be further evaluated. And then also if the county pursues, this CIP, then, and the place management organization, then it's really getting into the nuts and bolts of how that happens.
I just, like, we can still say, we can still ask, we want you to do this here as a preparation or as a pre-development piece of an overall long strip that would be part of a CIP or something like that.
Yes,
Yeah,
like,
okay.
and I think that developer contributions to this might be an important part of future funding, and that would have to be worked out.
Oh,
But
worked out,
yes,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
That's fine, I just wanted to double check.
And I would just reiterate, as Ms. Hill mentioned, that the dedication of right-of-way has already, either the dedication or the purchase of the right-of-way has already happened. So this is sort of occurring within that space. So we wouldn't be asking applicants for additional right-of-way dedication. I think the intent of the proposed language in the red is to kind of give that flexibility for development contributions, if that's a possibility.
Yeah, it wasn't so much the dedication of the right-of-way, but conditioning particular aspects of the thing, or like asking them to move it up or back or set aside so that the promenade can be put together. So it wasn't so much the right-of-way dedication of the right-of-way pieces, but asking them to put things within the development to allow for that construction or creation of it at a later date. I just wanted to make sure that we still have the flexibility to do that within here, that it may be connected to an overall larger promenade project, but not, which may happen in the future, but we want to prep for that at some point. So I think that's fine. I just wanted to double check on myself.
Yes, could you just explain a little bit? So if a development that wants to go adjacent to this, meaning that their improvements would not preclude this, is that what you're saying?
Would not preclude, or that we can ask as part of the thing for a condition that would allow and better allow for the development of it later on. So not only not preclude it, but, so it's not the right-of-way dedication of the space. It seems like we have the space, but it's other improvements along the type.
Design for connections, or like could be the sidewalks.
We want something to go here, so we need space here. Can you move the thing? That kind of thing, so that we can at least condition or encourage the development to be put together in a way that when it eventually comes for the full project to be put together, that it's compatible with what we
It
have
could
to
be,
do.
probably could be done as part of off-site transportation requirements.
And I think that, and Carrie, you can jump in if, but, we often do have planned future, infrastructure. And when our development review team reviews a site, that is part of the review, is if there are things that are planned and that, the master plan acknowledges, then the sites, when they come in for development review, have to substantially conform with the master plan guidance. So, I think the answer is yes to your question. And I think also we will, as part of our work program, have a forthcoming Great Seneca Urban Design Guidelines that can explore some of how we can make this a more cohesive design along the Key West Promenade. So we'll also address it through there.
And I was just going to jump in. Commissioner Hedrick, I think this is a good question and something we can kind of think about a little bit as we continue to have the work sessions. Maybe there are ways that we can put language in the plan to help encourage connections to the promenade from the properties? Because it seems like, if I'm understanding your question, it's more about the private property and how that private property connects to this public use.
Yeah.
And
'Cause I
how,
think-
the plan supports the development review process to make those good connections, so we're not having situations where, for example, buildings are oriented away from the that type of thing.
That's exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, that's or like the parking lot is. Like you were saying, you have places parking lot between what would be the promenade and what would be the building, which is just a giant parking lot. But things of that nature, so that you have designs that are able to be integrated into it. And I think it's slightly different. We just did the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan where we have that greenway concept down there, but in that case, we don't have right of way as much to create that whole section. So that's sort of. Each individual development will come in and there'll have to be negotiations. Here we've got the space, but do we have the ability to make sure the development will conform with this space when it's, available in the future? That's my primary concern, is that, and I think you're answering very well. I don't know if my question was worded particularly efficiently, but to make sure that those developments will be compatible with it when it comes along in the future. Not only now have the things we want, but so that it integrates in with what we want in the future. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense, and yes, I think that we can also, as Ms. Sanders mentioned, include maybe additional language to strengthen that, as well as the design guidelines.
Yeah, I think the red was good. I just wanted to make sure.
And just real quick on that same point, not to belabor all of this, but when the part of the red line addition included developer contributions to this potential future project, are we kind of envisioning that as being essentially sort of pay in lieu LATR as part of developments, where maybe instead of some kind of other actual performance project, they would pay toward this project?
So we are talking about the overlay zone a little bit more than I think we anticipated today. But what we're trying to do with the overlay zone is really bringing it in alignment with the incentive zoning project and thinking about how those public benefits that Ms. Hill mentioned are aligned with the recommendations in the plan. And so this is an example of where we're thinking about how additional density could be paired with, a variety of options, one of which could be contributions to the Key West Promenade or the Great Seneca Greenway. And so we will, that's something that we can kind of go into more detail with you. So, I'm not sure necessarily that it would be like a replacement for LATR, but trying to think about sort of a variety of financing tools and incentives to deliver these improvements.
That sounds great. I think this all sounds like a really good idea. Obviously, we know that CIP projects are they're hard to put together. They can take a long time to get through kind of our county process. So having a variety of sources definitely sounds great. So thanks for that thought.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you for, stating that.
It's a very
also.
long way of saying yes.
Yeah. And this is not included will not be language that's included in the plan, but just to give some background, that this repurposing of the lanes along Key West, and we'll talk about the transportation piece of this during the transportation work session, and we can also bring this recommendation back if there are changes after that work session that the planning board wants to make, but that it will provide about between 9 and 12 acres of land, and then for the reasons that we kind of discussed, that CIP allowing it to happen at the same time instead of piecemeal, which would be very challenging. And then we do think that the establishment of the place management organization, which we'll be talking about when we speak about implementation, is really critical to both implementing this and then programming it in the future.
Quick question.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if this complicates things, or if this is an obvious answer, I also apologize for that. But the place management organization made me think of this. Also, the fact that, in a different context, we considered, turning Little Falls Parkway into a linear park managed by us. Was there any thought to converting this to park managed land instead of kind of having a third party manage it?
Yeah, I'm going to invite my colleague Chuck Hines to talk about that. We did have conversations with Parks about that.
Chuck Hines for the record, Department of Parks. So the Department of Parks legally can't operate and manage land that they don't own, that we don't own. So operating and maintaining space that's right-of-way, it would be very challenging and perhaps even illegal.
Well, yeah, that answers that, so thank you. I appreciate that, thank you.
And I don't think it
But
was.
don't forget, it belongs to Montgomery County government, and they, that's Department of Transportation, and they do manage land. So they can definitely manage it as part of street trees or street promenades or whatever. They are in that kind of business, yeah.
And this doesn't preclude some sort of future transfer of some sort, like if,
This would not say that the land could not be transferred. We're not, there's room, yeah, for different ways to accomplish this. Recognizing that this is also a 20 to 30-year plan and will probably not happen overnight despite our potential desires for it.
I think in referencing Park's point with regards to illegality of managing the program, I think if there was a memorandum of understanding, it could be done. And I think the parks would be best at managing a promenade, especially a treescape promenade with green space, than the Department of Transportation would.
So Chuck Hines again, Department of Parks. So just to clarify, I could see your brain churning. So Little Falls Parkway is actually on parkland. It's not right of way. It's a road that's on parkland, just like Beach Drive and Slugger Creek Parkway. Could the Department of Parks partner and advise such a space? Certainly. But we would not want to be in a position of actually operating, maintaining, and programming the space.
If the funds were allocated, I mean, wouldn't it be best that you do it? Is it a matter of funding or a matter of coordination and agency interaction?
I'll get back to you, but my response would be that the laws are not on our side here.
Say just it's both.
Yeah,
It's
it'd be
both.
very challenging.
So it's challenging, and we are both government agencies, the same pot of money, and it just doesn't make sense to transfer or purchase. At maximum, it come that we do some kind of agreement to do that, and this has all to do in future with the coordination and what is best for the public at that time, and that decision would be made probably at the time when this comes to be practical, what is the best for the public and how it could be done. That's how I would say. Something different.
No, I was just going to clarify that I can come back at a future work session and provide the actual legal citations related to the Department of Parks operating and maintaining land that they don't own.
If I may, Carrie Sanders to the record. I think that I'm glad Mr. Kynes provided some clarifications, but I did want to emphasize that the language that we're proposing really doesn't get into this level of detail. So it allows conversations to happen, such as what we're having right now, for as long as possible. So the plan, we really we strove with this plan to kind of keep these items general, so that they can evolve over time and agreements could be made, or if things change, there's flexibility. So I wanted to stress that we don't have to look at changes to the language because the language supports a variety of different options.
All right, I'll keep going, and we can see if Parks rejoins us. I just wanted to note that we are changing the illustrative in the plan to reflect the cross-section that is in the plan. Although these are illustrative, through conversations with MCDOT, we had located the bike lane closer to the road in our cross-section and in our table, but not in our illustrative. So we're updating that illustrative to reflect the other parts of the plan for consistency. We also just wanted to address a comment that we received from MCDOT. While most of their comments will be addressed later, we wanted to address the cost aspect of this recommendation. The 2010 plan actually had different recommendations for Key West. The plan was to widen the roadway from 6 lanes to 8 lanes and also add 2 grade-separated interchanges along Key West. So this plan is removing those recommendations, both for the widening and also for the interchanges. So the cost that under DOT's estimate of the 2024 recommendation, you can see here is $142 million. But the cost of it would be to implement the 2010 recommendations is actually over 3 times that, and that doesn't even include both interchanges, it's just one of the interchanges. So understanding that infrastructure is expensive, and that, you know, this is kind of a cost savings in a way, and when you're thinking about implementing the 2010 plan recommendations versus this recommendation. And just to talk a little bit more about Key West and the social environment aspect of it, we've shared these with the board before. We think that there's an opportunity for this to be just really an innovative and unique space in the county, but really in the country. But we have found some precedents that we think can act as, you know, an inspiration when thinking about the Key West Promenade. The Parks Department, even though we said this might not be a park, but it might be a privately owned public open space. But that they did some research on what type of amenities could be located in a space this large. And they found the West Thames Park in New York City. And it's a linear park that's 50 to 70 feet wide, which is similar to the width that we would have to work with as part of this. And you can see all of the different types of amenities that are accommodated in the West Thames Park. So we think that just like this, there are, you know, abilities to include not even just half courts, but full court, you know, ball courts or fields, as well as things like dog parks and walking trails and playgrounds, and wanted to share those precedent images that Parks researched.
Yeah, thank you for providing that. It gives us an idea of what it could be.
And then
I'd like to add a comment.
Sure.
So when I had a chance to visit Key West, and the ideas that you're presenting and the vastness of Key West, I think this is an outstanding idea. And one of my internal thoughts, and I may have exclaimed that this was a perfect roadway for road diet and opportunity for more of a connecting space, and creating a street as a social space to bring people together. And I think Key West is the perfect opportunity for it.
Thank you. We appreciate the comment. Just like with, and I believe that Chair Harris said that at least he is okay with the changes that we are recommending as part of this. So if the board is okay, then we'll make these changes, and we can revisit at the transportation work session if there are changes.
Sorry, for the record, Jessica McVeary, Planning Supervisor. With that language for Key West, we were going to come back, I think, with some language related to Commissioner Hedrick's comments related to the development and making sure that we're providing access and connectivity and sort of site design relating to the promenade. So we can bring that back as sort of a red line to the red line.
Okay. Yeah, so just thinking about that, could there be, you don't have to discuss it today, could there be a plan B until you get to plan A? Like related to what, you know, just say 30 years from now, they can do plan what we're recommending. Is the interim just like what you have today, or can there be a plan B to get to plan, like, is there something that could also help with road calming, this and that, and is there an intermediate until, just something to think about, you want to.
I think that's a great suggestion. That's something we can look at. We've certainly seen with other areas where we have done temporary measures, like tactical measures, for example, painting lanes different colors, like a dedicated bus lane, or in some instances where we put in temporary bike facilities to have the roadway transformed in a temporary manner is a helpful tool for people to see what it could be. And so that's something that we could definitely look at as we refine the plan.
Yep, just think, and, it may not be a great idea, but just, is there something like it?
I have a good suggestion. We used to have these pocket parks that we did every year. We took some areas, some lanes. We did that in Bethesda and some of the parking areas, and we made temporary parks. I think that would be a very good way to test, also to see, it's like a pilot to get people to see how it would actually work, and get buy-in for people when the time is right. I understand that you have to have some grid to make sure that that happens, but that would be a good way to at least get people familiarized and get them accustomed that this could happen.
Great, thank you for those ideas and comments. Yeah, we can explore language and ideas on that. Similar to the recommendation changes with Key West Promenade, we have another Greenway recommendation that we had made, which is to repurpose a portion of the Great Seneca Highway right-of-way as a greenway. And we are just making those same changes to reflect the reality of the roadway, and also to provide some of that guidance and flexibility. So it's the bottom bullet is literally the same bullet that was found on the Key West bullet, but that it is replaced with Great Seneca Greenway instead of Key West Promenade.
In this one, because it's just one section, it's totally different. I don't know if it makes sense that we say the Great Seneca Greenway could be implemented throughout. So that keeps the door open for anything else, because this has a lot more opportunity that development comes, and you could even just close one side, and the rest could be done as part of a development or something. But it wouldn't, I don't think we lose anything if instead of say will be primarily, we say that could be implemented. So it's another option while it keeps the door open to other opportunities.
So, sorry, where it says the repurposed right-of-way could provide more than 4.5 acres, is that the?
No,
Sorry.
the red one.
Oh, yeah.
The first line of the red one, the Great Seneca Greenway could be implemented through a capital project.
Okay, yeah, instead of will be primarily implemented through a capital project, say could be, yep. Does the board, we can make that?
Is the idea just because it's a shorter segment, so maybe more potentially feasible through development on a development by development
it's
basis?
shorter, I think if I remember, it is one block, and also through the discussion that Commissioner Hedrick suggested, it keeps the door open while it's not eliminating DOT or CIP. That one thing with CIP is that although it's going to provide funding because it's going to go in front of the council, could prohibit it also, like the way it happens. So
could. Sounds, I can go either way. It will primarily be, or could be, to me means about the same. I don't know. What do you guys think? I can go either way.
I could go either way too. I mean, as long as we keep talking about maximum flexibility in a lot of cases, like as long as future staff and future us don't interpret this in a way that is exclusive. I could also go either way.
I'll go with what staff, yeah.
Staff is fine with the change.
With the change, yeah, and I think that, this illustrates what Vice Chair Pedwin is saying, is that this greenway that you can kind of see on the opportunity sites map is located along some of the opportunity sites so that it could be done as part of redevelopment, and it is a simpler change as well, because we are recommending basically just removing one side of the road, repurposing one side of the road, and there wouldn't be that same curb movement, so that it would be a kind of cleaner change. So we can make that red line to the red line, as was said earlier, for could. Yep. And then the one other piece of this is that providing a little bit more flexibility, not just as a greenway, but that it also, portions could be returned to return the land for development potential. There's a little bit more constraint in Key West, but on here there is more flexibility because we don't
I'm
have
not
buildings.
specifically suggesting to give them the land. They could just do the work, and if that makes sense, that it, public keep it as an open space, that could be an option. But I'm just talking about funding the work or implementing the work. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have here I think there was a comment that they didn't want to rename, they were, some people were felt it was really important to keep.
Yeah, we just wanted to clarify that, we were talking about the highway as a context, because it would no longer be a highway with this recommendation, so not necessarily suggesting removing Seneca from the name, but removing highway from the name.
Okay.
But yes, that was one of the comments received. So that covers the recommendation changes that we're suggesting for the social environment. We can pause if the board would like us to address any other recommendations. If not, I can pass it along to my colleague, Steve Finley, to cover the natural environment.
Let me make another comment here. On your second bullet, a place management organization. I think this is a fantastic idea for the whole area, not just this Great Seneca. Yeah, I think that it is important that whoever is the place management organization is not just for this, it's for Key West, it's for all the other areas that when we had the tour that we discussed, to be the same management company to work it through for everyone.
Yes, no, and staff agrees. I think that when we discuss implementation of the life sciences section, which will be in work session 3 most likely, or what we're targeting, that, that's what we're imagining, that it would be one organization over the entire life sciences area to help manage and coordinate with property owners and with all of these privately owned public open spaces.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Steve Fendley with the Mid-County Planning Division. Maren went over some of the high-level goals toward the beginning for the natural environment toward the beginning of this presentation. But we also have, as you've seen, more specific goals that apply to some of the sub-areas of this interesting dissected geography of the plan. And so we're focusing today on the specific goals for the natural environment for the Life Sciences Center. These goals were formulated based on our existing conditions analysis that we did at the beginning of this project, as well as anticipated future conditions and the recommendations for the growth of the area. And so this is one of the larger areas, and a lot of growth has occurred and will continue to occur. So it's critical here that we pay attention to things like minimizing the greenhouse gas emissions and identifying heat islands, improving air quality. But there are a couple of things that are unique, really, to the LSC. One is that the Piney Branch Special Protection Area exists in the southern portion of this area to protect the water quality in the Piney Branch and water that then goes downstream to the Potomac River and our water supply. Also, the unique biological communities that occur in this area because of the outcropping of the serpentinite bedrock that creates unique conditions for the growth of plants there. Next slide, please. So these specific goals, as well as the high-level goals, flow from guidance in law and policy and current and projected best practices, starting with, of course, Thrive Montgomery 2050 and the environmental priorities established in that plan to respond to climate change through mitigation, adaptation, and creating resilient communities, preserving air and water quality, protecting and improving human health, and addressing environmental justice issues, and protecting biological diversity. We also are responding to recommendations in the Climate Action Plan that fall under our purview. We're trying to be consistent with the recommendations in recent master plans, particularly Silver Spring, Bethesda, Fairland Briggs Cheney, and Tacoma Park. We want to, through this process, identify and protect stream buffers in the area. And then again, the special focus on the Piney Branch Special Protection Area, as well as implementing the forest conservation intent of the forest conservation law, including the recent no net loss facets of that law. Next. So wanted to highlight a few of the recommendations in the plan that we've gotten comments on particularly. So for just a moment, I want to focus on those comments that, those recommendations that we have received the comments on, beginning with this recommendation for providing 35% green cover. This is a recommendation that has been advanced in several of our recent master plans. And these are designed really to apply to the developed portion of the site. The recommendation responds to the need to address extreme heat and extreme precipitation, to sequester carbon, and to create a healthier environment for the people who are living and working here. And as you can see, it provides a lot of flexibility in terms of just how you can provide that 35% green cover, as well as some flexibility to accommodate on-site energy generation. Next. And then continuing, another of the recommendations that we've received comments on that are kind of related here, the recommendations for tree canopy coverage are designed to address climate change impacts and create a healthful environment. And these are strategies that help us achieve both climate mitigation and adaptation goals, as well as creating a resilient community and improving air and water quality. And next. These recommendations, again, are similar to recommendations in other recent master plans, and this illustration is from the recent Tacoma Park minor master plan. And it shows some of the different ways that you could achieve a 35% green cover on the sites. We also have a note here that, that shows that the current zoning code already includes a requirement that parking lots for 10 or more spaces have to have a minimum of 25% tree canopy cover. So we are starting from a 25% minimum and hoping to increase that. Next. So looking then at some of the comments that we've received on this, the first comment that we received is that existing forest cover should be included in any green cover calculation. And we want to begin by recognizing that the disposition of existing forest on any site is regulated by the forest conservation law, which provides both incentives for preserving forest and disincentives for removing forest on a site. Staff believes that forest preserved as a requirement of the forest conservation law should not be double counted toward fulfillment of the green cover recommendation, And furthermore, the intent, again, here is to make the developed portion of the site greener, more sustainable, more healthful, and resilient. And we want to have those green benefits, those green design items incorporated into the overall design of the development. A second comment was that solar canopies should count toward the calculation for the parking lot tree canopy coverage, that 50% coverage. Find this an interesting comment because both increased tree canopy and increasing on-site energy generation are both goals of the environmental or natural resource recommendations in the plan. Assuming that by solar canopies, what is meant here is a shade structure that incorporates solar energy cells into the shade structure itself. So it is, generating some of that renewable energy on site. Because parking lots show up in the heat mapping as among the hottest spots in our plan area, providing some kind of shade over them is essential. Other recommendations in the plan provide some flexibility in green cover to provide solar power generation. So again, starting with the fact that the zoning code requires this 25% tree canopy cover, we want to make sure that it's understood that any master plan recommendation should not alter that base 25% requirement that's in the zoning code. Trees and solar canopies both provide other benefits in addition to providing shade. It's staff's feeling that trees may provide the most benefits in parking lots. However, we feel that while tree coverage in parking lots should be the priority, some flexibility could be granted on a site-by-site basis. Considerations could include whether the efficiency of the solar canopies in parking lots may be affected by the 25% tree canopy cover that has to be provided, or on the other hand, if conditions would just not be favorable to healthy tree growth, then that might tend to favor allowing some solar canopies as part of that piece. So if the board agrees with the idea of providing a little bit of flexibility with this, we can adjust the language in that recommendation to add that flexibility and bring that back to you at another work session. I'd be interested in your thoughts.
I frankly like it. I think it encourages, and that's a good thing. And the way that you're saying it, it makes sense. So I'm good with it. I don't know.
So you're good with us developing language that provides additional flexibility and then coming back to you? I just wanted to make sure we have the guidance. Okay, great, thank you.
Did have, go ahead.
Sorry,
Please.
go ahead.
No.
I was just curious, do you know when that requirement in code came about for the percentage of canopy on parking lots?
I'm assuming it was in the latest rewrite of the zoning code, which was in 2014 or whatever.
2014, okay.
That's my assumption. I know it's there
Yes.
now.
But you said it, the current is 25, but in this, what you have up now, it says
50.
you
Yes,
want
we-
to
the
go to
master-
50%, right?
Yes, sir. The master plan, we're recommending that the master plan increase the tree canopy coverage in parking lots because, we did this heat mapping study in the past year where we can actually see the hot spots that are existing in our plan areas, and pretty consistently, the parking lot areas show up as some of the hottest areas. And so to help reduce the extreme heat impacts and in the overall area and specifically in the parking lots, as well as the fact that trees also can help manage both air quality issues and water runoff issues, which is another problem with the impervious surfaces of the surface parking lots. That's why we feel kind of like the tree canopies may provide a little bit more benefit specifically for parking lots, but we did think we might want to add this flexibility. And so that would be basically for the second 25% of the canopy coverage that we're asking for in parking lots. The 25% required by zone would be a basic requirement. It'd be the second 25% to get us up to 50%. We might allow some flexibility in that to allow solar canopy.
Is this an aspirational, or this is this is the law, you have to have 50% tree cover in parking lots? What was, I know like in Tacoma.
This would be, if the recommendation is left how it is, then they would have to have a 50% tree canopy in parking lots. And I think that part of the idea of this is that surface parking lots are, particularly inefficient in terms of housing parked cars. In the overlay zone, we are thinking about how we can look at a movement towards structured parking. So I think that this would affect, surface parking lots. And as Mr. Finley mentioned, when we did a heat map analysis, we saw that there's 26% of the Life Sciences Center right now is dedicated to surface parking lots, which is quite a lot. And then if you look at kind of the midday heat, it just emanates from these surface parking
I'm
lots.
good
Yeah.
So could you go back to the other three?
This one?
No, the three comments that people had at the end.
Yes.
Okay, so can we just go through this? They said existing forests on the site should be included in the green cover calculation. You're saying no, right? But given a hypothetical, suppose, but the existing, is there a requirement for percent forest on the site?
There is not a requirement for percent forest on the site, but again, that, most of the forest on the site, the intent of the forest conservation law is to try to preserve forest, and we kind of beefed that up recently with the recommendations in the no net loss of forest incentives that were then built into the latest revision to the law.
Okay.
And so that both incentivizes preserving existing forest and disincentivizes removing it.
Okay.
But we've always been very careful about, the law doesn't say you cannot build here. We need to find the balance between, allowing the development that we want and that we need, but not having something that is so difficult to work with that you can't develop a site.
Yeah, no, excuse me, I may have worded it different. Suppose the site had 35% forest on it, right? So you had 35% forest, green cover.
Mm-hmm.
You built on the site and did not have to disturb that green cover, okay? That 35%. But does the law say now in the other green that you have to have another 35% when you build your building? Is that what the law says?
No, what we're seeking in the master plan is that in the developed portion of the site, that there be green roofs, that there be green open spaces, that there be some combination that where the people are, in the developed area, that there be some greening of that site. And again, there was that menu of different ways you could achieve that. In order to make the developed part, the built part of the site, also a healthier, more sustainable place.
And this has become a fairly common recommendation in our recent master plans, I think starting with, or at least Bethesda included it, and I think subsequent master plans have also. So recognizing even that in very urban forms, developments have been able to accommodate this requirement of 35%. So on a less constrained site, you imagine that it's even easier to accommodate that. I think that a site having 35% forest would be very limited in this area just because of the existing development patterns. Most sites would not have a lot of existing forest, but that would be a recommendation, is that, yeah.
Okay, then just one, and then the solar canopies and parking lots should count toward the calculation we get. We're saying no, right?
That's the one.
There may be some flexibility,
Right.
but
Staff
not-
will develop some
not
some
100%, right.
additional
Okay.
language, yeah.
Okay, great.
Right. And so then getting to that third comment was that requirements for green cover and tree canopy should not apply the large sites that have already been comprehensively planned. And for that one, really, if an applicant, if a landowner has an already approved site plan that's completely approved, and they want to build out to implement that site plan as it was approved, they have the ability to do that. But if a lot of the larger sites are implemented kind of piecemeal, site plan by site plan, so there are some larger sites where there are approved site plans, and they can go ahead and build under those, approvals. But any new site plan that came in subsequent to this master plan or site plan amendment, those would have to follow the new laws, regulations, and the master plan as well.
I was wondering how we would feel about considering that many site plans take a long time between approval and permitting and then building, obviously. How do we feel about applying some sort of expiration date on this exception to say that, at a certain point, it's like, granting, sort of allowing a grandfathering in of approvals just based on sort of time and energy and money spent to that point. But if they're sitting on something and kind of waiting for conditions to, or if things aren't moving, I think at a certain point we have an interest in kind of mandating an update to the approval to at least in this case kind of add this requirement.
So in the implementation section of the life sciences chapter of this plan, we do, not for this specifically, but we do have a recommendation that no additional extensions to the adequate public facilities approvals should be given to preliminary plans that were approved before the most recent zoning code, so before 2014. So we do kind of have that, recognizing for the exact reasons that you laid out, that, at a certain time, if they're very old approvals, then they don't include the best practices or the goals and policy guidance that is current best practice.
Yeah, that's great. Good, thanks. Also, I had a question about the solar conversation made me think of this, and also your comment about how, of course, we're encouraging more structured parking as opposed to surface parking. And also considering that many of these developments will be built in a way that probably have very large and flat roofs that, for example, could accommodate potentially a large amount of solar. And I was wondering, have we had conversations about the same thing that we just talked about, like maybe allowing some solar in place of canopy in parking lots, perhaps some solar in place of, or some deductions for mandated green space if they achieve some level of solar as part of their development?
That's an excellent question, and actually I might ask you, Maren, if you could go to the next slide after the ones that we just covered. We had another recommendation in the plan to include artificial shading structures in paved and hardscaped areas. And thinking particularly about, I thought actually about like the very rooftop area of a parking garage might be a good place for this. This is one of the recommendations where we have adjusted the language, and this language that is shown in red here is actually provided by the Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection. This was one of the comments that they made in their review of this, and we liked the language, and so one of our recommendations for an adjustment to the recommendations in the plan is exactly this. And so this applies more to the other paved and hardscaped areas outside of parking lots. And when we bring you revised language about the parking lot coverage, we'll want to make sure that it's clear that there's a distinction between the parking lots and the other paved and hardscaped areas. But we do have a recommendation that promotes the use of trees, and then if tree planting is not possible, provide artificial shading features. And we could even adjust this further to really promote, again, that idea of using solar solar canopies as shading features.
I
And-
like, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say I like that idea. And then potentially on top of that, you know, how would we feel, or how there have been conversations about the, you know, if space is constrained, for example, or depending upon, it could be site specific. A lot of these sites are complicated, but considering that it is a goal of ours, of course, and it's a stated goal in the plan, kind of thinking about energy and energy generation and clean energy in particular. Yeah, how we sort of factor in solar with regard to green space.
And there actually is a note on that previous recommendation, if you see, and this is included in the master plan where the little asterisk is, if on-site energy generation requires the use of either the roof or open space, accommodations for these features may alter the 35% minimum green cover. So recognizing, as you said, that this is also a primary goal, so that can be taken into account during the regulatory review process.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that.
Yeah, I have a question in the 50% parking lot. Could you go back there? Okay. Does that, if we add the additional 25%, does it gonna add to more pervious areas if they have a space to make parking lot, or if we are trying to encourage them that not to have surface parking lot and have the, parking garages, that would, again, is additional cost that is going to be transferred to the consumer, especially if it's residential. And we want to keep the prices as low as possible and affordable. So how does this, what are the fiscal impact of recommendations such this to the consumer? That's important, because one of the things that we have heard that the more we put requirements that to add to the development cost, that would be the higher cost of housing.
Yes, and understand that, thank you for the question, it's a very good question. Understand that parking is a cost, and I think there's a couple of ways to look at this. One is, first of all, I don't specifically have a fiscal impact, estimate for what this would result, what sort of fiscal impact this would result in. But first of all, one of the things that we're trying to do is recognizing that the world is changing, and that with climate change and the more frequent extreme heat events that we get, and more extreme precipitation events that we're getting, the threats that those pose. I think I mentioned in a previous presentation that it's been shown that extreme heat events kill more people than any other weather-related event. And so we're trying to adjust to that, to basically, this is part of the adaptation idea behind when we look at climate change adaptation. We're trying to adapt our development to adjust to these conditions that we're facing. Second piece of this, I think, is that we have had often, and we'll probably continue to have, discussions about how much parking do we really need. And so I think that's kind of a related question. As Marin mentioned, we really are trying to promote more structured parking as well, which is a more efficient way of accommodating the parking that's necessary. And so we're hoping that we're not going to have as many large surface parking lots and as many developments that depend on strictly surface parking for their parking requirements.
I understand that. My only point is that if we require it, okay, it's different than if we incentivize, okay? If we provide incentive, then that cost may not go to the consumer. But if we make it a requirement, then it would go to the consumer. This is two different things. So I think it is important that if we do requirements in the master plan, we do some kind of fiscal impact and see that how it impacts, fiscally either government or private that it comes. Incentivizing it, even then, yes, they can have less parking, and then they don't have to worry about that. So that make up for it.
We can certainly go back and talk about that a little bit more. This is consistent with what has been in, I think, the Farrell and Briggs Cheney master plan specifically had a requirement for 50% tree canopy coverage, and it also recognized that there was a requirement in the zoning code. There were requirements in the zoning code for tree canopy cover as well.
If I
So
may-
this does. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just to highlight a couple of things here. It's a great discussion. I think there's some things for us to circle back with you on. I think the one thing I did want to clarify though is that we won't be doing fiscal impact analysis for like the individual properties, but we could certainly look. Our partners at MCDOT have provided us a fiscal impact analysis for the right of ways and the public. The public right of way, but we don't typically do this type of analysis for like the private properties. So I don't know that would be something that we would be able to achieve here. But I think what we can do is sort of look at, okay, with the myriad of different requirements that we're proposing, which of these requirements align with sort of countywide objectives and additional master plans such as Silver Spring and Bethesda, and how it aligns with those master plans, and sort of compare what we're showing here to those to make sure there's consistency across. And it sounds like what you've stated, Mr. Finley, is that we do have consistency with the Farrell and Briggs Cheney plan, which is great. But we can kind of look at sort of how this compares to some of the other efforts that we've gone about, particularly in these like very large job centers in the county that, this is one of them, but also Bethesda is as well, and Silver Spring. And bring that back to the planning board so you all can see that information.
Yeah, so I like your comment, and maybe there's an overarching about incentives versus asking, but let's, if you don't mind, we can go through the, and then come back, and look at these, okay, if you're all right with that. Okay, thank you.
I think this was oh, no, there's one more slide. But is there any comment on this recommendation here that was adjusted to reflect the EP's
I'm good with it.
comment?
Are the other commissioners good? Yeah, we're good with this.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify that this would change recommendations both in the life sciences chapter and also in the NIST/London Dairy and Hoyles edition chapter.
Okay, thank you. And so finally, we wanted to make sure that we included in here a recommendation that promotes the use of nature-based climate solutions in the plan. This is an evolving practice that holds a lot of promise for climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Nature-based solutions create landscapes that mimic natural systems in their ability to provide a number of environmental benefits. And recent developments in this approach have involved managing the organic fraction of soils. When we go in and clear a site and build, a lot of the time we strip away the topsoil, we're down to bare mineral soil, and that really diminishes the ability of the soil to both support growth, to manage water infiltration, and it also is a carbon sink. And so part of this nature-based solutions is to put carbon back into the soil through the use of things like compost and substances like biochar. And planning staff have actually been participating in a study on this with Montgomery County DEP. They've been leading the investigations of this. And similar recommendations, again, have appeared in the Farrell and Briggs Cheney and Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan. So we wanted to make sure we included the recommendation in red to promote this approach. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We did not have any changes to the economic competitiveness section that we are recommending. You can see the goals here. We did appreciate the testimony from the universities at Shady Grove as well as EDC in support of the economic vision of the plan. Although we're not making any changes or not recommending any changes to the existing recommendations, I think we will probably revisit discussions around the economic environment and economic competitiveness when we discuss the overlay and implementation in a future work session. I just found out that we have till 3, a little after, so I'm going to keep going because we have a lot to cover. That would conclude our discussion of the Life Sciences Center Built Environment section. And we would like to move forward with the planning board to discuss the non-life science center areas with the exclusion of the Londonderry to address some of the comments and recommendations that we have. Oh, no, that is my slide. There we go. Just have some blue thrown in there in case we needed to end then. Yeah, sorry. So we wanted to add an additional recommendation that just states here are the support for the recommendations that are found in Corridor 4, the I-270 plan that relate to obtaining, reserving, and/or requiring right-of-way for the long-term potential of the MTA MARC Rail, Brunswick Line, and the future Red Line extension to Germantown Town Center, with the acknowledgement that there need to be a more detailed study in coordination with the city of Gaithersburg. So that just incorporates some of the existing recommendations in the Corridor Forward. Yeah, I'm getting thumbs up, so I'm going to take that as a yes. We didn't receive any comments about this recommendation, but in conversation with the board previously, during previous presentations, this had been a point of discussion. So sorry that the print is so small, but our existing recommendation for the McGowan property, which is in the Quince Orchard area, the northernmost tip, you can kind of see it circled on that Thrive Corridor Focused Growth Area map. There's a circle around the property and a dot where it is. So we had recommended rezoning the McGowan property, which is on Game Preserve Road, to R200. It is currently zoned EOF 0.75 and with a height of 100. And this is in a growth area, but we wanted to discuss this with the planning board. We're recommending retaining the recommendations that we currently have in the draft. And the reason that we're recommending retaining it is that even though it is in the Thrive 2050 growth corridor, the growth corridor's map is meant as a general guide for where we want to see development. But this needs to be tempered and reflect the context of the area as well. Not every place within the Thrive corridor growth map is a place that's appropriate to have denser development. This site is located on a rustic road, Game Preserve Road, which creates challenges in terms of access, and as well as in our discussions with the city of Gaithersburg that they expressed concerns with access to the site. This little one-car tunnel is directly before you reach the property. So if you were to pass through the tunnel, on your right would be this McGowan property. On the left side of the road is the Seneca Creek State Park. So it's directly adjacent to this park. Originally, when this property was zoned EOF in the 2010 plan, it was done so with the understanding that there would be a Quarter Cities Transitway stop located nearby. The Corridor Forward, the I-270 plan, has removed that transit stop from that location, so there would no longer be future planned high-quality transit to this area. And then finally, the site is water and sewer Tier 3, which means that it currently does not have access to water and sewer, which represents just another constraint and a challenge to developing the site more densely, as well as environmental constraints such as steep slopes. So we wanted to bring this recommendation back again to the board because there had been some discussion of that recommendation of R200 in the past, and I can go back to my previous slide.
I agree, that place is beautiful. If you have driven around that area, it's very pretty.
Yeah, so if it doesn't have water and sewer, you're on septic now, right? And the county's backed up in terms of getting road and whatever. I don't see, maybe in the next master plan or sector plan, but I don't see a focus on to redevelop that area. I mean, that's my personal, but yeah.
I mean, the other side of Watkins Mill is supporting plenty of development, and I think that it's a reasonable option to preserve some of it, but allow for some more denser development than an R200 zone. But honestly, it's not that. It's not, but it's nothing. It's not. It's then have the state add it to the Seneca, let it to the park. But right now, I think it's more. There are portions of it that are reasonably accessible for development. I think R200 puts it at not having housing anytime in the near future. And I think that's, if it's fine, if that's what we want, I think it could support something slightly denser. But 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other.
Can you remind me, so this is directly adjacent to I-270. How does this interact with the corridor forward plan, the site? Are there...
For the record, Jessica McVeary, the planning supervisor with the Mid-County team. One of the things that we explored with Corridor Forward, the I-270 transit plan, was how to improve the efficiency of the Corridor Cities Transitway. And one of the elements with the Corridor Cities Transitway is that it actually had transit kind of along the along the western side of the I-270 corridor in this general area, kind of going through the property that we're talking about here, as well as Seneca Creek State Park. And, it wasn't really serving people in that alignment with a lot of cost for construction. So one of the recommendations that through Corridor Forward was that we removed that segment of transitway that wouldn't be serving, population through the park. And so when Ms. Hill mentioned that this would no longer be served by transit through Corridor Forward, that's what she's referencing, that the plan actually took out that area of the transitway and really redirected the transit to kind of create spurs from the existing and planned population centers like the LSC, Kentlands, and sort of directed that to transit connections along Maryland 355 BRT to really start to create the transit service on the eastern side of I-270.
Yeah, thanks for the context. I appreciate it. And I think that it's an interesting area to get into because I think it speaks a little bit to what we've talked about in other circumstances, which is the chicken or the egg problem. It's like population wasn't there, and so we realigned potential high-quality transit, and now this area looks like it won't be served by high-quality transit, so we're not considering higher densities. Obviously, there's other infrastructure constraints that have been mentioned as well. I just wanted to note that because I think that, in these planning processes where we're really looking far down the road, not to say that we're going to revisit Corridor Forward anytime soon, but these plans are fluid, alignments are somewhat fluid, and when we have sites that could potentially are nearby and could potentially be served by higher quality transit, I think it is worth considering, I think, more housing there, to have the density to support that level of transit in the future, even if it's not anytime soon. Maybe that's not this planning process, maybe that's the next one in 15, 20 years or something. But that problem of like lack of justification because there aren't people here, well, if we had hypothetically rezoned this last time, whoever was here last time, maybe they wouldn't have realigned corridor forward, just as a hypothetical. So I don't have, that being said, I don't have strong feelings about this in particular. I do have a question about how close this is to the maximum expansion area of Gaithersburg, and if this is a site that has ever been kind of considered as a potential annexation area.
I will have to look at the plan to see how, I mean, it directly borders Gaithersburg, so I would imagine that it is within that, or at least, because I believe that part of the Quince Orchard area that is in the Great Seneca Plan is in the maximum expansion limits for Gaithersburg. We did have conversations with the city of Gaithersburg about this property, not regarding annexation or anything, but they do not see it as an extension of their nearby development, or they don't see it as an area that has that potential to grow and become part of that area. So that was a piece of the discussion, because we did want to look at, like you said, just because something isn't a way now doesn't mean it won't always be a way. So we wanted to explore that with them, and they did not see that this area would be an easy area to expand into.
Can I go really right to this? In your plan on the left, the houses to the south of this property across the street, those and the ones to the right of are those in the county?
Those are in the city of Gaithersburg.
City in Gaithersburg, okay. And would you know if those have sewer and water?
I'm not sure. I can check on that for next time.
To answer the question about the maximum expansion limits, it's on page 25 of the plan, and it is within the maximum expansion limits of the city of Gaithersburg.
Okay. And on the left, in those, keep going to the left and then down. Is that subdivision down further? Is that subdivision in Montgomery County to the right of the red? Yeah.
Yeah. So on the right here is in the city of Gaithersburg. Here is Montgomery County.
Okay. Do those units have water and sewer?
Those do.
Those have water and sewer?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then how does those families get to their site? There's this road to the right of that, is that the larger road all the way to the right? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that Spine Road. What is that, and is that a major artery?
Yeah, and I'm getting turned around. Okay, wait, so this is Game Preserve, and is this Copper?
The major road that you see, the
On the right.
overpass of I-270,
Yes.
that's Watkins Mill.
That's Milton Mill, and this
Okay.
is Copper.
So just revisiting, the people that coming down Watkins Mill could turn into the property? They would have access, or would they have to go through someone else's property?
They would have to get permission from the city of Gaithersburg, I believe, to connect to Watkins Mill.
And to the north, the only, that covered bridge, that was going under the highway? Where was
Yeah,
it?
this is 270 right here.
And where was it covered?
Right here is the
That old covered
overpass.
bridge?
Oh, the old covered, that's over here.
Yeah. I think given the size of the property and the
Yeah.
location of it, I think there's development opportunities within this that Watkins Mill already has curb cuts over there. There's lights. There's actually pedestrian infrastructure on the undeveloped side. I think that if we put it at R200, what we're saying is that we don't want it developed. And because R200 I don't think would allow for enough houses there to make it worthwhile for anybody to do it, particularly with requirements for green space and forest conservation. I think if we actually want housing on it, we need to go lower. And if we don't want housing, and if that doesn't work, then nothing happens. And if it does, then we get more housing. I think there's opportunities for development around there that are fairly dense, both on the south side of Watkins Mill and as you go further into Gaithersburg, and on the east side. as you go down 270. I think it's worthwhile, and I don't want to. I don't want to negotiate it like right now up here, but I think it's worth taking another look at that property given its size and its access to Watkins Mill, which is a 6. I think it's 3 on either side, right? 6-lane plus a turn. There's substantial ability to get into this property from different angles, and there's substantial transportation access that exists there.
Yeah.
Should we be putting it out there in a perfect world? Maybe not. But like I think it's a property that to zone 200, what we're saying is no housing is going to go there. That's too big, I think, to make it a viable option, unless you subdivide it very heavily one piece at a time.
How large is it again?
I will have to get you the exact number.
Okay, so
I'm
maybe
happy to-
we would be, interested, if you could come back, what's the size? What, would it, if it wasn't R200, would it be
How many
R100,
houses could it-
R60,
We can come back
I
with
think
more
actually in the
detail. That
comments
would be fine.
received from DHCA also, they did calculate how many houses could be put in.
Yeah.
200.
We can come back and fully discuss, and I think the other thing we want to talk a little bit more about is the grade on the site, because there's significant grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we want to show you that.
Yeah, please do that.
Please.
So that you could fully consider
Okay.
the site.
Great, I will just present one more slide to end relatively on time, and we can save future slides. We just wanted to add this additional note about the existing or the recommended cross-section on Clopper Road between Long Draft and Great Seneca Creek. This roadway runs through 2 areas that are different. So, this isn't really a change to the recommendation, but to allow some acknowledgement that although it's a 60-foot right-of-way, that kind of looks different in the area that's already curbed versus the more open and natural roadway. So this is a clarification note due to comments we received from MCDOT. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So we can return in the future with the rest of the area recommendations and then revisit the McGowan site conversation with additional information in terms of the size and also the environmental constraints. So just to recap, the staff will make the changes that the board outlined, including the changes to the changes we recommended. And then at our next work session, we'll come back and do a very quick recap, just showing what the changes that we've made. Our next work session will be on April 4th. The board will receive a memo in advance of that, and the focus for that work session will be on transportation in the Life Sciences Center.
Well, thank you very much for your hard work and for putting this work session together and for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to end now, and we'll take a 10-minute break and come back for the public comment item, the Attainable Housing Strategies public listening session. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming out. I'm Artie Harris, Chair of the Planning Board. Thank you to everyone that has come out for this public listening session. I'm going to turn it over to Ben Berber to share a quick overview on the attainable housing strategy. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you for that. I am going to provide a very brief overview of attainable housing for the benefit of the Planning Board, our community members that are here today, those online, as well as those that I anticipate will be watching this after the fact. Again, Attainable Housing Strategies was an initiative started in spring of 2021, resulting out of a county council request to consider zoning reforms that would allow greater opportunities for missing middle housing in Montgomery County, and that has turned into the Attainable Housing Strategies project that we are talking about today. Just clarify terms, this comes up a lot, and so we like to talk about it a lot. Missing middle housing is technically a term that was coined by Opticos Design to describe a range of house-scale multi-unit structures that are deemed compatible with the detached single-family homes. When we talk about attainable housing, that's a bigger umbrella that missing middle is part of, but we're also looking more broadly at ways of including more housing focused on lots of different income levels and different house sizes. There are 3 identified goals as part of the strategy to increase opportunities to meet the county's diverse housing supply needs and obligations, as well as the county's economic development objectives, to unravel exclusionary aspects of the county's single-family residential zones, and creating more opportunities for homeownership for more households in more parts of the county. Our recommendations that are in our draft report are generally broken down by 3 scales. The small scale, which is sort of the house-sized, multi-unit projects that really fits kind of the missing middle definition. The medium scale, which we have recommended through a new optional method of development to focus along our growth corridors, and large scale recommendations, which would be implemented through various master plans and rezonings. Again, just some quick examples of what this looks like. Small scale, we're looking at duplexes, triplexes, maybe quadplexes. Medium scale, including stacked flats, small apartments, or townhouses, still kind of falling under the 3-story height. And then large scale, everything we've discussed before, and then adding in live-work buildings, stacked flats, and small apartments, more in that 4-story range. Just to say where we are, we up to this point had worked through early 2022 on the initial strategies, and then we took a pause to let Thrive Montgomery 2050 become adopted. That is now adopted. We have a draft report that was nearly completed. The planning board went through a transition. We're now back before the current planning board to try to wrap this project up, and we hope to do that this spring. Again, we still have an outstanding county council request we're trying to fulfill. We did now have adopted general plan, which provided the framework and guidance for this sort of work. Also, in the past 3 years, many jurisdictions around the country, including some that are next door to us, have adopted similar changes, and we're trying to catch up to that. The county still has an identified significant supply of housing shortage, and there is the equity component. We really just think this is the right thing to do from an equity standpoint, and we really want to get this addressed. And so the next steps for attainable housing, again, today we're having the listening session to allow the community members to provide planning staff and the planning board their opinions and feedback on our draft recommendations, as well as anything else they would like to let us know around housing. We will be then holding a series of work sessions with the planning board this spring to work through the draft recommendations, as well as what we've heard at these listening sessions, as well as any other testimony we received online, with the idea that hopefully we will by June have something to transmit to the county council. And again, this is just sort of what that looks like laid out. We do have some tentative dates. April 11th would be the first work session. We are actually going to start with the medium scale and not the small scale. A lot of graphics going into the small scale. We need a little more time to get those finished. April 25th, we'll come back and talk about small scale. May 9th, we'll do the large scale, as well as other initiatives that are tied to our recommendations. May 23rd, sort of a follow-up on any outstanding items that came up at the first 3 sessions. And then we do have time on June 6th if we need a 5th session. And again, this gets us to a Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee briefing sometime in June of 2024. And that is my introduction.
Thank you, Ben, for giving us this overall view of the process. We have many speakers in person and virtually this afternoon. I'll call up your names in groups, and when your name's called, please come up and take a seat at the table. Individuals have 3 minutes, and groups or organizations have 6 minutes. We'll be strictly adhering to the maximums. There'll be a timer in front of you. Please make sure to conclude all your remarks within the timeline. Please note that we have your written testimonies of people that have provided written testimonies, and you don't need to repeat your statements. If others have made the same points you're intending to make, please feel to align yourself with those statements. So thank you so much. And the first group in person we'll take first is Irene Lane, Timothy Ernst, David Barnes, James Olson, and Carrie Kasicki. And Dan Reed. I think is that 6 there? Yes, when it's your turn, just state your name and we'll get going. So we'll start with Ms. Irene Lane. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Attainable Housing Initiative today, an effort that the town of Chevy Chase supports in principle and, if implemented correctly, in practice. Given the importance of the issue, our town council members have sought an open dialogue with residents to gather comments. The recommendations and questions provided in this testimony reflect our initial thoughts on the proposed AHSI recommendations. We look forward to receiving feedback to further inform our future testimony. First, the town of Chevy Chase is committed to fostering inclusivity within our community. We believe that our existing setback height and massing regulations will facilitate the development of multifamily housing in accordance with the county's plan, while still providing for welcoming entryways, a vibrant tree canopy, effective stormwater management, and important emergency vehicle access. To garner support among our residents for the development of neighborly multi-family homes, the town intends to consistently apply our municipal building code regulations to both single and multi-family housing developments. The planning staff has acknowledged this interest in confirming regulatory consistency. During its February 22nd presentation, staff displayed several visuals that called for, quote, more options, generally same character, unquote. These compelling images juxtaposed a modern tear-down rebuilt single-family home permitted by right next to an altered depiction showcasing a duplex with identical setbacks, mass, and height. Implicit in these images is the concept that multifamily housing will adhere to the same building envelope as currently allowed for single-family homes. For the Attainable Housing Initiative to work, it must be undertaken in a manner that is adaptable to local building regulations. Again, this regulatory consistency would not hinder multifamily housing development. Within this testimony, we outlined 2 recommendations and posed 6 questions in Appendix A for your consideration during your upcoming work sessions. Simultaneously, we advocate for additional incentives to stimulate the development of highly desirable and more affordable residential housing within existing unoccupied or under-occupied commercial buildings, so that this Attainable Housing Initiative comprehensively addresses the housing shortage. These properties, conveniently located near urban centers, already boast infrastructure that can support high-density housing. Our first recommendation is to include a pattern book for triplexes that conforms to local building codes in the final recommendations document. Given the town's existing municipal building codes, given that it would be applied to multifamily housing, we believe that there is widespread support for duplexes in our town. And the opportunity to gain support for triplexes is also available. We will formulate our final position on the desired level of multifamily housing density to support. As we do that, we request that the final recommendations report to the County Council include a proposed pattern book for triplexes, and that all pattern books be developed based in conformance with local building requirements. Such a resource would enable our residents to visualize the appearance of triplex housing. The second recommendation is to determine priority housing districts in AHOM eligibility through minor master plan amendments. County residents should play a vital role in the designation of priority housing districts and AHOM along growth corridors. Leveraging residents' local knowledge can enhance the achievement of housing goals. Instead of imposing one-size-fits-all policies, we advocate for a more nuanced approach. We propose that accommodating denser forms of construction be achieved through minor master plan amendments to different regions of the county. A prime example of our concern with a one-size-fits-all approach is the proposal for priority housing districts. Under the proposal, these districts are defined as areas where quadplexes would be permitted by right within a specified distance of a rail station. However, this approach lacks consideration for neighborhoods with non-grid street layouts, narrow streets with limited on-street parking, and no current or planned BRT stops nearby. Also, there's no compelling rationale for the stipulation of a 1-mile radius. If the intent is to include areas from where residents might walk to a commercial center or transit stop, we encourage consideration of the views of other authorities. According to the Federal Highway Administration, quote, most people are willing to walk for 5 to 10 minutes or approximately a quarter to half a mile to a transit stop, unquote. Moreover, with both the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments and WMATA, they utilize a half-mile walking route, not radius, for determining transit accessibility. Similar concerns arise regarding the feasibility of AHOM along growth corridors. Specifically, the current recommended base density of 13 units per acre for R60 lots seems inconsistent with the suggested density of 10 units per acre for larger R90 lots, even though some of these lots may be adjacent or across the street from one another. Moreover, a previous draft of the proposal document seemed to suggest that a few lots could be combined under AHOM, underscoring the need for further clarity regarding lot combinations and lot chaining. The Planning Department has acknowledged that AHOM requires additional input from local communities before implementation. Our recommendation of following a minor master plan amendment for review is simply a further evolution of this principle. This approach will allow neighborhoods greater input on alternate and additional centers of activity conducive to quadplex development. By engaging in deliberate and intentional decision-making, this approach would enable communities and municipalities to become partners in making more impactful attainable housing improvements. We commend the diligent work of the planning staff and express our gratitude for the Planning Board's thoughtful consideration of our comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lane. The next will be Timothy Ernst.
Thank you for this opportunity to be heard by the Planning Board. My name's Timothy Ernst. My family has lived in Silver Spring, about half a mile down the street, for 22 years. We love the diversity of our community. Full disclosure, I rode my bicycle here today, but I also own a car. Most of the people who will speak at today's session have time and resources, myself included. We have the luxury of having our voices heard because we have time and resources. Many of our neighbors in Montgomery County cannot be here today because they're struggling to pay rent, medical bills, and feed their children. Many working residents of our county do not own automobiles. They take public transportation, they ride bikes, they walk to work and the grocery store. We all know housing is extremely expensive here in Montgomery County. According to the Department of Transportation, the County Department of Transportation, each underground parking space in our county costs $70,000 to $100,000 to build. Those costs are passed down to residents whether they own a car or not. I spend a lot of time walking in downtown Silver Spring almost every day. I've noticed a couple things. We have a growing number of people experiencing homelessness in Silver Spring. Many of our neighbors are employed, but they cannot afford housing. Another thing I see are large, ugly, cement parking structures. Typically, these are 2 or 3 stories high with hundreds of empty parking spaces. Most of these structures, as we know, were built in the 1950s and 60s when land was cheap and zoning laws across the United States mandated building parking. In the United States today, we have about 7 parking spaces for every car in America. So, basically, we have an oversupply of parking and an undersupply of housing in the United States. My solution is simple, maybe a little radical in a place dominated by automobiles. Let's stop catering to automobiles and parking spaces in downtown Silver Spring and across Montgomery County. Let's drastically rewrite 1950s zoning laws to discourage investments in parking at a cost of $70,000 to $100,000 per parking space. Let's also think about demolishing 1950s parking structures in downtown Silver Spring and building affordable housing for everyone in our community. And finally, let's all ask ourselves, what is the human and economic cost of using an extremely scarce and valuable resource, land, to build parking instead of housing for human beings? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ernst. Next is David Barnes.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Edgemoor Citizens Association. We're a community of 516 single-family homes on the western border of downtown Bethesda. We've been there since 1912, long before the Central Business District grew up next door. And under this plan, we'd be a priority housing district with every lot in the community rezoned to allow multiplexes to be built by right and reduced parking available. Planners in Montgomery County have long recognized the value of retaining intact residential older neighborhoods while urban centers like Bethesda expanded. The first goal in the 2011 update to the general plan was to, quote, conserve and care for existing neighborhoods and the existing housing stock. The Bethesda Downtown Plan had a housing goal to, quote, preserve and protect existing single-unit residential neighborhoods, a theme repeated many times in the plan. And that's what convinced residential neighborhoods nearby to support the plan. Now, it's 7 years later, downtown Bethesda is a large construction zone with thousands of new residents being built, and we're sitting here discussing how to remake the residential neighborhoods as extensions of the Central Business District. That sort of abandonment of a commitment and about face does nothing to restore much-needed faith in the planning process. And neither do the responses to stakeholder comments in Appendix C of this draft. School overcrowding, quote, the planning board believes that the impacts on schools of the house skill products will be de minimis. That's it. End of discussion. Infrastructure issues, these can be addressed through existing policies, but the only existing policy I know is the growth and infrastructure policy, which doesn't apply to houses at residential development at this scale. I'm not trying to minimize the problems in Montgomery County's housing, or saying that you shouldn't act. It's a tough problem faced by many communities with no easy answers. Appendix D of the draft talks about the many ways jurisdictions have tried to tackle this, in getting rid of single-family zoning and densifying residential neighborhoods with multifamily construction is clearly very popular. But in recommending that approach on a large scale here, why is there no mention of the outcomes where it's been tried already? Don't you wonder whether the goals were achieved or what worked and what didn't work? Were there any unintended consequences that you should be thinking about? Implementing these policies here with no data about the results and no testing is not a responsible course of action. Thrive Montgomery 2050 was developed and approved under the previous planning board, but you have many choices about how to implement. And I'm asking that you think carefully and act cautiously for the sake of all the residents who will have to live with the results for decades. You don't have to follow the previous planning board's preference for immediate massive rezonings or arbitrary urbanization zones or one-size-fits-all policies. And you don't have to implement policies that focus on the needs of potential new residents more than on the needs of existing residents. Instead, I ask you to test some of these approaches first, or at least examine the results. And while doing that, you can look for other ways to make more housing attainable to more people, like focusing on expanding available public transit so that people can more easily access less expensive housing where there's more space available and lesser costs. The county has 506 square miles in it, and there are many places where densification is going to produce more housing at a more reasonable price than right next to the urban centers. You could improve the MPDU program, or at least complete a review of the program, which was last done 20 years ago. And you could look for ways to slow down the building cycle of tear down and build bigger, or to incentivize less costly homes. Finally, you could review the permitting rules and procedures and customs that everyone in the industry seems to know adds cost and delay to residential construction in the county. Finally, I want to focus on something that Lisa said at the briefing the other week. She said, you don't want to encourage investors to buy up half a block of homes, tear them down, and then put up a bunch of quadplexes lined up in a row. I take it at faith that that's true, and that's great, but that's not what's reflected in this draft. If that's really the intent, you need to make that explicit in the policies you recommend. Otherwise, that's exactly what's going to happen, except that it won't be just half a block. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes, for testifying. Next will be James Olson.
Good afternoon. My name is James Olson. My wife and I have lived in...
Turn on your mic, sir.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is James Olson. My wife and I have lived in Glen Echo Heights since 2001. Have had 3 children attend Montgomery County schools from K through high school. I'm speaking today for Action in Montgomery, or AIM, in support of the draft Attainable Housing Strategies Report and its recommendations. AIM is a broad-based community power organization founded in 2000 and rooted in Montgomery County's neighborhoods and congregations. Every year, AIM holds listening sessions with its members to generate an action agenda, and every year, the need for more affordable housing has been at or near the top of the list of members' concerns. As a result, AIM was instrumental in the expansion of the county's Housing Initiative Fund over the past 2 decades and has supported efforts to make the MPDU program more robust. All of these efforts have the same root: the need for more and less expensive housing options for lower and medium income residents. While the need for more affordable and attainable housing is national in scope, the need is particularly acute here in Montgomery County. In fact, at least in part because of Montgomery's zoning policies, we consistently lag our regional neighbors in the rate of new residential construction and have had a substantial drop in the rate of addition of housing units over the past decade. One result of this is that the number of cost-burdened renters has increased substantially, particularly among Latino and Black households. Another is that the affordability of homes to purchase has declined sharply. In my own zip code, 20816, the percentage of houses deemed affordable declined from 43% to 25% between 1996 and 2019, as your documents show. Ironically, a 2010 study by Heather Schwartz of the RAND Corporation, looking at the favorable effect of Montgomery County's inclusionary zoning, or the MPDU program, has been cited repeatedly in the national debate over the importance of affordable housing. It found that low-income students who lived in middle-income neighborhoods, because of the program, and who also then attended middle-class schools, had better educational outcomes than their lower-income peers who attended schools in poorer neighborhoods, even though Montgomery County was spending an extra $2,000 per pupil in the lower income schools as part of school policy. So in fact, housing was more important than extra money being spent on the schools. Unfortunately, in my view, Montgomery County has been complacent about acting on the evidence in this study. While the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative is not a panacea for the affordable housing problem, it would be a very solid step to help encourage the construction of more housing. Notably, both Arlington and Alexandria have taken similar steps themselves in recent months. Montgomery County should follow suit. And I've lived in this area for 50 years, and I remember when Arlington and Alexandria were really regarded as kind of backward. So it's quite a change. And since I have time, let me give you a personal example of duplexes. During COVID, my wife and I had a 4-mile loop from our house down through the Brookmont neighborhood in the canal. And after doing this route maybe a couple of hundred times, I noticed one day there was a house that had two street numbers on it. It was a duplex, a nice brick house, it was a duplex. And a couple of weeks later, my wife was walking by herself, and she came back and said, you know, that's not a duplex. There's another street number in the back. There's an apartment there. It's a triplex. And no one, maybe I'm blind, but it certainly fit into the neighborhood. So let me just end with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olson. Next is Ms. Carrie Kazicki.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Kosicki, and I'm the Montgomery Advocacy Manager for the Coalition for Smarter Growth, the leading organization advocating for walkable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. So I'm 24 years old. I was born in 1999. And since that time, home prices have outpaced the rate of inflation and income growth in every zip code in Montgomery County. In Silver Spring, where I'm a renter, if home prices had kept pace with inflation from the time I was born until 2019, the typical home would have been affordable to households earning 61% of the county median income. But in fact, in 2019, the typical home in my zip code was affordable only to households that earned 107% or more of the county median income. Our laws and regulations reflect our values. The choices that our county made in the past about where to allow and not allow housing types like duplexes, triplexes, and small apartment buildings have shaped the amount of housing that we've been able to build, and ultimately who can afford the price of entry to live in certain neighborhoods where these housing types are not allowed. We can make different choices that better reflect our values: racial and economic equity, sustainability and environmental stewardship, and a commitment to care for the needs of our current and future residents, even when this may look different than what we have done in the past. Legalizing attainable housing types adds another tool to our housing toolbox, helping to relieve pressure on existing lower-cost housing units, alleviate our housing shortage, and give more people access to the opportunities that our county has to offer. By focusing attainable housing types near transit, we can maximize household cost savings, provide better housing options for people of diverse ages and abilities, and support our county's climate goals. When people have great access to transit, they can choose to rely on their cars less, reducing their carbon emissions, saving money and gas and other expenses. These savings on transportation can make a transit-accessible home even more affordable than a similarly priced home in an area where transit, walking, and biking are not feasible options. Focusing attainable housing near transit also makes our communities more inclusive to people of all ages, incomes, and abilities by offering more housing and more affordable housing options for those who cannot drive or do not own a car. As the Planning Board begins its work sessions, we ask you to pay particular attention to the following two recommendations in the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative draft. First, we ask you to ensure that recommendations for the pattern book align with the goals of both ensuring that attainable housing types contribute positively to neighborhood fabric and that they are more affordable than existing housing types. A pattern book will provide helpful guidance for new housing types, but if required design elements add significant cost to new homes, it will counteract the initiative's important affordability and equity goals. Second, we ask you to revisit recommendations in the R200 zone. While the majority of R200 zone sites are located near MARC stations or ride on local bus routes, there are a small number that do not have transit access and are located in the agricultural reserve. We ask the Planning Board to consider including a transit proximity measure as a condition for duplex construction in the R200 zone. We're grateful for the time and effort of the Planning Board and planning staff on this very important initiative, and thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Kosicki. Next will be Dan Reed.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed, and I serve as the Regional Policy Director for Greater Washington. We're a nonprofit that works to advance more equitable and sustainable communities across the DC area. I also grew up in Montgomery County, and I currently live in East Silver Spring. I should note that I'm on the board of the East Silver Spring Civic Association, but do not speak for them in that capacity. We would like to offer these thoughts in regards to attainable housing strategies as the board and the staff craft their recommendations. Greater Washington commissioned a poll, which we released last week, asking over 800 Maryland voters about our state's housing crisis and how local and state governments have responded to it. We also did a big sample of Montgomery County voters, perhaps for today. So Montgomery County voters say that housing is their #1 most important issue. 88% of county voters said home prices have become less affordable. 60% say there aren't enough housing opportunities for every budget. And 60% also say that local governments aren't doing enough to create more housing opportunities for every budget. And most relevant to this effort, 80% of Montgomery County voters surveyed support allowing builders to build more homes of different styles and price ranges in different locations. And 58% support allowing townhomes, duplexes, and apartments in areas zoned for single-family homes. That's not an outlier. We did ask some poll questions across Montgomery County Democratic voters in 2022, in which voters across every single demographic group expressed strong support for allowing more types of homes, both in the county as part of Thrive and within their own neighborhood. These people aren't who you typically see speaking at the planning board, but their concerns and their preferences for how local government should address them are evident. I'm not just here today to talk about why attainable housing is good or why duplexes fit in well with single-family homes, but rather how the public process we have for approving different types of homes in Montgomery County can better reflect what the public actually wants or needs. About a decade ago, my neighbors in Silver Spring were embroiled in a fight over a townhouse development called Chelsea Heights, which was to be built on the site of a former private school that was then zoned for single-family homes. Under the draft recommendations for attainable housing strategies, this project might have been able to be built by right or with a much more streamlined approval process. Instead, there was a 3-year fight which carried through the planning board, the county council, and the Board of Appeals because of rezoning. Consider how many resources that consumed. Thousands of dollars spent on lawyers for both the developer and the neighbors who opposed it, taxpayer dollars spent on a lengthy review and appeals process, and time and money spent by people who just wanted to live in a townhome in downtown Silver Spring, but had to wait longer and ultimately pay more for a home because of these delays. I can also speak from personal experience as the owner of a townhome in East Silver Spring, how difficult and painful these fights are, whether or not you support or oppose a given project. There's a reason why our civic association no longer takes positions on land use is because we don't get to speak for everybody in our neighborhood. There's 7,000 people in our neighborhood, you know? Meanwhile, anyone can buy a little old house in my neighborhood, knock it down, and put up a much larger house, perhaps one the size of several townhomes like mine, that can sell for upwards of $1.3 million. There is no development review, and there's no public hearing. The new house, of course, needs to pass inspection and get building and occupancy permits, but none of my neighbors have to give permission for that house to be built the way a townhome or a duplex might have to be. There is nothing inherently bad or good about single-family homes, and there's nothing wrong with people who move into a neighborhood and like it and would like things to stay that way. But these two processes do send a message about who this county values more. The people who prefer or can afford a detached home, and those people who also have the time and the wherewithal to fight a development they don't like for years on end. Those who don't have those resources get shunted back to the back of the line and may miss their opportunity to live here entirely. Today, we're seeing the limits of that approach to the planning process. Double-digit increases in home prices over the past 5 years, and a lack of quality housing options for people who want to move here or stay here or build lives and families here. Attainable housing strategies is an effort to change this. One size fits all might actually be fine. We should be talking as an entire county about how our county should look and grow. And we should actually try to treat Silver Spring and Tacoma Park and Wheaton and Chevy Chase and Bethesda the same, because these communities already have the same single-family zoning. Over the next several months, we're going to have a county-wide conversation about how to provide more types of homes and more locations for more budgets for the people who live here, for the people who want to stay here, and for the people who are coming here and deserve to come here as well. It's better to do it here and now than on a project-by-project basis in which that larger goal gets lost amongst more parochial concerns. Ethically and morally, I also believe it is only right to put different types of homes designed to accommodate more diverse needs and budgets that reflect the diversity of this county on the same footing as a detached single-family house. Our organization looks forward to working with you and planning staff to form recommendations on how to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We have you can go back to your seats, or if you'd like. And we have two more in person, Mr. Leventhal and Mr. Varoom. Come on up. And then on Teams, please get ready, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Benton, and Ms. Persad. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Leventhal.
Members of the Montgomery County Planning Board, good afternoon and thank you for your public service. My name is George Leventhal. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Purple Line Corridor Coalition, a collaborative that has its administrative home at the University of Maryland's National Center for Smart Growth. I serve on the PLCC Steering Committee, and I thank you for the opportunity to offer these comments on the draft of attainable housing strategies. PLCC supports the intent of these strategies and encourages the Planning Board to be courageous by proposing diverse housing types in residential zones previously limited only to single-family homes to the maximum extent possible, especially adjacent to public transit. PLCC is an innovative public-private community collaboration working to leverage Maryland's largest transit investment in the 21st century to ensure equitable growth and prevent displacement for all who live, work, and invest in the corridor. PLCC's vision for racially equitable growth informs the activities of its collaborative working groups that are advancing progress in 4 key areas: housing, small business, workforce, and placemaking. Our overarching housing target is to produce or preserve 17,000 homes near the Purple Line for households earning $72,000 or below before the transit line opens. A racial equity lens calls for an understanding of the historic context of residential zoning. From their inception, zoning laws have perpetuated segregation of class and race. The basic idea that apartment buildings should not occupy the same neighborhoods as single-family homes has racist underpinnings. Requiring only detached single-family homes on large lots of land in most Montgomery County neighborhoods prohibits anyone who lacks significant wealth from living in those neighborhoods. For anyone who thinks this is no longer a problem because of the enactment of the Fair Housing Act in 1968, remember the generational transfer of wealth. Black families who were precluded from owning homes in the years preceding 1968 never accumulated the wealth necessary to help their children buy homes in the 1970s, 80s, 90s, and in the 21st century. Residential patterns of segregation established in the first half of the 20th century continue, directly affecting who gets to live where and why today. Moreover, a continued lack of fair housing enforcement through the 70s and 80s, as well as the limited housing types in the most affluent communities, have reproduced historic trends over the last 50 years. And where you live affects where your children get to go to school. This helps explain why less than 5% of students attending Walt Whitman High School in Bethesda are Black, while at Paint Branch High School in Burtonsville, 58.6% are Black. PLCC's support for liberalizing single-family zoning and encouraging diverse housing types in residential zones is expressed in the PLCC's Housing Action Plan and recent analysis completed by the PLCC through a transit-oriented development planning grant from the U.S. Federal Transit Administration. Action 7 of the PLCC 2023 through 2027 Housing Action Plan states, increase housing affordability and committed affordable homes through land use and zoning changes. Land use and policy changes that add more homes along the Purple Line are foundational if we are going to achieve overall affordability along the Purple Line corridor and enable more people to move to or move within the corridor over time. We acknowledge that zoning alone is not sufficient to achieve these goals and that substantial public and private investment, new construction, effective preservation strategies, and subsidies will also be necessary to prevent displacement pressure. But zoning is one important tool to this end because you cannot preserve affordable rental housing that was never built. Our mission and purpose make us especially supportive of the concept of priority housing districts. The Planning Board has recommended allowing quadplexes within 1 mile from Metro's Red Line, the Purple Line Light Rail, and MARC rail stations, plus 500 feet from a bus rapid transit corridor, plus River Road inside the Capitol Beltway and Connecticut Avenue. Our Housing Action Plan and Equitable TOD strategy call for changes like these to promote transit-supportive housing production. It is important to emphasize that liberalizing single-family zoning would not mean eliminating single-family homes. Existing single-family homes would still be sold to families who desire them, and new single-family homes would also still be built and sold. Reevaluating single-family zoning would mean that artificial constraints on the market could be removed to provide housing options that meet the needs of consumers from many different backgrounds with a wider range of housing options than exist today. Among other beneficial outcomes, this could address concerns over replacing tear-down homes with McMansions by making it possible, for example, to convert a large home into multiple homes on the same footprint. Extensive work has been done showing that increased density can be accommodated without significantly larger buildings. This concept is sometimes described as gentle density. As Thrive 2050 correctly states, Montgomery County has an insufficient supply of housing. The Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments has identified a regional goal of at least 320,000 homes to be added by 2030. Of these new homes, at least 75% should be in activity centers or near high-capacity transit, and at least 75% should be affordable to low- and middle-income households. Zoning changes to encourage diverse housing types in areas previously restricted to detached single-family homes are a crucial component of Montgomery County's doing its share to meet regional housing goals. We encourage the Planning Board to be bold in its recommendations for liberalizing single-family zoning, understanding that the County Council will likely scale them back to some degree. Thank you for considering our views on this important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Leventhal, for testifying. Next is Mr. Christopher Vroom. Do you have your mic on, sir?
Is it? Oh,
great. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and my testimony. I've lived in Montgomery County for a little over 8 years. For the entirety of that time, I have worked within these regions' many excellent hospital systems. And I want to bring attention to some of the problems that the current housing shortage is causing upon both our populations and our workforce. Obviously, homelessness is increasing, both in the number of people suffering from homelessness, but also in the length that the average person remains homeless. Studies consistently show that the longer a person remains homeless, the less likely they are to be able to find sustainable and continuous housing and return to meaningful work. The amount of resources it takes to care for an acutely or chronically homeless person is significant and is stretching and straining our already overworked and under-resourced emergency rooms and first responder systems. In addition, housing strain permeates almost every aspect of our patients. Many of them struggle with their housing. Many of them are constantly concerned about their housing. Even short interruptions in their ability to work creates imminent fear of losing their housing. This creates strain that causes increasingly hostile environments inside our healthcare system. Secondly, I want to bring attention to the healthcare workforce. Hospitals employ massive numbers of people. A local 300-bed hospital employs more than 5,000 part-time and full-time workers. And having conversations with my coworkers, I find it shocking. I'm no longer shocked at their commutes. I've known people who live as far away as Pennsylvania in order to find affordable housing for themselves and their families. It's not uncommon for nurses to have to work 12-and-a-half-hour shifts and then drive more than an hour to get home. Some of my coworkers have been in accidents on these long drives, and it ultimately affects the ability of our department to render care to our community. Some of our positions are time limited, meaning that if you are a member of the cardiac cath team responsible for caring for patients with acute heart attacks, or if you're part of our emergency surgical services, you need to live within 30 minutes of the hospital. Sometimes it is impossible to find staff that are working in some of the lower positions, such as surgical tech, cath lab technician, cath lab aide, that are able to afford to live within 30 minutes of our facility, and some of these positions have been vacant for quite a while. Housing is not just some sort of equitable service that is a social good. It is necessary for many of our region's services to remain operational. Without adequate housing, without the ability for our healthcare workers and our healthcare service providers to live within the region, our excellent healthcare service that we've come to rely on is in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vroom. We'll now switch to our team's presentations. First will be Mr. Bennett, followed by Mr. Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you see me and hear me?
We can hear you, but there all we see is a chair. Wrong. Yeah, we don't see you. Can you turn your camera on, please?
I'm trying to do
Oh,
that.
yeah, we see you now. You're all good.
Terrific. Excellent. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for hearing me, and belated congratulations on your appointment to the chairmanship. You and I have known each other for some years, and I'm delighted to see you sitting there.
Thank you.
The current situation in housing, I'm here to represent the Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County, of which I will speak a little bit more in a moment. I've lived here since 1977 and have been Commissioner and Chair of the Housing Opportunities Commission. and have dealt with what was called affordable housing over my entire time here. We are enthusiastically in support of this change of focus, and I want to explain why. Never in my experience here has the need for housing been so universally supported at all levels of government. Starting, of course, with the federal government, with President Biden's March 19th statement from Nevada about the crisis and a commitment to support solutions, to the governor's housing policy, which is very promising, including an active Department of Housing Community Development, and of course to Montgomery County and the effort that we're discussing today. This is unusual. At the Affordable Housing Conference, which we will hold this year on May 10th, and I encourage anyone interested to attend, we will discuss the issues that are before us. Uniquely, the housing attainability problem is now tied to the economic future of the county. I have never seen a moment when the ability of people who live in Montgomery County to work in Montgomery County working against the location of jobs in Montgomery County. And that is one of the dimensions of the crisis, which I think is absolutely essential to recognize. I've lived here long enough to see change in the county, and more change is coming. And it's not going to be easy. I'm also an architect and have designed assisted living facilities on church-owned property in the county, and I remember over and over again the comments that were made about these projects in the zoning project process, namely that this was a wonderful, admirable project. This just isn't the place for it. And that, of course, you've heard already and will hear longer. So we want to provide with the Affordable Housing Conference a forum for the further discussions of these issues, again on May 10th for the morning and early afternoon. We welcome, we have already scheduled one panel on non-zoning obstacles to affordable housing, because zoning is not the only problem. In my own view, the missing middle is a retail solution to a wholesale problem. And finding places to continue the urbanization of communities like Silver Spring and Bethesda is going to have to be found in order for us to solve this enormous difficulty. So with that, I commend the Planning Board for taking up the issue, for initiating the change from affordability to attainability, and we'll welcome your participation in the Affordable Housing Conference when we have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next is Mr. Benton, Griffin Benton. Okay, well, then we'll go to Ms. Prasad. Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Equity in planning requires fairness, but this is not the baseline. The baseline for equitable planning must have the stated goal of working to uplift economically and socially disadvantaged communities through the creation of policies that prioritize meeting the needs of the most vulnerable residents. This is a quote from Tacoma Park Mini Master Plan Equity Analysis. There is nothing equitable about attainable housing strategies. Blacks have and continue to be collateral damage for our planning department, planning board, and county council who dismisses our displacement as simply unintended consequences to excuse your continued racist and exclusionary policies that are in play. Out the gate, Thrive leads with a vision for economic development that focuses on attracting new businesses and workers to the county who can afford to reside and or work in mixed-use transit-oriented town centers. Yet this economic development approach could widen racial and social inequities as it primarily offers benefits to affluent and disproportionately white people. This is a quote from Dr. Elaine Bonner Tompkins, Senior Legislative Analyst, Office of Legislative Oversight. What we're witnessing and discussing today is not attainable housing strategy. This is urban renewal 2.0. It's true we have a housing shortage. There's 31,000 people awaiting housing according to HOC. Planning has documented that we have additional 200,000 plus people who are projected to move here, with the majority making $50,000 or less. And our chair, Artie Harris, you're saying we can't build affordable housing. So the question becomes, where are all these people going to live? Yet the focus in attainable housing strategies is creating and building market rate housing by removing Blacks and people of color from the safety of their homes to gentrify whole communities. A community represented as a concentration of poverty still has significant value. It is important, it's imperative that we begin to appreciate low-income people's communities that have value, they have tradition, and most importantly, they have things worth preserving, starting with the people. That's a quote from Tacoma Park Mini Master Plan Equity Analysis. In the attainable housing strategies, there must be strong language stating the right of return, absolutely no net loss, and the protection of natural occurring affordable housing. There's an old saying in the Black community, and it comes in many different iterations, that it's not the KKK we have to worry about, but the men wearing the suits making the decisions. And in this case, it's planning and the county council who holds the power to determine where we live, who gets to live there, and how we live. Let's get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Persault, for your testimony. Next, we'll have Tony Byrne. We'll have, after Tony is Mr. Harney, and then John Lurie. Thank you. So,
Yes. My name is Tony Byrne, and I'm a homeowner in the North Woodside area of Silver Spring, the vice president of our civic association, and a business owner here in Maryland. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this conversation. Others have already explained effectively why attainable housing strategies on the table here are so important. Today, I'd like to pose whether we're going far enough, given the magnitude of the crisis. I'll start with my recommendation and then tell you a personal and neighborhood story of how I got there. Respectfully, I have 4 changes for you to consider. 1, allow for 5 ups and 4 plexes in all communities and not just around activity corridors, and explore related building code modernizations to help support this. 2, allow for townhouses by right everywhere. 3, allow for small apartment buildings with modest height easements in every neighborhood and not just activity corridors. 4, revisit setback limits and make them more flexible. Now, these are not abstract YIMBY talking points. This is personal to me, my family, and my community. See, I was fortunate to grow up in a city where duplexes, quadplexes, townhouses, small apartment buildings coexisted in the same neighborhoods and often on the same block. My parents went from renters to homeowners in the same neighborhood. Flash forward 40 years, and my nieces and nephews are doing the same thing. So my wife and I moved to Montgomery County 25 years ago. We were looking around. Where are all the townhouses? Where are the apartments? Where are the triplexes? Turns out they were consigned to very specific neighborhoods and corridors. The borders of those neighborhoods and corridors represent quite real social boundaries, even though few people want to talk about it out loud. Come to find out that the origins of single-family only zoning in this county stemmed from an attempt to extend Jim Crow-era segregation by other means. That alone ought to give us pause when we're applying upzoning only to certain quote-unquote corridors. Now, about my neighborhood of North Woodside. If we're any indication of the county as a whole, there's substantial support for attainable housing. We hosted a comprehensive community survey in 2022 that showed overwhelming support for Thrive. Now, 2 very big issues emerged in our discussions. 1, our adult children may never be able to afford to buy a home here right now. And 2, those of us approaching retirement age can't downsize in the community that we love. So given the scope and the intensity of this crisis, and it is a crisis, the planning board should really meet the moment here. move more assertively to expand opportunities beyond what's envisioned in the strategies presented today. Now, as a brief postscript, I'd like to express gratitude for two planning department staffers in particular, Lisa Gavoni for serving as an excellent analyst and communicator, and Ben Kraft for his groundbreaking research and clear analysis of these challenges. Thanks again for listening today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Byrne, for your testimony. Next is Andy Harney. While we're waiting for Mr. Harney, how about John Lurie?
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, okay, there you are.
Sorry.
All right, Ms. Harney.
Members of the Planning Board, my name is Andy Leon Harney, and I'm speaking on behalf of Section 3 of the Village of Chevy Chase, where I serve as village manager. Section 3 supports the efforts to bring additional attainable and affordable housing to Montgomery County. It's important that attainable housing be successfully integrated into existing neighborhoods. For Section 3, successfully integrating new types of housing stock will require respecting common sense setbacks, height, massing requirements that we already mandate. The same rules that apply to current residents should continue to apply, including anyone building more dense housing options. Section 3 is already one of the densest municipalities in Maryland. Most of our streets are only 16 feet wide. We have about 60 households who share a driveway, and we have minimal or no storm drains. As you contemplate these changes, we have a number of questions and concerns. One, has the collaborative master plan process been abandoned in favor of zoning text amendments? It appears that way. The text amendment approach is quicker, certainly, but fails to give residents a true voice. The master plan process involves greater public engagement and will lead, we think, to better, more workable outcomes. The proposal to place a 3 to 4 story apartment buildings on Connecticut Avenue would be incompatible with the existing height and massing of homes that line the street. Any multifamily structure should be the same height and massing as the existing homes. One sensible and environmentally responsible approach would be to create incentives to renovate larger, older homes into multifamily residences, essentially an adaptive reuse of existing structures. It's been being done all over the country. There is an assumption that people who will move into smaller attainable housing units will have few or no cars. To be blunt, I think that's wishful thinking. Connecticut Avenue has no on-street parking except on Sundays, and our community is more than a mile from a metro station. The planning process should include realistic parking provisions. The proposed pattern books presenting model housing solutions seem to offer the promise of compatibility for many down county communities. But what is the process of public acceptance of these pattern books? Such pattern books should be subjected to public scrutiny and debate, particularly if you want buy-in and appreciation for this extra effort. Finally, stormwater management must be considered. For example, Connecticut Avenue has no storm drains. Increased density will create more impervious surfaces and runoff. We cope with a high water table combined with already high density right now. Virtually every home in Section 3 has a sump pump. Stormwater management must be a factor in approval of any project or zoning change that increases density. If programs promulgated to incentivize developers to build attainable housing are well executed and communities buy in because the changes are compatible with existing neighborhoods, we'll all win. We respectfully ask that you consider these issues as you move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harney. We're going to take, if you can hold on, Mr. Lurie, we're going to take Brenda Freeman first, and then we'll come right back to you, okay? So, Ms. Freeman.
And muted.
Okay, yes, please.
All right. Thank you. I'm glad to be able to get a chance to speak. Kim Prasad spoke to many of my concerns about the way that this development is being foisted onto certain neighborhoods. And I'm especially concerned about the pattern book and where it's talking about the removal of neighborhood compatibility. When you take away building and remove neighborhood compatibility, you're introducing anything goes in the area. I live in the wonderful area of Woodside Park, and what I would like to see is other communities have as many trees and be as green as possible. Very little scrutiny is given to the environmental concerns, and especially for older people who suffer from health conditions. And when there is any type of yellow or red notice, we can't go outside. By continuing to remove or wanting to remove very old trees, you are not helping us because this contributes to heat island issues. So that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. And next we'll have John Lurie.
Yeah, hi, Chair and members of the Planning Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is John Lurie. I'm a resident of Woodside Park. I'm a practicing architect and have completed over 50 residential remodelings and additions in the Down County neighborhoods. I am concerned by the premise that the Attainable Initiative assumes that we can fit quad and triplexes into the existing Down County neighborhood, or 60 neighborhoods, without significantly impacting the fabric and livability of these neighborhoods. The Attainable Housing Initiative relies on several premises that are counter to market or development pressures. One, that a pattern book can be used to mitigate these development pressures, and two, that reduced parking requirements will reduce parking demand. Existing Down County neighborhoods were laid out with smaller R60 lots on narrower streets. Redevelopment of these lots with the development pressure to maximize quadplex and triplex unit sizes for the typical 3-bedroom household will create development pressure to maximize the building footprint to the R60 35% coverage maximum. This building footprint size is 2 to 3 times the size of the typical Down County R60 house. If we redevelop these R60 lots while maintaining the front established building line and with either the current side setbacks of 12 and 8 feet or the pre-1954 7-foot side yard setback requirements, we are really looking at a full lot development. This is further compounded by market pressures to accommodate parking for the quad and triplex units. With an increase from the current 2 cars per lot to either 6 to 8 cars per lot, where will cars be parked in the full lot development? Parking lots will be required for each of these R60 lots with shared and accessible driveways for the unit owners. The existing street infrastructure is too narrow to accommodate additional parking. Ultimately, we will be accommodating off-street parking, resulting in a limited to non-existent tree canopy. The Appendix F typologies do not accurately depict lot development pressure. The sheer size of the full building development envelope cannot be masked by a pattern book. It states that the pattern book would provide guidance, but not a cumbersome mandate, and therefore it will not limit development pressures for full lot development. I am fully supportive of the need to provide additional attainable housing, but do not support the quad or triplex proposed for existing R60 neighborhoods. We would be allowing developers to make mansions in these neighborhoods with quad and triplexes, significantly altering neighborhood livability and character.
Thank you.
I'm almost finished. It would be far more productive if instead we propose to relax the current overly restricted ADU standards so that accessibility dwelling units could be added to existing R60 lots.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we'll have Ellen Rader, followed by Liz Brent, and then Barb Siegel.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the Attainable Housing Initiative. I'm in favor of implementing zoning changes and procedures to increase the county's housing supply and choices near public transportation and commercial centers. There's a critical shortage of attainable housing in the county for individuals and families that have incomes that are above the required for regulated affordable housing. Many seem to be moving to attainable homes outside of the county in areas, where they have decent public schools. And I think the county really needs to find a way to retain young, diverse, educated residents. All my sons have moved away to nearby counties. I have submitted some written support, which I'm not going to repeat today. With my time, I will focus on single-family zone property within central business districts like Bethesda. Zoning changes should be implemented in these areas that will successfully transition them to higher density attainable housing. Currently, these neighborhoods are becoming more exclusionary as smaller houses are being replaced with very large, expensive ones. I live in such an area where there's about 60 houses. And the new houses are selling for close to $3 million. These larger homes have more square footage and less green space than the total square footage and footprint of the multiplex examples in the staff recommendations. Replacement homes have already changed the character of older communities. The value of a smaller, older house is being relegated to tear down, lot only value. The land is expensive and limited within CBDs. Therefore, the county should encourage efficient use of the land in central business districts to allow more people to live and hopefully own homes in these opportunity areas near transit. Development of smaller units at medium to high density will help meet the goals of attainable housing. Consolidation of lots for redevelopment for attainable housing should be allowed. Appropriately styled and multifamily units should blend in with the residential character of neighborhoods as much as possible. If the county waits too long to make zoning changes and to streamline the development process to make attainable housing a reality within the central business districts, it will miss an important window of opportunity due to the rapid pace of replacement house construction in these desirable locations. I feel it is not in the interest of the county residents' housing needs and not consistent with the stated housing goals of the county government to have newly created enclaves of exclusive single-family houses in central business districts just for a few people to live. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll take the next testimony by Liz Brent. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have a couple of photos that you all have there. I don't need them on the screen yet, but just wanted to let you know. Yep. My name is Liz Brent. I'm the broker and owner of Go Brent Real Estate located on Silver Spring Avenue. I've sold more than 700 homes in Silver Spring, and I've met with scores of homeowners and potential residents over the years to consult about what they are looking for in a home. There is absolutely no question that demand for attainable housing exists, and all of these close-in areas around the Beltway are well suited because of transportation and general walkability. Let me give you a snapshot of where we are right now with the housing market. I put this home in downtown Silver Spring on the market this morning. It's a small colonial with about 1,500 square feet of finished living area between the main and the second floor, which is typical of Capes, Ramblers, and colonials in close-in Silver Spring. There are 3 bedrooms and 1 bath on the second floor. The price is $740,000. 14 agents are showing the house to clients today, just hours after going active on the MLS. Why are so many buyers packed into one day? Desperation, absolute panicked desperation on the part of buyers who fear if they don't get in immediately, they will miss an opportunity to write an offer, and because there are so few homes on the market. For those opposed to attainable housing, I invite you to look these buyers in the eye and tell them that you don't think they have a right to own a house, a right to housing. Please don't tell them to go further out. There aren't houses further out either. According to Bright MLS, the average list price for residential properties in Montgomery County right now is $1,006,000. The median price is $669,000. Next house, please. Thank you. This property sold on Sligo Creek Parkway in November for $1,725,000. It looks like a duplex with a basement apartment, right? It could have been a duplex with a basement apartment, 3 homes, more value overall, so more transfer tax revenue, more property tax revenue, more people to support our local businesses, but it's not. It's 1 house. Those that say no to attainable housing, please do not tell yourself that you are fighting for affordable homes. You are not. Homes that are going to be torn down because they're in poor condition will be torn down. And currently, the only thing that can be built are very large homes. So you're not fighting to keep affordable homes. You're fighting for homes for people that are the most fortunate among us. We must continue to push ahead on attainable housing. It's well past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brent. Next will be Barb Siegel.
My name is Barb Siegel. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've lived in Montgomery County over 60 years. For 30 of those years, I lived in the area of the Edgemoor Citizens Association in a 1,700 square foot house designed by an architect. I was the architect. I'm still an architect. My lot in Bethesda was about 5,000 square feet. Not quite 10 years after moving into my house, a 5,000 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot lot was built next door and behind me. One of my neighbors and I brought what became to be called the Terrace Heights case against the house next to mine and behind me. At the time of the case, I was told by a council member that McMansions were the highest and best use of the land of the land in my neighborhood. The new house blocked air and the lot and negatively impacted my enjoyment of my land. The McMansion replaced a small single-family house with a huge single-family house. I did not see how that was the highest and best use of the property, though it clearly raised my taxes, and eventually we needed to move. We got gentrified out of our neighborhood. I always felt that the highest and best use of the land was to have multiple houses on it. So I'm happy to see this affordable housing initiative. I also think that multiple houses would have kept more air flow and more light and all of the benefits of living in a suburb. I'm strongly in favor of multiple houses in close-in suburbs. Infill could not only increase housing options, it is an option that would retain the sense of a suburban landscape with green space, families, and smaller homes. New homes would not be huge. There would be light and there would be green space. I encourage the use of the envelope that as John Laurie spoke about, that would repeat the building envelope of the McMansions. Rather, I encourage multiple single-family homes on these small lots. I encourage the planning board to also consider who will be building the infill. If the planning board does not require these close apartments to be subdivided and requires owner occupants, the character of the neighborhoods is more likely to be maintained. As an owner, I will consider the impact on my neighbors. Planning board can recommend tax subsidies for owner developers who choose to build multifamily homes on their lots. This could help older residents stay in the neighborhood and live in their own homes. I am in favor of a plan that encourages the raising of mega mansions in order to build multiple single-family homes on the same lots. These lots are already negatively impacting the neighborhoods. It is only a developer that would be able to do that. But I am not in the favor of a plan that would encourage the raising of existing older and smaller homes. This would destroy the housing canopy and a lot of the character of the neighborhoods. Please encourage plus owner occupants would likely small developers, small builders, creating jobs for small and small business. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Steve Kraft.
All right, hello. So make sure everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Steven. I'm a homeowner here in Montgomery County.
Can you turn your camera on,
Living-
please, Steve?
Sorry, my camera's not working. So it's
Okay,
gonna be audio
that's
only.
okay.
Apologies. I'm a homeowner living in Montgomery County, in Gaithersburg and Flower Hill community. I'm here today in support of allowing attainable housing by right in Montgomery County to make housing more affordable for all. Like many others, I struggled to find a home in Montgomery County and rented for many years before that, bouncing between different homes and apartments. Luckily, I was able to purchase a townhome here before the current rise in interest rates with help from family. I now live in a townhome in Flower Hill. I mention that because that's a neighborhood with a mix of single-family homes, condos, apartments, and townhomes, all in one community. It's a great family community, an example of how communities like Kentlands, with a mix of housing types, are equally as desirable as one's only single-family homes. However, not everyone has the resources I am so lucky to have. To live in communities such as mine, housing remains prohibitively expensive for most. More people are spending more of their income on rent, on mortgage, and are having to dream or on the rent, having to give up their dreams of home ownership due to lack of prices, due to high prices and lack of inventory and housing options. I believe we need more housing types in the county. We should not have single-family only neighborhoods. But neighborhoods where single-family homes exist side by side with townhomes, duplexes, condos, apartments, and other multifamily dwelling units. These neighborhoods should be built with services and retail within walking distance when possible, or with an easily accessible mass transit options. People of all income brackets deserve to have a chance to live in a neighborhood of their choice and a selection of housing type that best fits their lifestyle and budget. This is why I'm in favor of attainable housing in Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kraft. Next is Stu Simon. Could you turn your mic on, please, Stu?
Unmute. Okay. Hello, Planning Board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give testimony about this important issue. Just for a point of identification, I'm the advocacy co-chair of the Montgomery County Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions, and I've been the District 16 lead for the Sierra Club annual advocacy day for the last 3 or 4 years. So 2 years ago, the county passed the Climate Action Plan. One of the key part of the Climate Action Plan is to reduce traffic. And a key way to reduce traffic is not for you to go into the electric cars, though it helps a little bit, but most of all to make walkable communities. This proposed plan would do that, but I urge you not to constrain the plan so that it exceeds its full potential. Right now, as you well know, teachers, county employees, policemen, firemen, they're moving further out to find affordable housing. When they move further out, they're cutting down the forests. They're demanding larger, new highways, larger highways, so they can beat the, not have so much traffic coming in. It's a vicious cycle. So what we need is not to cut down more forests and make the situation worse, but have more denser in-county multi-residential buildings. Perfect illustration is a block from my house. For me to walk to Metro, I go down Leland Street. Leland Street has 20 plus houses on it. They were typically built around the 1930s. At the time, they were affordable housing. Now I've watched one by one over the last 5 years as these houses come down and are replaced by McMansions. The McMansions cut down the trees. Almost the entire lot becomes impermeable. There's little extra cost in doing so. And this is all lots that are within between a half a mile and 1 mile of the metro station, and only 2 blocks from downtown Bethesda. The only reason they're putting up McMansions there is because only single-family housing is allowed. It is absurd. Even the houses alone could fit multiple families. People mention parking. One of the issues about parking is because we make it free. The same people who complain about, oh, they'll park on my street. Well, if they think their street is free, is theirs, then they should pay for it. That's the if it costs more for people to pay the actual cost of cars in terms of pollution, in terms of parking, using up surface area, they wouldn't be quite so car friendly and would be more receptive to mass transit, to biking, to walking, and finding walkable communities. So I urge you to do the right thing, including in the Edgewater community. By the way, I have a friend who just moved in there and did a tear down. So the longer we wait, the more tear downs, the less space there is for multi-residential housing where it's needed most. Thank you for your attention, and urge you to do the most possible to get this thing through as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Next is Mr. Jacob Goldberg.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important issue today. I've been a renter in Bethesda and the North Bethesda area for 6 years now. And though my fiance and I love our apartment in downtown Bethesda, we would have to move from our current neighborhood if we ever want to own a home. I'm a data scientist focused on risk management for a housing lender and regularly volunteer as a crew leader with Habitat for Humanity of Metro Maryland. Despite this expertise, today I'd like to share from my experience as a renter who would love to build a family and a life here. But I'm still a mathematician, so I'm obliged to start with some numbers. Spending 30% or more of your income on housing is considered a cost burden. The median household income in Bethesda is $185,000 a year. This family cannot afford to spend more than $4,700 a month on housing without being cost burdened. According to Zillow, the median house price in Bethesda is $1.15 million, which with a 7% interest rate mortgage costs $7,000 a month, 50% above what the median family here can reasonably afford. If the median family already living in Bethesda would be severely cost burdened in the current environment, what hope is there for anybody else? Last year, local author Richard Kallenberg published Excluded, which highlights Montgomery County's successful housing policy requiring new large-scale projects to reserve units for families with low and moderate incomes. We should build on this success by building denser housing near public transportation to increase supply of housing overall and reduce the urban sprawl. We can make denser housing possible by simplifying the zoning and permitting processes, subdividing lots, and allowing the construction of accessory dwelling units. In January, Habitat for Humanity converted a single-family home in Tacoma Park into a duplex, providing homes for 2 families. There are plenty of houses in Bethesda within walking distance of the metro that could easily support similar projects. While that project was a success, it took much longer than necessary. The permitting process alone delayed the renovation, which took over 2 years to complete, 2 years to add 1 additional housing unit in Tacoma Park. We should ask ourselves what is actually necessary to ensure the safety of residents in a home, and what is simply red tape that makes renovations prohibitively expensive or time intensive to the point that developers don't bother with these projects. My fiance and I cannot afford to buy a home where we live. As 2 young, successful professionals with master's degrees and above average household income. If we can't afford to buy here, who can? Removing zoning restrictions is an important step to make housing more affordable and attainable in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Next is Gary Kimbrough. Mr. Kimbrough.
Hi, my name is Greg Kimbrough. I'm an economist and I teach a class on housing policy at American University. I'm just going to give you not the whole class, but a very brief taste of how this really applies to Montgomery County and this initiative in particular. But again, well, I should say that I'm speaking just for myself. So exclusionary zoning and the reinforcing processes of exclusionary zoning have given us a housing mismatch in Montgomery County. And what this means is that only detached single-family homes can be built by right in much of Montgomery County, but less than half of Montgomery County households live in detached single-family homes. The exclusionary restrictions mean that the housing we have isn't the housing that we need. And what that mismatch gives us is housing that is too expensive, as many people have noted over and over again throughout this hearing, housing that can't meet accessibility needs, particularly as we have aging members of our population. They're unable to get those accessible units because we're unable to build them. New housing that's clustered away from transit and other infrastructure, which has all sorts of impacts. One of those being the fact that climate change is very real, and this is worsening our environmental impact when we could be doing much better. It gives us housing that doesn't meet the incredible demand to live in walkable, transit-rich neighborhoods because we're unable to build housing there, and the existing housing in those neighborhoods is unable to satisfy that demand. And it gives us a loss of vibrancy when people aren't able to move here, people aren't able to stay here, people's children aren't able to stay in the county, others aren't able to move here. We also miss out on a huge amount of potential tax revenue. So one example here is the current zoning in my neighborhood, East Silver Spring, which only allows detached single-family homes by right in almost all of the land. You can see here that there's the Fenton Village overlay to the west with the red, and then there's just a sea of yellow R60 with little spots of R10, the brown, and some townhouses. I live in one of those townhouses, and those non-yellow spots house most of the people in the neighborhood. But take up very little of the actual land. So current zoning, as many have mentioned, allows for teardowns for large detached single-family homes, but doesn't allow for apartment buildings by right in most of East Silver Spring. So here is a picture I took showing on the right an existing 4-story apartment building. And then on the left, there was a small single-family home that was torn down to build a larger detached single-family home, which is possible under our current zoning. But you couldn't build something like the 4-story apartment building next to it without all sorts of variances and zoning changes, whereas that teardown could happen very quickly. So let's allow and encourage more of the housing we need and the housing that we already have. Here in East Silver Spring, most households live in 4 to 6 story apartment buildings, townhouses, and 2 to 4 and small multifamily buildings. We can build a lot more of those. So let's change the fact that we don't allow those and change that here and everywhere near transit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And next will be Jill Lomaz.
Dear members of the Planning Board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on an important issue our county faces, attainable housing for low and middle income individuals and families.
Ms. Lomaz, can you turn on your camera if it works, please?
Oh, it's not on? Hold on. Should be on now.
All right, it is on now. Thank you.
Sorry, I do have to read, though, from another program where I wrote, so
No problem.
Maybe that's why it's going off. Yeah. Accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, offer promising hope for both the homeowner and potential renters in the realm of affordable housing. ADUs represent a versatile housing option that can be integrated into existing neighborhoods, offering a range of benefits. First, they provide an additional stream of income for homeowners, allowing them to offset skyrocketing mortgage costs in our area and alleviate financial burdens. This additional income can be especially crucial for single-parent families like mine, with only one earner in an increasingly expensive housing market. Moreover, ADUs promote multi-generational living arrangements, fostering stronger family bonds and support networks. They enable elderly parents to age in place while maintaining independence and offer young adults the opportunity to live close to their families while pursuing education or career goals. This intergenerational housing and living arrangements not only enhance social cohesion, but also reduce the need for costly nursing homes or assisted living facilities. Furthermore, ADUs contribute to the densification of urban areas without compromising the character of neighborhoods. By utilizing existing space, such as garages or basements, ADUs minimize environmental impact and promote sustainable urban development. They also help address the housing shortage by increasing housing stock without the need for large-scale construction projects, thus easing the strain on local infrastructure. In addition, ADUs provide affordable housing options in desirable neighborhoods that may otherwise be out of reach for low and middle income individuals and families. This ensures socioeconomic diversity and helps prevent the displacement of long-term residents due to mass development initiatives that have previously pushed them out. However, despite their numerous benefits, ADUs are still not typically the choice of homeowners in our county. It's imperative that we streamline the permitting process and provide financial incentives to encourage the widespread adoption of ADUs. By doing so, we can unlock the full potential of ADUs as a solution to the affordable housing crisis and create thriving, inclusive communities for generations to come. Offering homeowners financial incentives and subsidies to build ADUs on their property would offset the cost so they can offer lower rents for those ADUs. In conclusion, accessory dwelling units offer a pathway to attainable housing for low and middle income individuals and families. Through their flexibility, affordability, and sustainability, ADUs not only address the immediate housing needs of our community, but also pave the way for a more equitable and prosperous future in our county. I personally would love to see ADUs as a catalyst for positive change and work together to build a brighter tomorrow for all Montgomery County's residents. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Rivera Taesa. Okay, so next we'll go to Mr. Goldman, Robert Goldman.
Hello. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
sorry.
no problem.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Goldman, and I'm the president of Montgomery Housing Partnership, or MHP. And I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the planning board on the attainable housing strategies. We greatly appreciate your work on this important issue. As many of you already know, MHP is a nonprofit housing provider serving more than 4,000 residents of Montgomery County and neighboring communities by providing nearly 3,000 quality affordable homes. MHP has a unique perspective on attainable housing because we own and operate many multifamily buildings that could be classified as attainable housing. Buildings like quadplexes and smaller apartment buildings with less than 19 units of housing. Much of this housing is in the East Silver Spring and the Long Branch neighborhoods. The diversity of housing in these neighborhoods is proof that attainable can coexist alongside single-family housing and make for more vibrant, affordable neighborhoods. MHP strongly supports the attainable housing recommendations, particularly those which would permit attainable housing by right in corridor-focused growth areas such as the Purple Line corridor and near current or future BRT corridors. MHP has consistently supported increasing housing density along state highways such as Veers Mill, Georgia Avenue, and more in individual master plans. However, more often than not, single-family zoning was left in place in these areas where there is a huge opportunity to provide more housing than what currently exists. The single-family homes in these transit corridors were built before the Capital Beltway opened, before Metro, and before the Purple Line was ever contemplated. Single-family zoning was appropriate when these areas were not served by transit, but though these corridors have changed dramatically since the single-family homes were built. It would be short-sighted to leave this zoning in place for another 20 to 30 years and not encourage denser development in areas served by Metro or frequent bus trans service. If we do not facilitate more density so close to transit, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to meet the county's targets for housing production. Attainable housing topologies would be more compatible with the current character of these priority housing districts than single-family zoning. MHP would go further than the recommendation in one particular area. As it concerns land that directly abuts transit corridors, we urge the planning board to support small apartment buildings by right on parcels that directly face state highway corridors. Many of these corridors already have large-scale attainable housing, but most of it was built decades ago. If the planning board continues to rely on the master plan process to identify opportunities for small apartment buildings or require local map amendments, it will likely ensure that the existing single-family zoning remains in place. We need to be more aggressive in re-envisioning, reimagining, and reinvesting these aging corridors to support additional housing. Thank you for the opportunity to share our comments on the report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Goldman. Appreciate your comments. Next, and our last, is Leah Michaels. Leah Michaels. Sorry, I mispronounced your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Leah Michaels, and I'm a homeowner living in a single-family home in Rockville with my husband and our 3 teenage daughters. When I moved to Montgomery County in 2008, I was able to afford what most would call a starter home before moving to a slightly larger, somewhat more expensive home in 2014. Since that time, my home has increased in value to the point where I could no longer afford to purchase it today. I'm grateful to have built equity through homeownership, but this was due to luck, timing, and the considerable privilege I enjoy as a white woman in the United States. I testify tonight to urge you to support widespread, transit-oriented, attainable housing options that maximize opportunities for people to live in an affordable, sustainable Montgomery County. Zoning that gives preference to prohibitively expensive detached single-family homes limits access to high opportunity or otherwise desirable locations and perpetuates patterns of racial and economic exclusion. I support Attainable Housing Strategy's recommendations to remove barriers to building more diverse housing types like townhouses, duplexes, and apartments. Everyone deserves a safe, comfortable home that allows them to live and work without constant stress over how to afford it. I teach English language learners in an MCPS high school. Many of my students are recent immigrants to the United States. My students and their families are often priced out of living near the public transit and their jobs. Some of my students travel more than an hour each way to get to and from work because they must make money to help pay the rent. Already this school year, some of my students and their families have been evicted because they couldn't make the rent. Many of my colleagues have moved their families out to Frederick or Howard County because they could not afford to purchase a home near their schools. My younger colleagues often need multiple roommates and often live far away from where they work. Already, my oldest daughter, who is still in high school, has lamented that she will never be able to afford to live here once she moves away for college. I'd love to be able to reassure her that she's wrong, but is she? I support the attainable housing goals of increasing racial and economic diversity and challenging the exclusionary effects of single-family zoning. Again, I urge you to support widespread, transit-oriented, attainable housing options that maximize opportunities for people to live in an affordable, sustainable Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michaels. I think we have everyone that has signed up. That is correct. So we appreciate everyone's testimony. We appreciate. We want to hear all voices. We're ending this afternoon's session, and we'll start again at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Bye now.
Good evening. I'm Mitra Peduim. I'm the Vice Chair for the Planning Board, and I'm covering the tonight's session for us. First of all, thank you for everyone that has come here tonight to share with us their comments. I'm going to turn it over to Ben Berber to share a quick overview on the attainable housing, and then after that, we're going to start the testimonies.
All right, thank you for that. Ben Berber for the record with Countywide Planning and Policy. I'm just going to provide a very brief overview of the attainable housing strategies, just so that everybody in the room and watching online is kind of on the same page as to what we're discussing tonight. So again, many of you may have already seen this. The attainable housing strategy started back in spring of 2021, and it came from a request by the County Council asking the Planning Board to consider recommendations for zoning reforms that would allow for greater opportunities for missing middle housing in Montgomery County. And the result of this has been the attainable housing strategies, which includes a draft report where we are preparing and consolidating these recommendations. Just so that we're all kind of using the same terms, missing middle housing versus attainable housing. Missing middle housing technically is a term that was coined by Opticos Design, and it's really focusing on the house scale multi-unit structures that are compatible with single-family detached houses. Attainable housing is that, plus other housing beyond the missing middle scale, and really we're looking at it as any housing that adds more housing for more income brackets for more people to obtain. There are three stated goals of the attainable housing strategy. One, to increase the opportunity to meet the county's diverse housing supply needs and obligations, as well as economic development activities. The second is to unravel the exclusionary aspect of the county's single-family residential zone in communities by diversifying our housing stock. And the third is just to create more opportunity for homeownership for more parts of the county, for more people. We often mention attainable housing as three scales. We have the small scale, which is kind of that missing middle size, the house-sized unit, which we're hoping to approve in some scale by right in our single-family detached residential zones with conformance to a pattern book. The current medium scale recommendations is focused mostly around a new optional method of development that would be located along our growth corridors. And the large scale recommendations are really focused on actually rezoning properties as a result of different master plan processes. And again, some examples of attainable housing when we think about this. The small scale, as I said, we're talking about the house scale, duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. When we get into medium scale, we're really starting to talk about those units, as well as adding in some stacked flats, small apartments, or townhouses, trying to keep it under or at 3 stories in height. When we talk about large scale, everything mentioned before, but also adding live-work units, taller stacked flats, and even larger apartment buildings, but we're still trying to keep the scale manageable. We're aiming around 4 stories with this. As a recap of where we are, we did start this in 2021. It sort of came to a pause in 2022. We really wanted to have the Thrive Montgomery 2050 plan completed and adopted before we finished the attainable housing strategies. That happened, and then right before we actually finished the project, the planning board went through a bit of a turnover. We wanted to have the new board sat and kind of familiar with what their role is before we actually brought this back to them. So here we are today. We are bringing the draft recommendations from the previous board before the community and the new planning board, and we're going to go through a series of work sessions this spring to try to finalize these recommendations and get it to County Council, we're hoping, in June. Why are we doing this now? We still have an outstanding County Council request that we need to complete. The Thrive Montgomery 2050 plan has been adopted, and that helped create some of the framework and policy guidance to have us work on this project. As you've probably noticed, many jurisdictions in the region and across the country have been enacting very similar changes, and it's time for us to also get on board with that. We still have a significant housing supply issue that is just getting worse by the day, and we also still have the equity component that we were trying to unravel with this, and it's just the right thing to do. So with the next steps for attainable housing, again, tonight we are taking public testimony on the draft recommendations, as well as anything else that you might want to recommend towards this initiative. We have a series of up to 5 work sessions that we're going to go through the planning board this spring to work on finalizing these recommendations. And we do hope to, by early summer, transmit our final recommendations and report to the county council. Just sort of a tabular form of this schedule. Tentatively, April 11th, we're going to have our first work session back with the board. We are going to start with medium scale and not small scale. There's a lot of graphics we're working on with small scale, and we just need a little more time to refine those. April 25th, we'll come back and do the small scale recommendations. May 9th, we're going to focus on large scale recommendations as well as some of the other policy recommendations that are in the draft report. May 23rd, we kind of see as a likely follow-up session to kind of tie up some of the loose ends and present some of the research we might be asked to do. And if we need a fifth session, we have time for that on June 6th. Again, concluding that, we will transmit the final copy to the County Council. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Ben. We have many speakers, to be exact, about 23 in person and virtually to hear from. We will call names in groups, especially the ones that are present in here. When your name is called, please come up and take a seat in the front table. Just as a reminder, individuals have up to 3 minutes to speak, and organizational representatives have up to 6 minutes. We will be strictly adhering to those maximums because we want to go home tonight. You will see a timer in front of you. Please make sure to conclude your remarks when the timer finishes, or else I have to step in. So please help me not to do that because I don't like to do that. And it's my first time, so please don't do that. Please note if you submitted written comments, we have reviewed those, and you really do not need to repeat your statements if you are running out of time. Additionally, if others that they have been in front of you and have made the same points, you can skip them because we already have them and have noted on those, and we really appreciate. We're going to start with Mr. Adam Pollack, Jordan Day, Caroline Lampila, Michael Larkin, Mike English, and I think I have a space for one more person, Jane Lyons Reader. Okay, Mr. Pollack, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adam Pollack, and for 15 years, I've owned a house on the edge of downtown Silver Spring, which will be impacted by this initiative. I support the initiative because of math and values. The math part is Montgomery County is the oldest county in the region. Attainable housing is essential to attracting and keeping young workers and families. Because Montgomery County relies in part on income taxes, were it to continue to de facto outlaw new development and become a retirement community, it will have to make painful cuts to services because seniors typically pay limited income taxes, reducing residents' quality of life. The values part goes to what it means to be progressive. I think being progressive means using the state to promote the greater good of the community and not preserve or promote narrow self-interest. My wife researches homelessness, which jumped 53% last year in the county. Many factors affect homelessness, but the most impactful and direct is housing costs, because when someone is spending everything they can to scrape by to afford housing, it doesn't take much to cause them to no longer be able to pay for their rent. And it is super hard once they're unhoused to get the resources to pay for housing again. Exclusionary zoning and parking requirements dramatically increase housing costs. I would hope that we can, as individuals and a community, put aside our narrow interests, be they a desire for more valuable housing for lack of new competition, wanting to avoid the inconvenience of not securing an easy parking spot, and a few more cars on our streets, and possible discomfort of having renters who we don't know and may not look like us nearby, for the greater good of the community. By greater good, I mean the ability for non-affluent working people to afford to live here, valuing people's housing over car storage, having a more environmentally sustainable community, and one which is culturally and economically vibrant. I encourage those on the planning board to consider such progressive values as opposed to the self-interest of impacted homeowners like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan Day.
Thank you. My name is Jordan Day, and I'm a renter living in downtown Silver Spring. I'd like to start by stating my support for this plan and commending the Planning Board for their comprehensive and clear-eyed analysis of the housing crisis in this county, as well as the solutions to that crisis. The era of single-family zoning has been a disaster for this county, for our environment, our housing market, and our equity goals. Rigid zoning in core neighborhoods has forced thousands to drive till they qualify, resulting in spread-out development where driving is the only viable form of transportation and contributing to spiraling traffic as it strangles transit solutions. At the same time, single-family zoning has contributed to a crisis of affordability, as housing supply in desirable neighborhoods remains stagnant while demand only grows. I grew up in one of these neighborhoods in Bethesda zip code 20817. I was born in 1997 when 45% of county residents could afford a home there. As of 2019, only 27% of residents could afford to live in 20817, a number that is now out of date thanks to an almost 33% increase in average homes values post-pandemic in that zip code. Even with the fortune of a solid white-collar job and no college debt, I will likely be unable to afford a house in Bethesda without significant outside help if prices continue to rise. I am the best-case scenario. The vast majority of people my age who have college debt or a less lucrative job will be shut out of the neighborhood I grew up in and the opportunities and advantages I enjoyed without a major stabilization in housing costs. This situation is plainly inequitable. Luckily, this plan provides a comprehensive, balanced solution to our housing crisis, allowing neighborhoods to organically grow, to accommodate new people rather than remaining stagnant and exclusionary walled gardens. It goes beyond missing middle to allow a broad range of housing scales and types, and begins the work to dismantle rules as diverse as zoning regulations, parking minimums, and covenants which work to enforce our status quo. It mitigates potential negative impacts, limiting the highest densities to transit corridors and ensuring new units meet aesthetic and walkability goals with a pattern book. It ensures this county will be able to comfortably fit a projected 200,000 new residents by 2050, new residents we need to maintain competitiveness and ensure fiscal stability. It ensures we will be able to take care of an aging population, that our housing stock can accommodate multi-generational families, and that we can house essential workers like teachers, firefighters, and paramedics. Most importantly, it will give thousands opportunities they will otherwise have missed. Tackling the housing affordability, climate change, and equity crises in this county will require far-reaching changes to the status quo. We are living in the world that status quo created, and we know it does not work. The era of single-family zoning has left us with a deeply inequitable and unhealthy built environment, and I commend the board for taking the bold and forward-thinking steps required to solve these intertwined crises. I urge them to proceed as quickly and efficiently as possible to approve this plan. I was born in this county, I live in this county, and I want the opportunity to stay in this county. This plan helps me do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for going over.
Ms. Caroline Lampila.
Hi. Good evening, members of the Planning Board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Carolyn Lampila, and I live in downtown Silver Spring. I am here to express my strong support for attainable housing strategies as we must remove barriers to building more diverse housing types in Montgomery County. We are in an extreme housing crisis with too many housing options at extremely high cost, or with too few housing options at extremely high cost. With county's expected population growth over the next few decades, is only going to worsen if we don't take the necessary steps to create more housing options. Failure to do so will only exacerbate the crisis, pushing many residents out of reach of affordable housing in Montgomery County. Montgomery County is lagging behind our neighbors in Arlington, Alexandria, and other jurisdictions throughout the country. We must catch up and become a more welcoming county. As you prepare your recommendations for the County Council, I urge you to recommend allowing attainable housing by right in corridor-focused growth areas as defined by Thrive 2050. Increasing housing options in transit-oriented corridors will not only accommodate the growing population, but also enable more residents to live closer to transit and other amenities. Attainable housing allows for more affordable housing options by dividing the cost of land between multiple households, making home ownership more attainable for individuals and families who would otherwise be priced out of the county. Many essential employees, including first responders, healthcare workers, teachers, restaurant employees, and others, can't afford to live in a county that they contribute so much to. We also want students like Jordan, who are educated in our county, to be able to live here when they become young adults. Current zoning practices in the majority of the county perpetuate patterns of racial and economic exclusion by only allowing single-family homes. Attainable housing strategies or attainable housing challenges these exclusionary practices, offering access to high-opportunity neighborhoods to a more diverse demographic, promoting equity and diversity. And in addition, building transit, housing near transit also supports the county's goals of combating the climate crisis by encouraging more walking, biking, and transit use. This is also an equity issue as it allows people of all ages, races, and abilities to live here. This includes people like myself with disabilities who aren't able to drive. I urge you to consider the critical need for and benefits of attainable housing as you prepare your recommendations to the County Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Larkin.
Good evening, Commissioners of the County Planning Board. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Mike Larkin, and I'm speaking on behalf of Montgomery for All, the Montgomery County arm of the Coalition for Smarter Growth, with over 200 members across the county that want more sustainable and welcoming neighborhoods. We strongly recommend that the Planning Board adopt attainable housing strategies that maximize the removal of barriers to building more diverse housing types. And we also recommend that you focus on the corridor areas as defined in Thrive 2050, especially those places where there is transit and where we are going to be building more transit. If we do not allow the building of more diverse housing types, we risk only allowing our housing to continue to grow in price. We will condemn the next generation of firefighters, nurses, paramedics, police officers, and business owners to unaffordable costs of living. Housing is relatively more affordable when the cost of land is divided between many different types of neighbors in duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. This creates housing types for a wider range of incomes and from people from all walks of life. This building of more housing even helps people who aren't looking for new housing right now. According to research that was published just this month by the Minneapolis Federal Reserve, increasing the supply of market rate homes reduce competition for lower price housing. A robust, attainable housing strategy is making a choice for housing abundance over contrived scarcity. Building more attainable housing is also an opportunity to build a county that's more environmentally sustainable. Housing that is built near transit stops and along corridors allows more people to choose mass transit and also choose the active transportation options such as walking and biking. We can create a county that emits less carbon and also returns time to our residents to spend with families and friends instead of being stuck in traffic. Attainable housing embraces what makes Montgomery County an attractive place to live. We do have high-quality schools, parks, libraries, public transit, and job opportunities. However, equitable access to these opportunities is limited because of zoning that gives preference to prohibitively expensive detached single-family homes. Let's be blunt for a moment. This is a public policy choice. If you cannot afford a single-family detached home, you are prevented from gaining access to many of our county's high-opportunity neighborhoods, which risk locking people into a cycle of poverty. Opening up access to transit-connected, high-opportunity neighborhoods to more people at more attainable prices is not only the economically smart decision, it's also the moral decision. Supporting racial and economic diversity and challenging the exclusionary effects of single-family zoning is an explicit goal of attainable housing. and building more diverse housing types is one strategy to go about it. Montgomery County is a large and diverse place, and public policy must embrace this opportunity. Building more attainable housing is an opportunity to thrive as an inclusive, sustainable, and economically successful county. Building more attainable housing near transit embraces the opportunity of sustainably welcoming more people to our county at various stages of life. People bring their talents and their energies to our county. They're the coffee shop owner, they're the volunteer checking in voters on election day. They are the single person moving in for a new job, they're the new couple starting a new family, they're the retiree looking to downsize, such as my girlfriend's parents who are looking to move here, possibly from the West Coast. Attainable housing helps each of these people and more to be a part of our community. I would argue, Montgomery for All would argue, that's a more humane Montgomery County. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Mike English.
Thank you. Mike English, live in downtown Silver Spring. Frankly, a lot of the technical details I'd say have already been said either now or what I caught in the afternoon session. So frankly, it's gonna be like half written down and kind of winging it, so please excuse any lack of polish here. But to the degree there is still opposition about this, it seems to be largely driven by the idea that this will not be enough on its own, and there's some amount of change to the neighborhood, and that's bad and scary, right? And I don't say that to be dismissive, I'll come back to that in a second. But something not being enough on its own is a call to do more. It's not an excuse to do nothing. And frankly, too many people in this county are condemned to do the latter. And to kind of cut to the chase, in my advocacy, I try to be open about my anxiety and mental health issues, and I think that actually comes into some of what I think drives the opposition to this on a fundamental level. I say what I'm about to say, like, not to blunt any criticism. I'm 40 and have agency and run my mouth a lot, and criticism is valid. But I am on the autism spectrum. It's a recent revelation to me, but like in hindsight, far from the most shocking thing I've come to realize about myself. And I say it to say that if you're listening to me say this, you deal with change better than I do. Like, I promise you. For levels of, when I moved half a mile down Eastern Avenue from an apartment into a condo, I looked for excuses for weeks to back out of that, right? And we all, but to some degree, while, neurodivergence aside, we all do this to some degree. Things are never as bad as we think they're gonna be, and then the change happens, and it's okay, and we don't really learn that lesson that it's okay. At least I don't. And I spend a lot of time, tormenting myself. I've made progress here on that, right? But it is, I truly mean it. I think sometimes people hear me say this and think that I'm just trying to deflect and not being genuine. But I truly mean it when I say that most opponents reformed like this are not bad people and aren't malicious. I think, by and large, people like their neighborhoods. Change is upsetting in a way that I feel more deeply than most people. And we're very good, myself included, at finding excuses not to do things that present anxiety to us. That can come down to finding a reason to say that your neighborhood is not one of the ones that need to change. We spend a lot of time worrying about things that will not come to pass. And nothing will allay that fear of change other than the change happening and it not being as bad as people think it will be. So I say all this to say that, like, there's technical things I could say. We'll talk more later, I'm sure. But don't make concessions with the goal of placating that fear of change. It's just not how people work. So do what is needed to be done to make housing more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jane Lyson-Reader.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jane Lyons-Rader, and I strongly support attainable housing. I've been a renter in downtown Silver Spring for almost 5 years now. And before I moved to Silver Spring, I lived in a triplex in College Park while I was a graduate student. And I was able to minimize my housing costs there. I lived in an apartment in the triplex with 3 other people. We had 1 bathroom for the 4 of us. It might not sound like an ideal option, but it was perfect for me at the time. And for what I needed at that point in my life. It was cheap, it was a short bike ride from campus, and one of the greatest joys about living there was the young family who lived next door in the other triplex. They had 2 young kids, and they would bike to school together in the mornings on the trolley trail, and I would watch the kids play in the backyard. And it felt like a glimpse into what could be possible if we allowed more diverse housing types and more different types of people could find a place to call home. So in the present day, my spouse and I, we make above the median income, but we still can't afford the housing that we want in the community that we call home without significantly compromising our quality of life. And if privileged people like us can't find the housing that we desire, who can? Very, very few. So if we're to be a county where everyone is truly welcome and given that opportunity to thrive, then we need more housing opportunities of all kinds. We need rental, for sale, private housing, social housing, ADUs, duplexes, triplexes, and more. Our land use laws, though, have locked us out of those options for so long. Instead, our land use prioritizes one housing type, the single-family home. And 95% of our residential land is zoned for single-family homes, of our residential land, meaning that if you can't afford a single-family home to rent or buy, you can't live in 95% of Montgomery County. This is the real one-size-fits-all zoning. We are one of the most diverse places in the country, so why doesn't our zoning provide that flexibility for different options for different types of families? Additionally, I want to emphasize that public listening sessions like this are important, but should not be seen as representative of Montgomery County. The only way to really know what the public thinks is statistically significant surveys and through voting. And we know from polling that around 60% of voters in Montgomery County support duplexes, townhomes, and apartments in their own neighborhood. And that included 57% of homeowners, 70% of renters, and then 80% of voters supported building more homes of different styles and price ranges and more locations. So attainable housing, even though change is hard, it's still popular at the end of the day. So I hope you listened to the folks speaking here tonight. But public opinion, research, and data are on the side of attainable housing. We need bold leadership here, and I'm excited to see us get it done. Thank you.
Just on time. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to call another list of speakers. Jeffrey Endick, Graham Reed, Jake Goodman, Tushar Kansal. Is there anyone else that wants to testify in person here that I have not called? Good. Okay, Mr. Andy.
Thank you for the opportunity to present my testimony.
Your mic.
On? Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Jeff Endick, and I'm a resident of East Bethesda. I want to first preface my remarks by stating that I wholeheartedly endorse efforts made by the County Council to expand the stock of affordable housing and housing designed to assist the homeless, particularly those with disabilities. Individuals living on modest incomes, or worse yet, living in the streets, should not be pushed to the outer reaches of the county or forced to live in the shadows. However, plans to rezone neighborhoods like East Bethesda to accommodate what I consider to be an ambiguous concept like attainable housing require a lot more study to avoid creating serious infrastructure problems. First, as far as I can tell, the pricing for middle market housing will be set at fair market values established by real estate developers. Those developers are incentivized to maximize profits, so there is no guarantee that pricing will result in the kind of attainable housing that you've heard talked about. Similarly, there is a very real possibility that those units will be purchased by investors, not by homeowners. Bottom line, this looks like an opportunity for a big windfall to real estate developers. Second, the supposition that only a small percentage of purchasers will own cars in communities like mine is not grounded in reality. I'm a firm believer in mass transit. I've taken the metro longer than some of the people in this room have been alive. But a good mass transit system has to be supported by adequate funding, not just in this county, but throughout the DMV. And ridership has to return to pre-pandemic levels in order for it to be sustainable. We're not there yet. Even with a top-flight transit system, many young families, like families that now live in East Bethesda, will need to own at least one car to get to work, to go to doctor's appointments for their children, and to attend children's activities. The idea that we are going to live in a car-free environment like New York City is just merely aspirational. It's not grounded in reality. Anecdotally, many streets in East Bethesda cannot accommodate 2 cars on either side of the street without blocking school buses and work trucks. Rezoning will make the situation far worse. Water runoff, school overcrowding also need to be addressed. I just want to conclude with one just procedural observation, and then I'll keep quiet. A number of individuals here who are testifying in their individual capacity, I'm a firm believer in transparency, are on the steering committee of Montgomery for All. And I would just ask, for purposes of transparency, if they are on the steering committee of an organization that has been given 6 minutes to testify, that they identify themselves as being affiliated.
We have that. We have that. Thank you
Terrific.
very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Mr. Graham Reed.
Thank you. My name is Graham Reed, and I live in downtown Silver Spring. I believe Montgomery County will greatly benefit from the proposed Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative through the creation of more diverse, welcoming communities throughout the county. I myself have greatly benefited from the variety of housing options available in Silver Spring, which enabled me to afford my relatively modest home as a young person. And I hope that future county residents can benefit from the wide variety of housing options that are created through the Attainable Housing Initiative in more parts of the county. The wide variety of housing options created through the initiative will be a great benefit to younger residents, making the county more welcoming and accessible for new residents as well as people who don't want to leave after going to school here. Montgomery County is also a very diverse place, and this is something I think many of us value. But it's important to note that this diversity is especially strong in places where we've built a lot of new housing recently, especially with a variety of size options. And so because of that, I believe that planning for new housing will help foster diversity throughout the county, but especially in more parts of the county. I also support the plan's prioritizing of housing near rail and BRT stations to allow more people the chance to live near transit and to make better use of our transit investments. Finally, I'll close early by saying that increasing the availability of diverse, lower-cost housing options benefits everyone looking for housing in our highly constrained housing market. This may not solve all our problems, but it's an important step to take. In conclusion, I ask you to support the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jake Goodman.
Good evening. My name is Jake Goodman. I am a member of the Board of Action Committee for Transit. I would like to thank the Planning Board for allowing us to testify tonight in support of affordable housing, because it is important for creating a more sustainable, welcoming county. While primarily a transit organization, ACT understands that land use is critical. Sorry. Land use is critical to both how people choose to get around and to the quality of life in the communities we serve and love, deeply cherish. By building denser housing closer to transit stations and along transit corridors, study upon study has shown has shown that ridership increases, walkability and bikeability tends to increase too. And transportation emissions fall. This does not need to be a radical shift in density, as just 16 dwelling units per acre is found to be sufficient enough to begin to better support these outcomes. As transit agencies across the country are working to regain riders in this post-pandemic era, building housing that helps encourage and facilitate transit use will help agencies to increase fare box revenues. Additionally, from an equity perspective, sustainable housing will help to correct a long history of racial and economic injustice and segregation by making housing more affordable to more people. 70 vacancies are created in lower income areas, effectively taking the pressure off existing lower rent housing stock, while also helping families to move into neighborhoods which they have been historically barred from. This will in turn make existing homes more valuable, as the land under them now has greater development potential, and the quality of the neighborhood has increased, making it more desirable and more valuable even without being redeveloped. Put simply, this plan is a win for everyone. It makes the community more valuable and desirable, makes it more accessible to new residents with disabilities, especially like myself. I have a rare vision impairment, in case you already can't tell. It facilitates greater transit ridership and efficiencies. I urge you to support widespread transit-oriented attainable housing options that maximize flexibility and opportunities for people to live in an affordable, sustainable Montgomery County. The Action Committee for Transit and I thank you. They thank the board once again for the time this evening. And with that, I want to touch on an individual note, not speaking on behalf of an Action Committee for Transit, if the board will allow it.
Yes, please.
Something that I've noticed that is often not really discussed in the context of affordable housing is the idea that parking minimums relate to housing. And quite frankly, they do. This notion of parking minimums is a very flawed notion that has stuck with us in American society since the middle of this century. And I would highly urge the board, the planning board, and the council to do whatever they can, and while this may sound unorthodox, cut parking minimums, reduce parking minimums. There needs to be, in fact, we should probably eliminate them altogether so we can maximize developmental land acreage to put housing and, urban fabric development where it's needed the most. Because right now, we currently have a system where it's, in a lot of parts of the county, you have wide stroads where, if not timed properly, someone with a wheelchair might not be able to get across efficiently. And if you don't have a car, it can be a very tough trek across some of these stroads, some of which don't even have I like to call it a beg button to get the walkman to show on all four sides. So you have to do a lot of maneuvering around that. sorry to go on a bit of a tangent there, but still, the more we maximize land for affordable housing, the more we reduce single-family zoning, the more we take away parking minimums. It doesn't mean we can't have parking lots or places to store vehicles. It just means we don't have to have a whole lot of it in order to build sufficient affordable housing. And that, I say, is progress. We champion ourselves in being one of the most progressive counties in the state when it comes to this stuff. We need to do better for our future, for everyone else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Tushar Council.
Thank you to Vice Chair Paduim and members of the Planning Board for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Tushar Kansal, and I live in Tacoma Park. I support Montgomery County's attainable housing strategy because it's critical for creating a more inclusive, environmentally sustainable, and welcoming county. I moved to Tacoma Park from Washington, D.C. just over a year ago because my wife and I wanted high-quality neighborhood schools in a diverse, down-to-earth community. Other families on our street are teachers, feds, and nonprofit employees. However, all of the recent home sales on nearby streets, including my own house, have all been $800,000 to $1 million or more. To be clear, we are 2 miles away from the expensive Tacoma Park Historic District. Our neighborhood is already inaccessible to middle-class, middle-income families if nothing changes. In fact, nearby in Tacoma Park, starter homes like these, there it goes. So starter homes, like you can see here on this slide, are already being replaced by new homes like these that have sold for $1.3 to $1.4 million. Sometimes opponents of attainable housing raise concerns about neighborhood character, and I can sympathize. While I love the buildings and streetscape in my neighborhood, I especially love the people, my neighbors. If we insist on keeping the buildings the same, the neighborhood will change in terms of the folks who can afford to live there. Montgomery County's attainable housing strategy can thread the needle. A couple of blocks from me, there's a very rare patch of R40 zoning, which is only 0.6% of the county right now. And there's a lovely duplex on it. There it is. Which my wife didn't even realize was a duplex until I pointed it out to her. Despite concerns about developer profiteering, smaller homes on smaller plots of land are inherently more affordable. In my day job, I work on housing policy at the Pew Charitable Trust. Pew's research shows what can be achieved. By allowing attainable housing, new missing middle homes in Houston have a median assessed value of $340,000 and are affordable to families earning 105% of area median income. In other words, the average family can afford to buy a home. This is $200,000 less than the median value of other new single-family homes that have recently developed in Houston. Houston has also increased its population of both Black and Hispanic residents, who tend to have lower incomes and wealth, while growing rapidly, just like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago have. I urge you to support widespread, transit-oriented, attainable housing options that increase opportunities for people to live in an affordable, sustainable Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we're going to go to our virtual speakers. Our next speaker that we're going to have virtually is Mr. Brian O'Looney.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, just ask all the virtual speakers, please turn on your cameras and don't forget to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Brian O'Looney. I am an architect who lives in the Kentlands neighborhood of Gaithersburg within Montgomery County. I have little to add to what has been said already. I am in support of the approach to add attainable housing to Montgomery County. The only clarification I would add to augment what's been said already is that we have a dearth of the kinds of housing the community needs to move into the future to address the types of residents that will exist into the future. There will be more, less nuclear households and more singles, retirees, and other family types that could utilize not only the alternate housing that's been described for places like Silver Spring and Bethesda, but also accessory units throughout the county, much like we have already that have been very successful here in Kentlands. And so I would hope to see the model in this part of the county spread across the rest of the county. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Matt Passinelli.
Thank you. My name is Matt Pacinelli, and I'm a commercial real estate professional. I live in Brookdale, near the Friendship Heights Metro. I am speaking today on behalf of the Citizens Coordinating Committee of Friendship Heights, also known as CCCFH. The CCCFH includes 18 close-by neighborhood associations and about 20,000 people. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard. We support the effort to address the housing shortage crisis. Brookdale and many other CCCFH neighborhoods already embody the concepts outlined in the attainable housing recommendations, with large, medium, and small-scale homes in concentric circles around metro stations. Substantially more housing in line with these recommendations is already in development in our area. For example, Friendship Heights is already adding over 1,100 new units, including 156 moderately priced homes, more commonly known as affordable housing or inclusionary zoning. A preliminary plan for the Geico headquarters site, which borders Brookdale, called for 200 townhomes and single-family attached units. The plan's approval has expired. It presents a perfect opportunity for missing middle housing contemplated by the Attainable Housing Initiative. 400 single-family homes in Brookdale are immediately adjacent to the Geico site. Some have accessory dwelling units that contribute to the variety and attainability of housing in our community. More could be done if needed. Additional sites where large-scale housing could be built without zoning changes at all, including the Saks Fifth Avenue property. River Road between Little Falls Parkway and Westbard Avenue, now occupied mostly by gas stations, convenience stores, self-storage, and an abandoned bank. Wisconsin Avenue in the district also is another example, all the way down to Tenleytown. We support the development projects underway and those that could be undertaken on additional commercially zoned sites. As suggested in Thrive 2050, however, more ambitious public transit options must be developed concurrently to minimize harm and encourage development. To further help expedite the construction of such projects, the county could offer incentives such as tax credits, expedited entitlements and permitting, and reduced profit requirements. These are consequential steps to increase the supply of housing quickly to meet the crisis. In contrast, the contemplated zoning changes would make, at best, long-term incremental housing in Friendship Heights neighborhoods. It seems clear that any actual housing growth in these areas will take years. In fact, a May 2023 Urban Institute study found that relaxing zoning restrictions was associated with an increase in only 0.8% in the housing supply over 3 to 9 years. No new medium scale housing units are likely to be truly attainable, as others have mentioned. By way of example, planning staff's 2019 study of Silver Spring found that the economically feasible price per unit of missing middle housing would be higher than the average price of existing single-family homes in the same area. As the staff acknowledge in their recommendations, quote, due to the high cost of land and high cost of construction, new attainable housing may be more expensive than existing single-family detached units. This conclusion aligns with the actual sales data. For example, Crest 2 condominiums on Western Avenue sell for about $1 million, nearly $250,000 more than the median price of single-family detached homes in the county. Our primary concern is that the proposed zoning changes will harm mature existing neighborhoods without effectively addressing the attainable housing crisis. Those neighborhoods simply were not designed for additional density. By way of example, my neighborhood in Brookdale has also uniquely narrow streets, which was mentioned by another speaker. These streets are as narrow as less than 3 cars wide. The county council recently eliminated all parking requirements within a half mile of the metro station, which will encompass most of Brookdale. The staff further proposes to allow new medium-scale projects with only 1 off-street parking for every 2 units. These measures would increase street parking. They will make my neighborhood much less accessible to emergency vehicles and dangerous for pedestrians, cyclists, and children. If increased density is even possible in such areas, it will not succeed without planning focused on the needs of each community. We agree with County Executive Elrich that complex planning issues are best done through small, context-sensitive plans. Large-scale development in Friendship Heights is accomplished through master and sector plans. Neighborhoods like ours should get the same consideration and care as a small area plan, such as a small area plan to address each community's unique challenges and opportunities. CCCFH is eager to participate in a planning process that works for all, while also moving forward with actions that can expand housing opportunity and diversity more effectively. Proceeding in isolation with the proposed countywide zoning changes threatens to cause more harm than good. Please avoid these unnecessary actions and instead consider alternative means. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Mr. Dan Wilhelm.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm Dan Wilhelm. I'm president of the Greater Colesville Citizens Association. GCCA supports the current efforts to add more housing in the county. Adding attainable housing is not the way to achieve it, at least everywhere. Steps need to be taken to reduce the cost to developers of going through the development process and constructing units. Some of the staff proposals in the draft growth and infrastructure policy document are moving in that direction. The proposed zoning changes for allowing duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes only make sense in new developments, not in established neighborhoods as infill. The chart on page 26 shows that the concept of adding a triplex in an existing neighborhood, the report and the diagram in the middle of that chart shows a 3-story building occupies the entire lot with minimum setbacks is not desirable, but the diagram on the bottom shows one that is acceptable, which provides sloping roofs. From the standpoint of citizens, the third diagram, while slightly better, is still not acceptable. It is much larger and bulkier than the houses on either side. The fallacy with this series of diagrams is that many existing houses are 1-story and have a smaller footprint than illustrated in the diagrams. Excuse me. Another major problem with adding multiple units on lots currently zoned for 1 unit concerns parking. Many streets in older neighborhoods zoned R60 and R90 are narrow by current standards, and the number of existing roads are too narrow for vehicles to pass without one stopping and pulling to the side of the road. Even when the roads are 2 lanes and vehicles park on the road, vehicles must often pass by somebody pulling over and stopping to let the other person through. Drivers on a good percentage of the roads in R60 and R90 zones are frequently forced to pull over. Adding more houses in these situations will just add more parking on the roads and make it very difficult for 2 cars to pass. There's actually situations in my neighborhood where I've been unable to navigate the road at all because of so many people parking on the road. There are many times when roads are impassable, like I was just talking about. When emergency vehicles and large vehicles like school buses need to pass or drive down the road, passing may not be possible. Lastly, the addition of more houses just adds more imperviousness and adds more stormwater management, which is already a problem in many older neighborhoods. I would support the addressing housing through master plan additions And also I like the idea of other speakers about making sure transit services are available. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. or Miss? Mr. Carter Dougherty?
Hi, yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Carter Doherty and I live in Tacoma Park. I'm coming at you live from the Blair Stadium where the girls are putting up a good fight in lacrosse here. I'm also a member of the Montgomery for All Steering Committee. Apparently that's now controversial, so I'm going to say that. You have heard and will hear many comments focusing on technical matters around housing. I'd like to focus on a broader argument about the context in which you at the planning board are making various judgments. Most meaningful context can be summed up by a single word, which is namely shortage. The whole country is debating how to ease our terrible housing crisis. And this line from a recent Urban Institute study really caught my eye. A massive supply shortage is causing high home prices and rents, and the way to fix it is to build more housing. Any factor that does not influence the housing supply or the demand for housing creation is of second order importance. I addressed a similar point in an article for Greater Washington when I wrote that scarcity of housing right now might be the most deleterious form of systemic racism right now. It's well documented how an expensive housing market squeezes out black home buyers and renters. And you at the planning board have laid out the numbers. We need 60,000 new places to live by 2040. There are going to be 200,000 new residents over the next 15 years. So I hope this word shortage is on your mind constantly. Montgomery for All would like to see by right zoning for duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes across a range of zoning categories. I won't dwell on the details here except to make the point that when you are considering the details, always err on the side of making room for more housing. Are you wondering whether infill is appropriate? Answer yes. Not sure if a particular area would be good for duplexes or triplexes? Go for the triplexes. Quadruplexes or stacked flats? Go for the stacked flats. Stacked flats are small apartments. You get the idea. By right zoning is about creating a default right to build up to a certain density, and policymakers in our community need to create, in the community and themselves, a default mindset in favor of always building more. Look in the mirror and say, build more housing, or hum a song when you walk to work about more housing. Say it out loud until your friends are tired of it. Mine definitely are. Too long delayed efforts to build more housing have morphed into credible momentum now at the county level in Montgomery County, which is great. We have Thrive 2050 behind us, but none of us should be content with the pace of change or the scope. We need more housing and we need it soon. You at the planning board, thankfully, are one of the best engines for change we have, and I hope you go full speed ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Dutka.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you please turn on your camera?
I cannot. I do not have camera. Sorry. Is that okay?
Of course it is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo, I strongly support attainable housing in Montgomery County. I echo everything that all the supporters of the Attainable Housing Initiative have said. When I was trying to figure out when this meeting was, I looked in my email and realized I pulled up the one from 2021. So we've been talking about this for a while now. Maybe it's time to take some action here. And then just to throw it out there, I'm looking at Redfin right now, and the median sale price of a detached single-family home is $750,000 in Montgomery County. So this is well past the point of an emergency. We need to be adding more housing. Like the gentleman from East Bethesda who said, oh, maybe missing middle won't be affordable enough. The median sale price for a single-family home in Bethesda is $1.4 million. So, it's crazy to think that in some way, not building more housing will make Montgomery County available for people and attainable to more people. That's crazy talk. Anyway, thus conclude my statements. Have a good night. James, Allison, great and talent show this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I was very upset to miss it.
I don't know if it's Mr. or Miss Brandy Panbot. Miss, okay. Please unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good evening. My name is Brandy Pambach. I'm a Montgomery County resident, and I've lived in Silver Spring for over a decade. I'm also previously a renter and currently a homeowner. And just for full disclosure, I'm also a steering committee member of Montgomery for All. Just want to say I strongly support the Attainable Housing Initiative because it's important to create opportunity for our residents and to make our community their home for the long term. If we aspire to have an economically thriving and diverse community, we need attainable housing for both renters and homeowners. We can only strive to have equity if we increase the opportunity for our current and future residents to be able to live in our county. And to achieve that, we need attainable housing to create more homes on our existing land. The county's land is not growing, and it's our most valuable and scarce resource. And it's at this point, it's almost entirely built out. Allowing more housing units will increase the supply of housing, and the increased supply will create downward pressure and reduce prices. This increased supply will allow residents to live closer to their jobs and reduce their commuting times and costs. Reducing their commuting times and costs will also have great benefit for greenhouse gases, as those are now the leading, as commuting and transportation is now the leading source of these climate change driving gases. Additionally, reduced commutes will also increase time family members can spend with their loved ones. I want to live in a community that creates affordable pathways to renting and homeownership for our residents and for those who want to be future residents. And I want the opportunity for others who are currently renters to become homeowners in the future, as I was able to. Attainable housing will create these pathways for my family and friends to stay in the community and make this their home long term. For family members, this means, sorry, I think my cat's on me. For family members, this means being able to stay close to our loved ones during retirement. And for friends, this means staying and growing their families in our community and growing their careers as well. I urge you to support attainable housing by right to accommodate the units needed for our county to have enough homes for our current and future residents. I urge you to make an attainable policy that is bold and allows for sufficient density. Thank you for your time.
I think your cat likes your speech. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a cat that looks exactly like that. I have an orange tabby. It looks like that. It's great.
That was very cute. Mr. Martin Postamus.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Martin Postumus. I'm a steering committee member of Montgomery for All, but I'm speaking for myself. I grew up in Montgomery County and am currently a resident of Silver Spring. I want to voice my strong support for the Planning Board to prioritize by right attainable housing opportunities in Montgomery County and to support the draft report. Failing to do so will not only hamper economic opportunity for county residents, but it would also cast doubts on our ability to achieve and our seriousness about our environmental goals. To an extent, I feel I'm stating something that the members of the Planning Board and staff are already well aware of. When I look at the Attainable Housing Initiative website and draft report, I see language that shows as much. The need to diversify our housing, the problems of our current zoning, the need to reform how we build around our key transit corridors, and the recognition that housing prices across Montgomery County have been growing at a rate several times that of median income. These priorities are good, and we need to move them forward. And to do that, the county needs flexibility, not restrictions. The draft report does not reflect a one-size-fits-all mentality. Our current development model does. We've tied our own hands, and we need to fix that. We need to be able to build housing close to job centers, close to transportation. We have to respond to housing demand. We have to respond to the needs of renters equally as much as homeowners. Locking people out of the housing market, clear-cutting land for new far-flung development, or forcing people to drive ever-increasing distances are not solutions. Saying it's someone else's problem is also not a solution. Those are actually policy failures. Montgomery County is growing, and we need homes of all kinds. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kevin Shen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kevin Shen. Thank you so much to the Planning Board for the opportunity to speak. I'm a second-generation Asian American renter in the county. I've been here for the past 2 years, and I want to make my main point clear, which is I support attainable housing because it's important for me, and it's important for me to have a sustainable and welcoming place to live. And specifically, I'm talking about the attainable housing strategies recommendations to remove barriers to building more diverse housing types, as well as recommendations to allow attainable housing by right in many of the corridors defined in Thrive 2050. And I mainly come at this from a personal angle. My partner and I were thinking about growing our family, and we would love Montgomery County to be our place to live. And personally, I have so many dreams of a county where our kid could grow up, you know, walk to the pizza place, take the bus to the library, where we could take the Purple Line to work, and where we could all just thrive in a diverse, inclusive community. But we've been looking around about moving to a bigger place recently, but our options are so limited, and we wouldn't be able to afford most of the single-family options nearby where we are in Silver Spring. And furthermore, we're currently building a community in the past 2 years that we've been here, and I'm just worried that we will have to leave it all behind. And so besides the personal angle, I know that attainable housing offers comparatively more affordable housing options, and those are helpful beyond. It's helpful to have options beyond single-family homes, and dividing the cost of land between multiple households is one effective way that you could do that. And then also, I know that attainable housing could encourage more environmentally sustainable uses of the land that we have, and could help with making transit more viable in our county. And that is something that I would definitely value, and not having to buy a car just to get around, things like that. So in conclusion, just to be clear, attainable housing is the thing that I want for me and my own family, but it's also good for the whole community of people around us. And so I think it's important for us to create these affordable housing options that can both support access to transit and things like that, but in general, just help us all live in a more affordable, sustainable Montgomery County. And that's it for me. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan Robinson.
Hi. Good evening, members of the Planning Board and Vice Chair Pedouin. Thank you for hosting this session with this virtual testimony portion of the evening. On a personal note, it allows parents like me to put our children to sleep and still speak to you about important issues that impact both Montgomery County today, as well as our children's future. My name is Jonathan Robinson, and I live in Rockville. I'm the chair of Affordable Maryland PAC, an organization dedicated to making Maryland a more affordable place to live, work, raise a family, and thrive by electing pro-housing politicians. It is an honor to join so many smart friends and colleagues who've spoken before me to urge the Planning Board to make recommendations in the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative to the County Council. We need missing middle housing here. I'm excited to stand with so many other people who support common sense, reasonable solutions to increasing our housing supply of attainable housing in the key growth corridors identified in Thrive 2050, as well as in areas that aren't necessarily near transit, but are also bearing the brunt of our housing shortage and pushing people further from job centers and opportunity. I want us to focus today on taking decisive action in times of crisis, especially amid the severe housing shortage that we're currently experiencing here in Montgomery County. This initiative began nearly 3 years ago under an entirely different planning board. While I'm excited that we are being heard today, I urge the board to address this issue thoroughly and expeditiously. In the time since this initiative began in early 2021, per Redfin calculations of home data from MLS and public records, the median sales price of all home types in the county increased from about $475,000 to near $555,000 3 years later, an increase of approximately 15% or 5% a year. We cannot wait another year and another 5% to take further action here. These are not just numbers. They represent more members of our community burdened by ever-growing housing costs and priced out of their hopes and dreams of making a home here. Times of crisis demand that we move quickly, especially considering the time that has passed since this initiative began and the necessary work ahead to realize its recommendations. Thank you for listening and providing a forum regarding the single most important issue facing the county today. I urge you to swiftly support recommendations that make more affordable housing options more available in Montgomery County. We must advance policies that enable individuals and families of all backgrounds to experience the promise of opportunity to thrive and prosper. Thank you for letting me speak and for your time listening this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Enshall Miller. Please unmute yourself. You're still muted. It doesn't unmute. Can we unmute her? Can you call us? Is there a phone number she can call? The phone number is in the invite. Do you want me to go to the next person until he makes the phone call? So why don't we go call back? You're going to be next. So Mr. Michael DeLong.
Hello, this is Michael DeLong. Thank you. I'm a 33-year-old resident of Silver Spring. I've been active in local organizing and advocacy ever since I moved to Montgomery County in 2015. First off, can you hear me actually?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Okay. Michael DeLong again. And until I bought my condominium in 2022, I was a renter, and so I'm familiar with the expensive rents and limited housing of Montgomery County. Actually, for 4 years, I lived in a basement room that was not intended to be a bedroom and which may have violated some codes, but it was affordable, and I badly needed a place to live, so I stayed there. So I urge the planning board to support attainable housing. It's important for creating a Montgomery County that's more sustainable and welcoming for everybody. This includes building duplexes, triplexes, small apartment buildings in places that currently only allow detached single-family homes. And Montgomery County, it's a great place to live, which is why I've stayed here and why I've bought a condominium here. We have great services. We've got really cool things like schools, parks, libraries, jobs, good restaurants, entertainments of all kinds, public transit. And other people know that too. So we're expected to add about 200,000 people by 2050. But housing is extremely expensive and often unaffordable in the county. People are forced to pay exorbitant rents that take up large amounts of their paychecks, or they have to cram into houses and live with a lot of housemates, or to live very far away from their places of work. So we got to create more housing options, or the price of our housing stock's only going to go up. And these denser housing options, they should especially be built upon like transit-oriented corridors, like near metro stations, like near major bus lines, like near future Purple Line stations. And more housing near public transportation, it's going to benefit everybody. It will help people live closer to their workplaces and other places they need to go. It will enable more of them to walk, bike, and use transit to get around. That'll reduce air pollution and traffic in our county, and I think we can all agree we badly need less traffic. And instead of cutting down trees and developing farmland to build new detached homes, building like multifamily homes in places with existing infrastructure and improving that infrastructure, it'll help preserve like green space and reduce suburban sprawl. So it will be environmentally friendly as well. Right now, a lot of people are effectively priced out of the county or of certain locations. If you can't afford a single-family home, detached home, you can't live here. And this practice perpetuates patterns of racial and ethnic economic exclusion. And in 30 years, I'd like Montgomery County to be a thriving, bustling place where housing is affordable for everybody, where people aren't forced out because of unaffordable rents, where there's plenty of green space and parks, and promoting more attainable housing and missing middle housing like duplexes, small apartment buildings is going to help realize that vision. I grew up in California and in the Bay Area, and I love California, but I also realize that its refusal to build housing has resulted in hardship for a great many people. I would like Montgomery County to take a different, better path. So in conclusion, I urge you to support a lot of attainable housing options that maximize flexibility and opportunities for everyone in Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Miss Miller online?
Yes,
I see a
I'm
phone
here.
number. Okay. Please go ahead.
Hello to Montgomery County Planning Board and community. Attainable housing near transit for our most vulnerable is effective. It's effective. And the call for attainable housing for disabled person and unhoused and low-income residents, because we need a victory. And we believe that that victory would be attainable housing and an appropriate model to begin with. And my name is Anisha Miller. I'm a renter in downtown Silver Spring, and I chose to live in downtown Silver Spring because it has a high population of disabled, low income, unhoused, and part of the work that I do in the community is trying to help those navigate whether it's resources and or transit. So it's very important for me as I'm working with disabled residents. I also believe that as a resident that Montgomery County, although it's a beautiful place, of course, I've been living here now for 28 years, and there's a lot of cover-ups. Yes, there's beautiful landscapes, but there's also mice, roaches, rodents in these apartment complexes. So I feel that if we focus on fixing things correctly and not covering them up with beautiful landscapes and really looking at who are we planning for. It is, in fact, that this area has a lot of disabled residents. We just went through a lot over the past 5 years as it related to COVID, and low-income, disabled, and homeless people, they need a win. And in order to help transition the next generation, affordable housing and attainable housing has to be the goal. It has to be at the forefront. And the model, it shouldn't be that hard to understand who are we modeling the community for. We know that we have a higher group of disabled people coming in, limited mobility, those aging with disabilities. And so to spend too much time on assessing and analyzing, you already have a group where you can build right around them to see if this model works so that you can continue that plan throughout Montgomery County. Those individuals who desire attainable housing are in need of that because they need to get to and from their doctor's appointments. And you can't do that if you're crossing a busy highway. You know, your chances are less that something may not go right for you. We have blind, we have disabled. I watched a disabled man that I had to help right there on Fenwick, where there was no one with him, and I was just in shock that even as simple as the signage isn't correct. So I feel like we do a lot of covering up with these beautiful landscapes and grass and parks, but things don't make sense. It doesn't add up. And I feel that our low-income residents deserve affordable housing based on some of the conditions of the housing. I'm pretty sure they've been getting sick. There's a lot of gas leaks. There's a lot of rodents. I mean, I've been in some really disastrous apartments, and, you know, in order for people to thrive, they also have to be healthy. And so to not understand who you're assessing and what you're doing this for seems kind of, it seems a little bothersome to not know why are we doing this, to keep considering having heated discussions with those who are not having really any difficulties if they choose to want to pay over $3,000 for a one bedroom, because it's near transit. But that's not who we're serving today. Maybe 10 years ago. Today, we have a high population of low income, disabled, homeless, and those seniors who deserve. And we've also changed the age of who is a senior. So now 55 is not the age anymore. So that group is now displaced. And so I think it's important that we look at attainable housing and accessible housing and safe housing, and we consider that the model is for those living with limited mobilities, those aging with disabilities, and those who have not yet transitioned to afford a home, let alone an apartment, as well as transit and parking. So I thank you for your time, and I do support attainable housing with transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Fairs.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Robert Ferris, and I'm a homeowner in the Forest Glen area of Silver Spring. I'm testifying today in strong support of the Planning Board's efforts to achieve attainable housing reform, consistent with the vision of Thrive 2050. And for the record, I want to say that I'm not on the steering committee of Montgomery for All. I'm here speaking on my own behalf because I really care very deeply about this issue. And I think zoning reform is absolutely critical to my future and my family's future. I mean, that's why I'm here in the evening. And I also, I want to applaud the planning for having these evening sessions, which does make it easier for someone like me to attend and have my voice heard. And so I think everyone, in speaking in support of these zoning measures has really said a lot of great things on the technical aspects. So I'm just going to kind of speak to my personal experience and why I'm interested in this. So I went to college in St. Louis. It's a really old city where a lot of the housing stock was built in the early 20th century, 1910s, 1920s, before zoning ordinances began limiting housing options to single-family homes. I lived in a brick triplex with three bedroom apartments, each stacked on top of each other, and each of those was large enough to house a family comfortably with separate living room and dining room, very different from the apartments that we see today. And the building I lived in is just one of hundreds that lines these blocks north and south of a bustling commercial district known as the Delmar Loop. And while there were certainly many college students in the neighborhood, there were also a lot of families with young children, retirees, and other folks. And, I really cherish these 100-year-old brick multiplexes, and, a lot of people do. And at the time, I'd always tell people, like, why don't they build things like this anymore? We'd always ask ourselves that. And I learned, like a lot of people here, that the answer to that question is that in many parts of the country and in this county, zoning ordinances make that sort of cherished housing I lived in illegal. With the exception of just really just a handful of areas that are zoned for larger apartment buildings, the only option builders have is to build a single-family home. And so today, I live in a 1,500 square foot house on about a third of an acre lot that's just a stone's throw from the Forest Glen Metro. And I often say that my home is a crime against good planning, and I think it's true. Living within walking distance of the metro I recognize it's an extraordinary privilege, and it's really not fair that this privilege isn't available to others. It's really, and it's possible to unlock new homes for residents in neighborhoods like mine through reasonable zoning reform that allows for construction of diverse housing types, including the sort of neighborhood scale multifamily homes that make up so many of these treasured historic communities like the one I lived in St. Louis. I'm not really eager to sell my home or leave my community, but when I do, I sincerely hope the builder will have the opportunity to redevelop my lot in a way that allows 2, 3, 4, or more families to enjoy the same benefits of transit-oriented living that I enjoy. And so that's why I'm here tonight to urge the Planning Board to really expediently pursue zoning reform that allows for attainable housing by right throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's it, the list of the speakers. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to come here to engage with us for such an important topic. Oh. Yeah.
You can finish.
I was going to say about the record. Please feel free to submit the records. Doesn't have any date to be closed. Please go ahead.
Sure. So Lisa Gavoni, Acting Planning Supervisor. So this is not a master plan, so we don't have a date that the record closes. What we're doing is we'll be continually accepting written and correspondence throughout the initiative. So if anyone wants to submit correspondence throughout the initiative, they can do so. We'll have a matrix that we will continually update with comments received and staff's response throughout until the initiative ends, probably at the end of May.
And our next session for the attainable housing would be on April 11th, if you like to tune in. With that said, this concludes our evening listening session for tonight, and the planning board is now adjourned until next week. Thank you.